to the Thursday edition of the Ultimate Endgamers League, season number 9. And while it may be Thirsty Thursday at your local watering hole, the only thing we're thirsty here for at the UEL is wins, baby. So I've got one question, and one question only. Are you ready? Because it's time to break forth the rhythm in the rhyme. It's time to get down like a clown like Charlie Brown and turn your frown upside down. It's time for the UEL to shine. So let's get down to that UEL beatdown.
Hey, log in and go, we lit the squadron.
Here we go. BNB scores the goal!
There's so many games out of this period that a lot of people never really experience, or they get stuck in their kind of view. But another
person that is defined as a person that pushes past just beating the game and instead completes the game. As you guys know.
Did you miss it?
All right. So they went ahead and did a timeout.
I got lockdown on my team, man. What do you want me to do, bro? I need help. Mike needed Scotty.
Carolina Reapers go back to back on the strength of Jekyll. Traded, journeyman, disrespect.
As like pros.
I'd probably say 10K.
Your boys, no rush. Ultimate Endgamers League, so tough. Go capture that trophy, you can't win enough. It's the UEL, 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 UEL. This is the Ultimate Endgamers League. The Grand Rapids and out overseas. You don't got a clue, come and get up to speed.
The Cyclones Silver and the Bandits Scarlet. If you know anything about the league, you already know these two are brothers, but how long have these two been brothers?
I don't know. He can answer that question better. Let's see. How old are you again? It's like that. We're starting beef already, guys, before the game.
So who's the older brother? Who's the older brother of the two?
I believe I would be. Yeah.
This is crazy. All right, so these two are brothers. Big deal today. We're going to see who the better fighter is or who the better overall UEL player is, the better endgamer, okay? So we got another question for you. So who has been practicing the most?
I don't know. We practiced together a couple of days ago, and I was looking.
He said you don't have a shot today. What are you saying, Scarlett?
I didn't hear all that, but I've been practicing too, so I don't want to hear it.
All right, so then final question. Who's taking it today, Cyclones or Bandits?
I mean, let's be real. We're taking it today. Cyclones, we're taking it. Easy. I think we're 100% taking it. No question.
All right, so we'll see what happens with the Battle of the Brothers. Back to y'all.
All right, well, we are into it now, the Bandits and the Cyclones to kick us off in Week 4. Can you believe it? Week 4 already of the UEL Season 9. Bandits and Cyclones are going to be a real tough game. Both of these teams trying to get their foot in the door to get into that upper section of our standings. But first, they got to get through each other. I'm Speedy, joined here today by Strix. Strix, how excited are you for this first game of the week?
I'm really excited for today's game. It's going to start to define those tiers a little bit better for the league. The Bandits hoping to go 2-1 and stay up there with those top teams. And on the flip side of that, the Cyclones still looking for their first victory.
Yeah, first victory. It's a tough one to grab, and the longer you go without it, the more stressful it becomes. You're looking at your score line the entire season in the standings, and you're just wondering, where did it all go wrong? Which wins should we have taken? And it stops you from looking forward on the rest of your season. So this would be a great spot for the Cyclones to pick one up, especially since it's the Bandits. They are no pushover team, so this would be a really big start for them. However, the Bandits are not just going to roll over. This is going to be a tough squad to go into, starting from the the top, we've got Jury, who is one of the top dog standalone tier 1s, making a name for himself. For a 1-1 team, we've got some of those 3-0, 2-0 teams that started out here in the league, but Jury is still outshining most of them at this point. He's really been performing how he should most of the time. Scarlet also picking up the slack where Jury maybe doesn't have all of his specialties, hasn't laid all of his cards out. It's the perfect tier 2 that you're looking for. So I think they've got a great lineup and a good chance today.
I think you started to get into everything. That duo has been the key to the Bandits' success. Whichever way you look at it, Jury has been outperforming some of the other top team tier 1s. He is that consistent top tier player you have to be in the league. He's one of the few players that I can honestly say can cover almost all, if not every single one of the 33 games across those 5 genres that we do have here in the league. And for those small areas of weaknesses like the fighters, you do have Scarlet. But on the other side, we saw them talking to each other just a second ago. Silver and Scarlet, these are brothers. They've been playing. They've been competing with each other, especially in those fighting games, forever. But today they get to do it on the UEL stage.
Yeah, well, we say that they're brothers, but I still have my questions because I'm not sure they've ever met each other based on that interview. I'm still a little bit uncertain. We'll have to find out if they actually know who each other are. We may have grabbed the wrong guys out there. We may have stuck the wrong name tags on them, but I think they're gonna clash it out, and we're gonna find out which one of the brothers is gonna outshine the other. Tier 2, Tier 3, it's really not the biggest jump. On some teams it is, but a league-wide Tier 2 and 3 kind of have the same expectations, being able to fill the holes where the Tier 1 can't pick up certain games and categories. So Silver and Scarlet going head-to-head. We're going to have to see which one of them has a better record after today. Speaking of who has a better record after today, on the side of the Bandits, there is actually an internal matchup that a lot of people have been questioning, having their eyes on to see which one of those players is going to come out supreme for their team.
I'm sorry. I was listening. I have to agree. Lucci and their win over the Paladins came out performing amazingly. And on the flip side of it, you did have Lovejoy, who stepped into that second game against Click that didn't go as well. Both these players are players I think to keep an eye on, because as we get closer and closer as the season progresses, we have to see. But here we go. The brothers once again back on the alleged brothers here to go ahead and play the game of rock, paper, scissors. And it seems like they're on the same wavelength.
Ooh.
And there we go. Have to give some love to Silver, the younger brother, finding the first win and getting his team out to an early lead. And I was going to bring up about rosters, and we're going to, I think, go to our SurfThing powered wheel spin to start off the day. RPS there actually goes ahead and defines what happens with this wheel spin. We can either play this game, put it back. We have to figure out exactly how the game starts, but already Silver has gotten his team the advantage, at least early on.
Yeah, winning that rock, paper, scissors puts his team in a position to decide how this one's going to kick off, and they're going to be able to pick up momentum. If they spin a game that they're not as comfortable with, or maybe just against a specific team, they can put it back on the wheel, save it for later, maybe fingers crossed that it doesn't spin at all tonight.
A perfect example of that game is CTR here. Jury's one of the best in the league, and if it ever possible, you wouldn't want to have to deal with Jury, but I think both these teams feel pretty comfortable in Halo. Jury especially, both these teams like their shooters. They both feel they're pretty strong shooting teams, so I wouldn't be surprised if we do choose to play it. And it seems like maybe, just maybe, Halo is one of the shooters that the Cyclones don't want to see. They are going to go ahead and put it back onto the wheel and give it another spin here. That respin is ultimately used when it's a game that maybe you just don't want to give a free lineup to. There might be a player or two. In this case, I really am always looking at Jury. Ejected Rivals being the game that pulled up. So, Ejected Rivals, what I can tell you about this game is the Bandits have not played it yet this season.
Yeah. Well, that doesn't surprise me at all because I have commentated 2 Bandits games and I've never once commentated Ejected Rivals. So this is going to be an experience for all of us. But from what I understand about this game, which I've done my research, it's really fun. It's more than anything. Yes, this is esports, but man, it looks so fun.
It falls into that racing category. So the usual skills, right? We both know racers, you got to be able to find your line, follow your line, really control your speed, having minimal movements. But then it adds on to the fact, imagine if it wasn't just a car. What if you were paragliding? What if you were Would that be a hot air balloon? I don't know how to. You could the little riser. We'll see when we get in the game.
Yeah.
Hopefully here. But multiple forms of transportation, multiple forms of racing exist in this game, along with everything and anything between. Maybe instead of just racing, we want to run into each other. Maybe we want to do something a little bit different. It's a fun game, and I'm hoping that we get to see it because in week 4. I'm looking at all these teams. Logan brought it up during technical time out, which you can catch on Wednesdays at 9 p.m. EST, 6 p.m. PST over on our YouTube channel. How it's week 4, a lot of these out-of-game issues, not practicing certain games, not being prepared for setups, shouldn't be a problem anymore. We're 4 weeks into the season. We've had over a month now to be prepared, so you should be ready to get in and out of the games without too many problems.
I'd be pretty disappointed in these teams in particular if they were to have any kind of timeout or forfeit loss on setup, because these are teams with very experienced players on both sides that should really know how to get it done. The Cyclones have coaching on their side that I know will be completely frustrated if there's any kind of loss to things like that. And the Bandits, I think it's the players themselves. There's so much experience in their lineup just from the players alone that I would expect it to be somewhat of the same reaction from them. So I'm not thinking we're going to have any issues with that, truthfully. Most likely we're going to go into this one seeing them be efficient, clean. We're going to get into all our games as we should. And Bandits starting out hot for this Jected Rivals. We can see there on the bottom the grayed out players mean that they have been selected for their team lineup for this game. And that's Jury and Taygeta for the Bandits, the 1 tier and the 3 tier going in to start them off. The Cyclones not taking it easy either as they take Bo Seif and Psycho, their tier 1 and tier 2. So right off the bat, they want to grab up this first game. Neither of these teams taking it lightly on the other.
And to highlight what you touched on, we touched on Lucci and Lovejoy very briefly, but what that means is that Phoenix isn't line up their usual number 3. So eyes on Taygeta here to step into maybe some bigger shoes than he had previous this season. But these two players, again, were on the same team last season and for quite a few seasons before. So I'm hoping that synergy is going to help them out here. And Bo Seif continuing to show these racing games are the Cyclones' avenue, I think, to maybe take a few wins, but Jury being in there is difficult. Now, it looks like they did pick up one of the traditional races, and we are right in here watching Taygeta. You can see him lit up there in color on the top of your screen with Dragon Ball Fighters coming up next. They would have wanted Psycho in, but I think that they will settle to have and we might get to see the first clash of the Thompson brothers. But Speedy, tell people at home what they're looking at right now.
So right now what we're looking at is the more traditional side of the racers. We can see that Taygeta there on your top right. His cam is filled in with color. That means we are live watching him at the moment. You can see he's just launched himself out of his car here in this multifaceted racing game and transformed into a paraglider. But now back into his car. This is that traditional side of racing. It's the side that kind of evens the playing field between all the players, and it's about all of the other mechanics that you can master that decide whether or not you're going to be able to take a first or second place position. You can see that he's getting through these loops here as well, trying to collect some of that time. Bouncing off of the water, he's got to rise up now. You can see him using his paraglider to do so, but switching once again, getting a little bit of that speed with his thruster.
He's doing a great job here of navigating through a lot of the trickiness of this game is making sure you hit all the checkpoints. It's not like some of the more forgiving games where if you miss one of those checkpoints, it's going to actually kick him back here in a second, forcing him to restart. You cannot skip anything. You have to hit that blue option here and continue to move. But it looks like there's only one player ahead of him. As long as that's his teammate, you should be in a pretty good position. But I believe looking at that scoreboard, it might just be Psycho. So this could be a photo finish to see who is able to finish this race ahead. They have one more section of the map to get through here. As I see Taygeta, he's locked in. Both players are everybody's focused up, just trying to finish the best they can. Should be able to come around this bend, and I think there's just a couple of more options. He shouldn't have to get back into a car pretty much for the rest of the race, but he overshot it there, and this could be a situation. Oh, no, it looks like he just clipped it. Great understanding.
Knowing that boundary really well, it actually shows a lot of game knowledge. He didn't think he was going to go back. He kept playing forward. So either a confidence that he could continue to playing if it allowed him to, or knowing where that cutoff was, where the boundary for that goal was. So getting through the checkpoint very nicely. Going to weave between this gap as well and land that one. It's actually a lot of really efficient work. Very few mistakes. We saw one come out from Taygeta where he did make a crash past one of these checkpoints and suffered a little bit for that, but it was his only setback. He's making quick work of this map, and there it is, finishes the round.
And he was really close
that's
there.
it,
We can
that's
see
it.
maybe a second away from that finish line.
Yeah.
That last little area as he was coming down, his opportunity to go ahead and finish it. But a great, great opportunity there
Yeah, that's it. They got it.
from the Cyclones to take the first game on Jected Rivals. And I want to give a huge shout out there to Psycho staying in that first place spot and making sure to get his team the win. Always good to have a first game of your day go your way. And Dragon Ball FighterZ coming up next is good in some ways and bad in others. I say good in some ways because I know for a fact the Bandits' preferred lineup for this game would have included Tay, Geta, and on the flip side, I think the Cyclones similarly would have wanted Psycho, both these players prioritizing. But I think the Tier 2 and Tier 3 on either side, the brothers that we've been talking about, will get the chance to clash. And it's going to come down to how much support they can get from the other side. I'm looking at Lovejoy here going in. This is one of the games that I would define as Lovejoy's on the wheel between that Lovejoy-Lucci matchup. Lovejoy is a very strong Dragon Ball FighterZ player and has really strong understanding of combos, of the pacing of the game. And so I want to see him come out and show out. If after today they got to have that conversation, and you're going to be looking for every single point to lean it in your favor.
Yeah, when Phoenix gets back, there's definitely going to be a conversation for Lovejoy to be in at the moment in the number 5 tier. It shows that the Bandits do have confidence in him as a player despite their loss against the Click, saying that, hey, that was a tough team. We maybe didn't expect to win that one regardless, no matter which player it was. We expected a similar result. So they're not upset with having Lovejoy in their roster. They've got him in the 5 tier. They're placing him higher. If Phoenix were to come back, that would only set him in the 6 and currently would push Lucci out. But we did see a fantastic showing from Lucci previously. So it really is a big question right now. Either way, neither of the players having a win or a loss so far in this game. We are 0-1. Neither of them have yet to play. Jury and Tegeta, on the other hand, dropping that game. Neither of them able to finish the map before the cutoff. It was just Psycho that was able to finish in that first place position. So grabbing the win for his team, a lot more reliable. Psycho, pretty well-rounded player. We were talking a little bit before the match, and he really does cover. He's one of those true end gamers working towards being a player that can cover absolutely anything. That's something that we talk about expecting out of our Tier 1s, but certainly not a bad trait to have in a Tier 2 either.
It's amazing. In fact, most of these teams, these two especially, are going to be defined, I think, more for this game by that Tier 2 to 4. So you see Scarlet all the way down to Painful Boar, and then Psycho all the way down to Baba Yagins. These players are going to be the ones that are going to do the best at supporting that Tier 1 in their weaknesses or even just in their off games. Here at the Ultimate In-Gamers League, everyone is proficient in those categories, all 5 genres all across the board, but what is necessary to really excel is to be able to play every single time to the best of your ability. Jury, never going to have a question about it. Even Bosif, when you get especially into those sports games, he will show you a performance second to none in the league. But their weaknesses, their moments where they aren't in, are going to define here. Right now, Silver and Scarlet are who their teams are looking forward to.
Yeah, Silver and Scarlet both going to be very dependable players, and they're both going to be in for this match as well, which is a great way to start our game, just the second game up so far. And we're also not going to get a full answer yet on the Lovejoy and Lucci situation because they're going to go in together. So their record is going to start off the same no matter what way this one ends. It's going to be either a 1-0 for both of them in the fighters or 0-1. And honestly, fighters are something that both of those players need to prove themselves on because it's one of the reasons that the team has them around in the first place.
Yes, I didn't even think about that, but yes, both of those players are fighting for that spot to kind of be second, third behind Scarlet in terms of being ready to go into whatever fighters are necessary. So I'll be able to tell you pretty quickly. On your right side of the screen will be the Bandits. On the left side of your screen will be the Cyclones, and StarCraft 2 being our next game. A very interesting wheel. I think things are coming up Cyclones right now, but we see Lucci here on this Goku Black getting the tags and getting a few hits in and ensuring he's just able to get this damage. But Bobby Yoggins is no slouch himself, ensuring that he's getting damage to equal every one of these hits. Lucci doing a little bit more blocking, though, showing his patience and showing why he has found these opportunities and manages to take out Baba Yagan. So next up is going to be Pizza Man is my guess. This is Pizza Man looking for a chance to get a hit in, but it looks like Lucci's picking up right where he started. You said we might not see a big difference, but right now Lucci is putting his name on the map. As I say that, sorry about that, Lucci. I might have cursed you a little bit.
Yeah, he's certainly done his part, already taking a player out, and that connection is going to be the end of his life. They're going to catch him with just one more kick in the air. That'll put him down. But he did do his part and a little more, so maybe not the big showing he wanted to prove his spot on this team, but enough to be a reliable player.
Oh, hey, we're playing StarCraft. That's beautiful. Ultimately, as we get back in here, you notice that of the two teams, the anchors are different between the two teams. And what do I mean by this? Scarlet's in currently right now on the Z Broly, doing a ton of damage. Fighters is not his primary game. That's not to say he's bad. You can see taking a player without even taking a hit. But the anchor for this team is going to be Silver, and Silver is going to get started. Nice job trying to punish the Key Blast, and Scarlet finding his touch, isn't able to convert into a full combo, but once again, Silver finding each hit is going to be huge for him to be able to start to build up this damage. He's a character that wants to power up. One of his supers will continue to unlock more and more strength from the character. Nice job using the Vanish to continue to hold on to his turn. He sparks, and this is where things get dangerous. This is where a lot of damage can come out really quickly, and if Silver's going to find a win in this match, it's going to be in this moment. He drops down, takes out Scarlet, so the first win there, doing even Kamehameha there in your camera down. We're now watching Silver's perspective. He's put his brother to rest in this game, but the final boss of the Bandits, Lovejoy, now steps in. He looks to counter, but no button there from Silver. He just launches into his combo, and he's powering up. Let's see what he's able to do. Sparking now. Either one of these players could kill the other one from this position. The newest patch opens up so many new routes where you can combo special moves into special moves, but both are looking for an opportunity. Lovejoy's finding his hits, though. Pops at level 3, and if he can do it, a nice job. This is going to be on Silver. He has the bars. He just needs to land this combo. He ends and takes his team to a 2-0 lead, and that is amazing to see him stand up, show off.
See him throwing the Kamehameha out in real life as well. Taking that one for his team. The Cyclones pick up a second game against a really strong lineup from the Bandits in Fighters, in Dragon Ball in particular, honestly.
You can see there that all three players on the Bandit side basically manages to kill somebody. It just comes down to a small execution issues, and I have to give it credit where credit is due. Many people don't realize that Silver still is one of, if not the strongest Dragon Ball Fighters player in the league. So Lovejoy, you did a lot of work there. You were able to get a pretty big advantage. It's just at the end of the day, you got to get over that hump sometimes, and you weren't able to today. But now we're launching directly into StarCraft 2. It looks like this might be a me wheel today based off of these first 3 spins. You and I love the joke sometimes about what games do and don't roll. StarCraft has been rolling a lot, and if I had to take a wild guess, Ambushman's up. Yeah, I'm giving this to the Cyclones.
All right. Well, if the Cyclones are as confident as in this one as the Bandits are, and the Bandits are also as confident that the Cyclones can take it, they might just give this one away with a forfeit because they could use those at any time. They got 5 of them, but we do have an interview on the floor currently, so we are going to go ahead and throw it over to that.
All right, so I'm here with Silver. The first battle of the brothers has occurred. How do you feel about that?
I mean, anime fighters aren't really Scarlet's strong suit, but we'll have to see those other ones. But I was nervous. Can't lie.
Okay. Well, he looked really confident, y'all. He was in there, Dragon Ball Z, and he definitely cooked his brother up. So we'll see if he has more of that to come. All right, back to y'all.
All right, Battle of the Brothers is complete, but I have a feeling we're going to get a couple more of those throughout the game. We got one early on, but I think that was just kind of a sneak peek on what we're going to get in the next 3 hours and 45 minutes.
To the people, in the back and to the powers beyond on the wheel, if we could see some Tekken with both of those players available, I think it would be a great time. StarCraft 2 coming up. This is one of those older games in the strategy category, and on the wheel as a whole, we have changed how the game generally works by giving our players unlimited resources. This means it's going to test your ability to move quickly, think about what counters what, and pre-plan your composition of army to win a fight. That's what you're ultimately doing in StarCraft, is building this huge army to overwhelm your opponents.
Yeah, truly. It doesn't only test our players. It actually happens to test our PCs as well. Our SurfThing PCs here are, believe it or not, able to run a huge section of the Blizzard library all at the same time. We've had it happen this season by mistake, but only one type of PC could pull that off, and that's a SurfThing. So you gotta go get yourself some Endgamer approved equipment over at surfthing.com. Go ahead and grab yourself some of that pro equipment. Now, heading into StarCraft, or rather not heading into StarCraft, because the Bandits are going to hand that one over to the Cyclones. You were correct in your assessment that the Cyclones had just a little bit too much strength in that particular game. The Bandits were already down 2. Why not give them another one and make it just a little bit of a bigger mountain to climb?
Rather than spending the time on it, an NHL into Bosif being available has to be a heartbreaker. I don't think they would have put Bosif in here. I think you have plenty of other options of people to go in for, Psycho being notable, Ambushman. Even though he's a rookie, I've seen him and watched him play here in the league, and he has brought in a ton of strength. And here we go into the game. So there's a lot of calls from the floor. People are still trying to be sure of exactly what this time clock. We're going to have a 4-minute setup timer. That setup timer is how long these players have to, utilizing the unique rule set that we do play here, get these games set up, get everybody in, and we have to find out how players are able to do that, because it's been rough. But after that game and after an initial forfeit in the 3-0, I have to know what's going on the floor. And to that, we go to our eye in the sky, AV, let the people know what's happening.
Bro, I'm teleporting all over the place. As of right now, the biggest reason for that forfeit is the Bandits didn't know what PCs they're on. They don't know their PC numbers, which is awful. You know why? Because we could put all of the PC numbers on top of each of the PCs for each of the players to know. And the Bandits don't know that.
Hey, Logan, it looks like you're going to need to go ahead and spin up for that technical timeout. You're going to need to spin up the rant one more time. I think that the setup issues will still be a thing, even in Week 4. I'm sad to not get some StarCraft. But alas, we only now have to live with NHL.
Yeah, I mean, and not a terrible game to be heading into right now. We are getting the Cyclones lineup through from that StarCraft. I do want to see if they made the fatal mistake, but and they did indeed make the fatal mistake. So the lineup for NHL for this team, if chosen to play, would be Silver, Pizza, and Baba Yagins.
Now, I want to maybe throw in here, I think they're actually going to play their 7th man, who we haven't seen in the season, but is a veteran, Phoenix Pro. He's played on a team with Bosi for tons of season back when he was on a team called the Trolls with him. And now coming into the league, I believe he did have a pretty strong reputation for not just shooters, not just some of those strategy games, even picking up fighters, but specifically sports as well, being a part of the lineup with some very strong sports talent. So, I mean, for me, you kind of mentioned it. If you had a little foresight to me and done a little bit more research, I wouldn't have put Bosif in, even if he's one of your stronger StarCraft players. Yeah. Just trust essentially the Tier 2 and your Tier 5 and Ambushman to be able to handle that, because they haven't shown a willingness to play the game all season. So that's something else I can call out to maybe some of the missed coaching steps, which it's very easy to do. Maybe you don't know what people learn from week to week. Here in the league, people grow pretty quickly, but at the same time, I don't know. I wouldn't put my Tier 1 in just to put my Tier 1 in.
Yeah, I mean, they really did go for that. It was the Tier 1 and Tier 2 that they decided to put in. Now, Cycle makes a little bit of sense. We talked about how well-rounded he is as a player, kind of backing up the things that Bosif doesn't necessarily specialize in, because honestly, I feel like they've chosen a different strategy for their Tier 1 and 2 position, whereas instead of putting their most well-rounded player in the front, they've put their most well-rounded player in the number 2 and their strongest specialty player in the Tier 1 position, somebody who can lock down an entire category, maybe even 2, and almost guarantee you wins every time. It's not a bad idea. They are in that same position. They're guaranteed to be playing all season long, and they've been performing well individually so far. They just have to start to have a cohesion, and maybe that's that coaching that you're talking about that needs to come together.
And the Bandits aren't the best at strategy, as we briefly alluded to. So I'm looking here, and they do end up putting in Duck Season, the rookie. He's known to be playing a few of the sports games, so my hoping is that NHL is on that same wavelength for him. Or once again, being a classic player here. And there you see everybody lining up. I see Byagin's talking with Pizza Man, giving him the rundown, and the wheel spin has happened. What's coming up next?
Die by the... No! Valorant! I thought it went past Valorant. It's going to be Valorant next, not Die by the Blade. All right.
I will say to the people at home, you might not be able to hear it, but here in the arena, I can hear the coaching staff of the Cyclones really calling like, hey, get it up, get it up, get it up. So getting them into one game, making sure they can get into the next, not trying to squander this 3-0 lead that they have already started to build for themselves.
Right, we can see that the Cyclones right now are, it looks like,
the Lightning, and then I believe the Bruins. That would make the Bandits the Bruins. It is a hard call here to figure out who is going where.
I believe we just got an interesting call from the floor. Yeah, we did. We got a forfeit from the Bandits. Is that going to be a setup issue? I believe that was an incorrect setup. Incorrect lineup. It was an incorrect lineup submission. They put in different players than they submitted as their lineup for the game, and that's going to be a forfeit from them. Man, I talked about how disappointing it would be to see either of these teams be throwing away games like that for any reason. For one, from the Bandits because they're players, and from the Cyclones because of their diligent coaching staff, and the Bandits are just not on top of it right now.
I think even more than that, that is any team's best opportunity to win HO. If you catch the Cyclones without Bosif in the game, you can thank the wheel because you have now put yourself in a position where you can eliminate their best player. We saw him last week win a game almost on his own while playing defense, only stepping forward when he knew he could get an attack and get a score. So disappointing to see. And this now is my worry for the Bandits. We funnily enough, had this conversation on Sunday last week. This is not how this game was supposed to go.
No.
I think everyone in the league would have said, oh, the Bandits are going to beat the Cyclones. The Cyclones, they have some good pieces, but the team just isn't on the same level as the Bandits. And now we're starting to see some of those cracks. Valorant coming up next. You have Jury and Tegeta available. I know you're going to be happy. Scarlet has to go in. Once again, this is one of those things that I'm going to favor Silver on. Silver's been playing a lot.
Yeah.
Of Valorant. And I don't know which way this goes, but I think whoever wins this first shooter will set the tone for the day.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with that. Everyone's his first shooter. It is our first 5v5, our largest team game that we're throwing up on the wheel so far. So because we skipped through that StarCraft, we didn't really get any of that 4v4 synergy. This is going to be where the teams have to synergize, come together, start really working and communicating. And right now, that's not working for the Bandits outside of the game. So they really got to take these couple of rounds of Valorant. Their hope is that it's only 5 rounds of Valorant, and it goes their way. We'll just have to see. It'll be a little bit of carry potential on the side of Jury. We've seen how he plays this with his team before. He is a highlight player in Valorant for his team for sure. So we'll just have to see how he carries through on it. We did see Duck Season like kind of holding his own as well. We focused on him a little bit because he was putting out plays of his own, and it's actually... I'm not sure how many of these situations we've had yet by number, but I'm just now realizing that Duck Season being ahead of Lucci is one of the very rare times that we've seen a rookie tiered above a veteran player.
Which wasn't the case in their first game.
No, it was not.
And so I think, and from even listening to talk before the game, there seems to be some serious conversation around Duck Season on that team, some serious confidence in the young player, and we are going to be having open roster here in Valorant.
Yeah.
Like we mentioned before, as much confidence they have in Duck Season, all of these players on both these teams have confidence in their aim, and so they're ready to play any and every single character. And that brings up the conversation. We talked about Phoenix not being here. We talked about Duck Season being in that 6. there really might be that last starting spot for the Bandits that is up for grabs.
Yeah.
And it's going to be required. And it looks like we're getting a timeout call by Bandits.
May just be right before we get into the game here. We'll have to see what happens. CTR is coming up next, so we're going to have that to go into. We talked previously about how Jury is one of the more notable talents in CTR, Crash Team Racing in the league. We're just going to have to hope he's going to be available. And
So
it will, because there will be a reset.
I think this timeout was lost due to lineups not being sent in. I was hearing it from the floor. I'm pretty sure I heard it from one of the Bandits themselves be like, oh, I didn't. And this is where having staff and seeing some of the coaching staff coming from the Cyclones, why it's so important. When you can remove some of that pressure of doing lineups, of making sure things are set up correctly, making sure everybody's in, figuring out what number PC you're on, this is where these wins can start to jump out, because at this point, you're going to have to go on a winning streak to bring this game back. CTR is a great step because Jury's going to be available. He is one of the best CTR players in the league. He showed us this, where there were some questions towards the end of last season, but he is going to come out and find his strength. But speaking of, I have to once again call him the AV copter eye in the sky. Let the people know, what do you see?
Bro, it's not a good night for the Bandits tonight, bro. But the reason for that timeout is because the Bandits set the game up wrong. It has been a tough day. I don't know who ran New Moon, but it definitely wasn't Jury. Jury came to play. So,
I'm like that.
He's just here to show up. I'm just here to look pretty.
I think that's the big thing that even the top talent in the league doesn't sometimes realize. And speaking, I know you're newer to the league, so you've gotten to see it from the outside, that there's a lot more than just playing to a UEL game. You don't just sit down and it's like, oh, you hand me the controller and I press the buttons, right? It's like, no, there's the outside aspects as well as the inside aspects that you have to handle. And maybe we are seeing that from the side of the Bandits. Hopefully they lose a timeout here, but find their first win.
Yeah, it would be a decent trade at this point in the game. You'll take anything for a win, so if they need to give away a timeout for it. Incorrect setup is not the reason you want to be using that timeout, but thankfully, if this one can go their way, with CTR coming up next, they have a really good opportunity to start going on a streak. The only problem is that streak would have to start with a win here, and they're not going up against a slouch of a team in the Cyclones.
Now, for the people at home, I'll bring your eyes
Let's get it,
to
guys.
that right side of the screen. If you're wondering who all is in, you can read it there next to each team at the top of the screen. But on the right side, you see these cameras, and you see the featured matchup between the two brothers. Silver there on the bottom, lit up in color and in black and white.
Yeah, you can
Those
hear
may
me,
be
right,
the older
Beastman?
brother. I don't think he's that old. Scarlet, you can always tell who we're watching there, both by the arrow in the middle as well as whoever's camera is lit up in color. Will be able to know exactly who is currently in the game. Now, Speedy, I got to come to you for lineups and these rosters from these teams. What do you expect?
Me and
strengths, weaknesses?
Ambush, I think.
So what I can see so far already from the side of the Cyclones is that they are running a heavy information and information denial setup. They have a double smoke setup and double information with all the way on that right side. You can see that character Cypher on the bottom part of the screen where the characters are chosen. Now on your very bottom left, that character can plant around cameras that can keep eyes on objectives, on choke points, let the team know where those players are coming from on the other side, and that Fade is a little bit more of a singular information gatherer, can use her abilities to track players on the map by looking directly at the map itself. And that would be Phoenix right there. That is going to be their carry player in both Seif. That's the kind of character that you want to have a strong shooter on.
Okay, so
because you need to rely on their abilities to win gunfights and not give you information, not block off routes, but rather go into a gunfight, take more than a single kill, and put your team at an advantage to start winning objectives. That's the team we're going to see there. However, on the side of the Bandits, we are going to see a pretty standard setup with that Sage there for healing for the team. That's that character that you see first on the red side. And then we have some smokes, a little bit of information gathering in that KO, that third character on the red side. Yoru is going to be that duelist carry character that we talk about. He is going to be able to fake people out with his fake clones of himself that can blind the opponent. Now we see these are the smokes that are going to be going down Already Silver setting down a smoke on a choke point, prepping himself to go. And we can see that Bosif actually already got locked up a little bit by a Cypher there. So now you see trying to use his abilities already early on, wants to help take sight rather than taking a 1v1 later in the round.
And it looks to me like Silver's the one already on site. They realize they may have caught somebody here off to the left side, but they need to step out here. But that's Jury throwing the blind here and trying to put pressure. But I think we're going to see a flash here into some type of execute, and it looks like they are instead choosing to rotate, maybe realizing like, hey, we got a few resources out. We don't need to overcommit and force a play and possibly lose a man or two.
Yeah, after scouting, it's never a bad idea to try to rotate as long as you have somebody watching your backside, watching the rotation angle, because now what they've done is they've forced the Bandits to also make a rotate, and they're not going to be set up as sturdy on this site. They've already gathered enough information to know that there are going to be players there. We'd see a gunfight starting. The plant has already begun, so the spike is being planted. That's going to be the objective going down, and if that takes too much time to be defused now by the defending team, we're going to see a win from the Cyclones, but that shot is not going to land. We can see one in heaven putting down plenty of kills, and that's Taygeta picking up 2, trying to finish that one out. We can see Silver here now. Bosif spectating his teammate Silver.
And a nice lineup with the molly there to ensure that they couldn't easily take and defuse the spike. Trying to get some shots down. He needs to stop Jury from the defuse, and he does manage to clutch it out. A great job by Silver, showing that practice pays off. He knew his lineups. He knew where he needed to be. The Bandits, though, putting on an amazing showing, picking up those kills in that retake of the site once the bomb was down. Really impressed by their play.
Yeah, it was really threatening, and it shows that these next few defensive rounds, they've got a solid chance to be able to take this map. It's very contested whether this is a defender or attacker-sided map, and of course, that was early on in the game before a lot of new agents came into the game, so there may be a more definitive side that people prefer at this point. But even so, the way the map is built, it is very even, very back and forth. The defense can take a round at any time. You can see that right now Boar is setting up here on the defense, trying to get himself a peek. He's watching that rotate through the showers. That is the far rotate. As smoke goes down, and you see that the Fade also tries to gather some information. Not going to be able to actually use his 2 resources. Board doing a good job of holding a distraction, and if he doesn't lose his life here, which he doesn't, he uses the teleport that he set in the back of the map. So he was able to get out. His teammates are going down. There you see Taygeta, a really instrumental player in their retake last time, already down. Now we're going to see one more down, but it's a trade, and now 2 for 2. We've got 3 on the objective on each side. Defusing the objective is the Bandits already, even with other players alive. Boar trying to use his abilities, doesn't cover his teammate for the defuse. Now trying to finish off that last half. The ultimate coming through isn't going to kill him in time. Sacrifices his life to be able to get that defuse, and it's going to be a win on defense for the Bandits. A great adaptation for them.
Got to be a little bit more preemptive there. You have to be able to realize if they got it to halfway or not. That's the only little bit of communication I think that the Cyclones were missing on that round. Otherwise, they managed to get used a lot of utility, but managed to push Board back off the site, use that space to get a plant down, and with that plant, they had full control, but just knowledge. We saw there that Board went, oh, I can do this. It's half? Okay, cool. I can do this for free. He even saw the laser, and he was like, oh, okay.
All right.
Nice.
Didn't even flinch. Yeah, took that one from Silver. That was actually Silver that put down the ultimate. So like you said, that practice, he's got a lot of these timings down. He just wasn't quite aware. You could see the information coming through, a little bit of a scan over there on a player hiding here. On B, a nice flash from Bosif, but he's unable to get the kill, so he's instead going to block off that area of the site. Now, he can step on his own molly, and it will help to heal him, but one of Bosif's teammates go down. It's now 2 as Silver drops to Taygeta. Taygeta out here putting down plenty of damage. Once again, you can see early on in that fight why him going down was terrible. Now Bosif takes out the other tier 1, and Jury finds another kill. A third! His reset from his ultimate, but he goes down immediately, so it's a 2v2 on the objective. Bosif put in so much work for his team. They just have to close this one out. There's one more. Bandits have to defuse. You can see them holding the angles. They don't know which side it's going to approach from. The kill comes through. It's a 1v1.
But he managed to get it halfway once again and win that fight, but was not able to respawn quick enough to get the kill back. This is one of those situations where they're covering each other just enough, buying just enough space. So even when they end up taking these fights, they don't lose the entire round. They're quick to get onto the defuse. This is something that a lot of players don't think about. If you get it to halfway, you have so much more comfort in how you're able to play out the rest of the round, knowing that you don't have to do a full defuse timer before it explodes.
Yeah, now the economy is definitely pushing the way of the Bandits. The amount of money that they've gained from winning these last 2 rounds and the deficit of economy right now that the Cyclones have, their inability to be able to buy all of their weapons. You can see that already a kill comes through for the side of the Bandits, so they get an early lead. Now some smoke's going to be set up here from Tegeta on the Clove. He finds his area that he wants to smoke off, and it's going to be those showers, that far left angle that we saw 2 rounds ago the Cyclones decided to push to. Even so, Tegeta not going to full rotate, and it seems that's going to be wise because we see a brimstone smoke coming down on the B objective. He knows that there's a player here. He heard it. He saw it on his mini-map. A little bit of a blind comes out, but his teammates are dropping right now to that Odin. It is the big weapon that the Cyclones have decided to rely on for a win in this round. It's working for them so far. The shots aren't good from Tegeta, and it's only going to be 1 remaining. Trade of a kill means that the Cyclones are going to take that round.
That round went to the young playmaker on the Cyclones, Pizza Man, picking up a 3K there. I hear the calls coming from the Bandits, but it wasn't enough. This is the thing, is that the first 2 rounds, I feel like the Bandits made some smart plays, but it was their shooting that got them the ultimate win. Even with the heroics coming out of the Cyclones, right there, it seems like maybe the fundamentals, the comfort of of the Cyclones finally came through, and they were able to find another win, taking us to 2-2. You mentioned that the Bandits would want a 5-0, something really strong defining, but it looks like the Cyclones are saying we're here to fight every step of the way, each and every single one of these games. But here we go. You see there, when I said that the young gun Pizza Man, I was not kidding there in the bottom of your screen.
Yeah, very young, very gun as well. He is a up-and-comer in the UEL. He has been working really hard these last season and a half or so to really put himself on the map, and he's doing so. You can see he's on the Cyclones roster.
Did he see that Yoru teleport that just slipped by the bottom edge of his screen? I don't know if he noticed it or not. It looks like he's stepping back and finally realizing as it expires.
And it looks like his team had rotated around the backside. 2 kills from Pizza Man now. Headshots watching that shower side after taking out 2. You can see how quickly his attention changes. He's got a really quick reflex on him. Now just holding this position, he knows that his rotated teammates gave him enough time to clear out that long position on A. Now just holding showers. His teammate up there on heaven. You can see on the left side of the screen, you can see his teammate through the wall. They're going to watch this angle, but it's very possible that there's been a full rotate from the side of the Bandits on their first attack.
To me, though, the most important thing is Cypher is still up. That a lot of that utility you see out of Cypher to deny information or deny quick pushes could be set up on that B site to slow down any possible approaches, and it looks like that patience was good by Pizza Man. He was able to see. Now he's tossing to get that information, and he sees 2, but this is Pizza Man. This is Pizza Man!
Pizza Man with the 4K on the round. The information coming through from him and him alone. He is putting in the work for his team. Picks up 2 kills off of the failed rotate push by his teammates. Able to take out the 2 that took them down, and then finds 2 of his own, holding the objective by himself. When we talk about carries, I'm not looking at Jury or at Bosif anymore. I am fully locked in on Pizza Man at this point.
I'm going to give a little bit of lore while this round starts up. Last season, Pizza Man multiple times aced in like a 3v5 game of Valorant. It was the craziest thing to watch. Just him, you saw the little smile come out. That's exactly what happened. He just jumped peeking this corner, just comfortably like, yeah, okay, they might show up here. Ready to play, looking to maybe rotate, realizes that no one's here, but I hear the comms from both sides. Jury picking up that first kill on the Silver is going to help them get onto this B site, but he's still looking for information. He throws it over, he finds 1, he kills.
Let's see if we can find any more. He is, getting a little bit of information on the objective still. We know what he can do when he has a little bit of info. He pops another one, looking for this final player. He's hunting at this point. Very much playing the correct character. They hit that blind of the Yoru, takes down the Yoru of his own. And that's going to be at 3K, I think, from Pizza Man. So 4K and a 3K back-to-back rounds, and now his team sits on match point.
I was saying that those first few rounds, the Bandits found their footing. They found a few opportunities. They played well, but they shot their way out of solutions. They thought, well, if we take down Silver, if we take down Bosif, we're fine. We got some space. Every single time we managed to win those rounds, and slowly along the way, Pizza Man's just been picking up a kill here or there, and now he's fully saying the game is mine. I will secure my team a 5th point and put us comfortably in the lead.
Yeah, it seems like the hard-fought wins for the Bandits might not be coming through quite yet, even through this hard fight so far. Right now, they are down by quite a bit. They have to win 3 in a row here if they want to take this game, and Pizza Man has himself set up on this angle that he seems to favor so much. Always begins the round there, this time making a much earlier rotate than previously, deciding that he's going to help out his team earlier on. We saw Jury get that first pick last round. They do not want that to happen again, but we can see that right now, Taygeta is rotating through Showers. He has the spike. This is what the team's priority is going to be. Checking all of his angles, making his way onto the site, but falls and even drops the spike outside of Showers. So now his entire team has to rotate his way. Oh, unfortunately, they have to get to the objective. You can see that those smokes going down on the left side.
And getting hit there by Pizza Man's Prowler, he has to back up. Jury is not able to continue to walk forward. They need to get the space, because if they don't find the spike, which they have, they're planting it finally. They have to be worried here. The Flash, is he able to find a kill here? No one when he turns the corner. In fact, he just gets dropped. Silver doing a great job of putting pressure on, and as long as they get over to that diffuse, which they're able to, that is the 5th win in Valorant for the Cyclones and the 5th win in UEL for the team. The same, and I got to write Pizza Man's name down there as a key of that game, coming out and playing. I think even causing his team, the opponent, to second guess him. They knew that he was playing that U-Haul area every single time on A, and it seemed like at a certain point they were a little bit more reluctant, needing to play a slower, more calculated game as opposed to pushing in immediately like they were. Even on defense, they were confident to take races. This should be their win. If this is not their win, then I'm going to ask the question, where are the Bandits? You said that they weren't real brothers. This might not be the real Bandits in a world where I can't see a world where I know Silver's been working on CTR, but Jury is not a work on CTR.
No.
Jury is a know or you don't have it. If you don't know you can beat Jury, you don't have it ready to go, and I think his team is confident there. I wonder who they send in with him second. Do you send in Scarlet here to hopefully secure the win guaranteed, or are you willing to say, hey, Lucci and Lovejoy, one of y'all's got to show now that y'all have that extra coverage to maybe support so we can have more lineup flexibility?
Yeah, it would be our first time seeing them apart like that, so I'm actually interested to find out if we are going to get them separated. But if you want to bank on some of these fighters that are going to be a tight race between these two teams, you're going to want to leave one of those 3 players, Scarlet, Lovejoy, Lucci, any of them, you got to leave them on the sideline. So whoever can cover the most ground, leave the 2 out that can cover the entirety of the fighting game section of the wheel. We'll just have to see. I'm sure it'll come up eventually. We got to roll those fighters at some point, but whether you have 2 players, whether you have 3, your whole team should be able to cover them anyways. So Jury can go in with any one of these players, and it shouldn't be too much of a problem.
Yeah, I agree with you wholeheartedly. CTR should be pretty big for people at home, because I have a sneaking suspicion. Normally, I'm a little bit more tame and not worried about it as much. This probably is surprising a lot of people just joining us that are familiar with the league, that aren't familiar with the league.
Yeah.
5 games have been played, and all 5 have gone in the favor of the Cyclones, some from unforced errors by the Bandits, a couple of back-to-back FFs, whether they don't want to play StarCraft or they just don't correctly send in lineup for NHL. They end up losing 2 forfeits and going down exceptionally early, even in the closer ejected rivals, as well as Dragon Ball fighters that went down. If you're at home and wondering, I know we have a lot of things on screen, and you are new. You can see each team's scores. You can see the season and the week that we are. We are Season 9. And you see the timers. Now, at the bottom of your screen, you have lineups. You've seen people light up and disappear. Our lineups work very similar to baseball. Everybody has to go once before someone can go a second time. kind of figuring out how I want to say that, but in that moment, I think that that's the simplest way to go. So here, 2 of these 4 left on either side are going to go in. You'll see them get grayed out with a little in-game green marker to tell you exactly who is playing. So make sure you get your channel points in for whoever you believe is going to win. If you want a little bit of suggestion from your first time, I'd bet on the Bandits on this one. Trust me, you'll thank me later.
Yeah, one player in particular is going to be the main focus of that entire game. It's the information we're going to want first is which quadrant is Jury sitting in, and that's what we're going to have our eyes on for quite a while. One of the 2 of us lucky commentators here is going to be able to cover that, while the other one, we're going to try to fight to watch Jury, while the other has to watch the other 3 to see if anything exciting is happening over there.
I want to highlight, you forget, in the Shogun's game last Sunday, NY Chris G won by driving the best race, not by power sliding or drifting or using all these extra things. He just drove his race, so you never know. Those diamonds in the rough might just surprise you.
Sure.
I don't know against Jury.
Against Jury, we might not.
If that happened against Jury, I think everyone's changing how they play CTR.
Yeah.
Every single person in the room is like, oh, CTR, yeah.
Yeah, we'll never see a power slide again.
Now, I'm going to.
Right.
We're resource. Okay, my brain doesn't understand because you mentioned the veteranship in this league, right? If I sound perplexed, it is because this is not what I've expected from the Bandits. On the Bandits, you have multiple champions, people on multiple different teams that have won championships, multiple championships, have been in the league for an exceptionally long time. And kind of like AV hinted at, though, Jury and Tegeta maybe weren't a part of sending in lineups and doing all the extracurricular stuff as part of the league. Scarlett in the same way when he was over on the Reapers. And even still, with the veteranship that's on this team, the idea that you've used 2 timeouts, you have 1 more timeout for the next hour and 13 minutes that you want to use. You might be forced to use more. And then you have 2 more forfeits. One of those was unforced. You probably maybe considered not playing NHL anyway, but you don't know for sure. And so now I have to say you're running out of resources and you're down, so this win is going to be just as much out of your control as in your control.
Yeah, and the Cyclones right now with total control over the entirety of the game, up by 5 with the Bandits yet to take a single point. I mean, this has to be it. This CTR absolutely has to be the game that they take. Otherwise, we're questioning the Bandits. We're questioning Jury. I'm already questioning the Bandits and what's going on in that team. So Jury, as the Tier 1 player, has to lock it down for his team, get them their first win, show us that he's not the reason they're wasting all these timeouts and forfeits, at least be the singular pillar of light for your team, because right now, Bosif is killing you in the record.
And if I'm looking at y'all from a management perspective, bring somebody in to do lineups. Like that's the simplest thing. If you can remove that, we've seen this lineup perform exceptionally well. Now, we are waiting to get in the game. We have a technical timeout out there on the floor, but if you want to catch more about what's happening on the inside of the league, know what people are doing, you need to tune in for Technical Timeout, the show on the UEL Esports channel, Wednesday at 9 p.m. EST, 6 p.m. PST with Logan Summit. He brings the energy. He talks the trash. He will let you know when people are saying the most absurd things. We've had players come in and saying, I'm going to start practicing in week 3 of the season. And he has choice words that I myself would not be using, but it's always a good time and amazing to watch Logan really dial in and dig into the players, not just in punishing their mistakes, but also lifting them up higher. It's a fun time, so please come out and join us. We're going ahead and get into this game, I would hope soon. I just hope we don't lose another timeout.
Yeah. Well, the best part about that technical timeout for people who are just tuning in right now is that they actually don't have to wait until next Wednesday. They can check out last night's episode and figure out what's going on, because we've got a lot going on. He had a lot to say about this week, and it looks like so far we've got, I believe it was Jury and Lovejoy heading on in for the side of the Bandits.
And Lovejoy, you are correct. And then on the other side, it is Silver and Phoenix. I had to go ahead and take a glance there. But they're off to an amazing start here. NCAA coming up next, and I believe BOCEF should be available. College football, another one of those fun sports games. And I think this was an opportunity for them to shine. So people at home, if you're looking for the different places to keep your eyes on, Jury's going to be in that bottom left-hand corner of your screen when we get into the race. So you can see the arena here. You can see, I can tell you right now, the banners are locked in. And I know this expectation is very different here. Because I'll let you know, Speedy, if you don't already, but for the people at home, the former head coach of the Bandits, Rex, is a roommate with Lovejoy. Rex being one of those top-tier CTR players. So a lot of expectations on Lovejoy in your top right. So you're watching these diagonals.
Well, looks like we have an incorrect setup. This is supposed to be a closed race with only 4 players, and we have 8 racers in the game. So we are going to back out of there, and someone it's going to be the Cyclones losing a timeout. So the Cyclones getting a little bit flustered at the fact they have to go into this game against Jury. Suddenly the tides are returning. This one can really go in the Bandits' favor.
So I'm going to spoil it a little bit here. This is the little subtle thing that people don't realize. There's a specific difficulty called no AI. If you're not careful in setting up, and you maybe think, oh, I just put it on hard, right, and like select a number of players, and that's fine. No, that's exactly how you see right there. Cyclones, there's still some stuff you need to clean up. CTR, maybe it was a game that, my mind, that they probably wanted to forfeit. But when you go up by 5 games, I think your mentality shifts in how you play the game. You're now playing the clock way more than you're playing anything else, because all you have to do is count on your games rolling and playing well. So I'm going to do it once again. Bottom left should be Jury. Top right should be Lovejoy. Top left is Phoenix, and bottom right is Silver. So you're looking at the bottom left and right for, in my opinions, the known quantities of these teams that you can see them jump out to the first and second places, respectively, with Jury taking that early lead.
Yeah, and with how well Silver is playing, it's insane to see that Jury is that far ahead of him already. Jury just knows these maps so well. He doesn't only know how to use those boosts to his advantage and find every single angle to use them on, but he cuts the inside edges of every map so well. You can see the only time he hasn't is when he had to navigate through those rocks. So right now, does not have a defensive item to use. He will be hit by that missile, but able to make it across the finish line and finish his first lap before anybody else catches up to him. We can see the finish line not even in sight of Silver on the bottom right now. He just now finds it. So that's about how much time we have between them. But if you really want to know how much separation there is between them, if you look at the middle of the screen, you can see that each of the icons is one of those players. So now they are lined up from 1st to 4th place. That one farthest ahead in the very center of your screen right now is Jury. And then coming up on the center of the screen at the moment on that middle line is Silver. And then we do have the other 2 behind them not currently vying for a position. Jury finally gets hit by that missile, so losing a little bit of his lead, but probably going to regain it here. He just gets right back to it. And
Lovejoy, I want to touch in with him, doing a good job of holding this 3rd place spot and starting to make some difference away from Arcade. Finney here, trying his best to get a little bit more space. All things considered, I want to give a lot of respect there because he is showing kind of doing what his team would have expected of him, which is to get them and just secure and make sure he's not ending up being a 4th place player. Doing a great job, but that gap that Jury has keeps widening little by little. He's once again at the midpoint of the race as he flies through now almost at 3/4. By the time I just finish a couple of sentences.
Yeah, I mean, a quarter of the map done just like that. He's moving so quickly. He's actually extended his lead in that single quarter of the map as well. He's coming up on the finish line now, and you can see Silver in the bottom right has no way to contest him with items or anything of the sort, so Jury is going to cross that finish line, and now it's going to be Silver coming up on the finish, uses that defensive item to make sure he won't be stopped, because there is actually an opportunity for Lovejoy to catch him. Lovejoy is not too far behind. I can actually see him right now from where he is. So they are very close to each other, but it is going to be Silver finishing, and now Lovejoy will finish. And they will, they're going to leave Arcade in the dust.
Lovejoy doing a great job of, as that race went on, closing that gap with Silver, starting to put some pressure on him. Now there's a situation where you have to ask, Silver's not just chasing Jury, trying to take first away. Silver's trying to make sure he can, at the bare minimum, get second every single one of these races, he has to be able to stay in front of Lovejoy. Now we're getting into the second race. This is a cup. There'll be 4 total races, and we jump out to an early lead. Silver bumping, using his weight to try to stay in front, but we already see Jury slip by. And whose clock was that? Was that Silver's clock? One of the Cyclones managed to help get their Tier 3 out to an early lead, but now that Jury is back to full size, I don't think he's going to let Silver hold on to that for free.
Yeah, it's going to be Silver in the lead for the moment. We're going to have to see how long that lasts, and it already is gone. Jury took a very nice shortcut that got him into first place there. We can see that Silver is tailing behind, already kind of losing sight of Jury. That's just how quickly he can get away from you. I mean, catching him is one thing, but trying to stay ahead of him, almost impossible. Silver, one of the few people to do it for that long. So, not going to be too much of a fight for the moment, but maybe some of these items that will come out that will change the course of the game. We can see that Jury has that bubble. That is ideal for him. That is going to keep him really safe, because if anything does target him, he's going to be able to keep separating himself and defend himself from being hit by anything, which will just give him more and more time to push away from the pack. I mean, look how far ahead he is already. He's more confident on this map than he was on our first map, and Silver on the bottom right falling off the map is actually just at the same time as Lovejoy falls off the map. So I was going to say something about Lovejoy catching up to him, but he fell off at the same time. Lovejoy not taking the same shortcut, which gives a little bit of time here to Silver to get ahead. But it's going to be between that second and third place right now, and Silver falls back into third as Lovejoy gets ahead of him.
And Lovejoy having that bubble, stopping any interaction, and now we start to see that gap widening. And I'm just going to draw attention to it. Jury's about to lap somebody. They better keep on moving.
Oh, man.
Because if he gets this shortcut one more time, never mind. Luckily, he finished the race. Please don't get lapped by the Ghost.
Yeah, I was going to say, we'll see if the AI laps him instead. And with that clock going down, too, it's actually going to slow down. Everyone not named
second,
Silver.
though. This is important. He keeps his team in the race every one of these second places that he can get. Yes, we can. It's really fun, like you said, to watch Jury and watch him find the shortcuts and really maximize his time up on these laps. But Silver once again going wide, hitting this wall. But Lovejoy, importantly, had crashed out, meaning he's not able to recover like he did on the previous lap. Trying the shortcut, but doesn't have the speed to make the turn, and that puts him in fourth. If Arcade Finney can finish this race out strong, this is going to be exceptionally strong. I think if he can get a third, that's amazing.
Yeah. Wow. All right, so Arcade grabbing that third place starts to even it out. Even still, Jury getting first place, despite his teammate getting fourth, they will still take one more point on that game than the other team will take. So it'll be 10 points for a first and fourth place, a 9 and 1 combination, and then a 6 and 3 combination for second and third will give 9 points. So the Cyclones still did lose a point in that game.
And if you didn't think the stress was high enough, I watched Arcade Finney wipe his brow.
I was so tense there for a moment. I don't know how Arcade even managed to stay on the map there for a moment, but he did. He was using the entire curvature that his controller would allow him to, but now, unfortunately, going to be hitting these walls inside of this castle. There are so many places to fall off the map, bump into walls. We can see that there's a really hard time navigating it here from Arcade. Maybe an even harder time from Silver, who's only just barely about to pass Arcade.
This is one of those things that what you don't want to see is a top 2 finish from the Bandits. Now, if you're a Bandits fan, I know you're laughing, cheering, yelling at home. This was the Bandits you expected to see on the day. You expected them to drop and put out tons and tons of damage here. But moving around this map quickly, let's check in on Jury. Jury's only half a lap ahead of the rest of the pack.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah.
Finally hitting a wall there and losing his speed, but is immediately back to sliding and boosting to keep his already impressive lead growing even more.
Yeah, coming up on this final lap here, I want people to watch Jury's screen in the bottom left, because we've seen how difficult navigating this entire map is. Everybody falling off of the maps, hitting into walls because of how close quarters it is. Watch Jury in the way that he navigates these corners here, how well he knows this map. As he gets into the beginning of the castle, we may see him get hit by a missile, which might mess up his flow, but look at the way he navigates, finding those corners. He is outrunning this missile right now. It is so far behind him. He doesn't lap that player, ends up hitting him with the acid, and that missile's going to start catching up. You can see it moving toward him on the middle of the screen. It's about to catch him, and there it goes, collides with him finally.
He was so far ahead. It required him getting hit with 2 other things for the blue orb to hit him. That is insanity in terms of speed.
Yeah, that missile, I think, is on lap 2 by the time it hits him already. So Jury out here in the lead, the way he's navigating this map. Silver ends up falling through the map. He's going to be in 3rd place, and now this is an opportunity here for Lovejoy to take 2nd. He does stay on the map at that tricky part. Maybe doesn't navigate the corner quite as cleanly as his teammate, but in the top right, there is a chance for Lovejoy to take the 2nd place and kind of put a close on this one, make it just about impossible for the Cyclones to come back.
This TNT is going to be important. He's got to get it off his head. He manages to do so. He's managing to avoid. He's managing to keep a lead. And now it looks like the Cyclone players are competing amongst themselves to see who's going to get 3rd and who's going to get 4th. As we round this bin, Lovejoy is now about half a lap ahead himself.
Yeah.
And I think that this is going to end up being a Bandits win. Oh, a nice dodge into a wall. That's fine. Dodge the hazard and is not feeling too much pressure. Finishes the game out. And I think I'm going to take a wild guess at this point, Speedy. This might be a Bandits win.
Yeah, I think that one actually closed the that's a mathematical separation that is impossible to be closed by the Cyclones now, because with a 1st and 4th finish, 1st and 3rd finish, and a 1st and 2nd, there is now no more opportunity, I believe, because there are no 1st places on the board, no 9-point collectives for the side of the Cyclones. I don't think they can come back in this one, even with a 1st and 2nd place finish.
See here pretty briefly if they press A for us. I saw a 27, a 15, a 10, and a 5, I want to say.
Yeah, even if that's... So if that's the 27 and the 10 together, that would be 37, 15, and 5 together, 20. You'd have to get 17 points, which you just can't close that. There's only it's 15 points left to go if you get a 1st and 2nd place.
Very seriously, for people at home that don't know, if you win all 4 races, if one player gets 1st in all 4 races, you're guaranteed to win.
Yes.
You have to dethrone them at some point. But even beyond that, Lovejoy managing to pull a 2nd place out does also secure, because it means that the points just aren't there. The moment you lose a race like that in what was otherwise an incredibly close game of you going 2nd, 3rd, you end up being out of the points. Now, I'm giving credit here to Lovejoy. Lovejoy's moving and really controlling his boost there and manages not to touch that wall there. I could compliment Jerry all every time I watch him play this game. It won't change the fact that he's playing what looks like a different map than everyone else.
Yeah, it really does. He's got separation between him and everyone else the entire time. But like you said, Lovejoy, this is the 2 maps that we just had, the 3rd and 4th maps of this circuit, are some of the hardest to drift corners around in the entire game. So Lovejoy being able to avoid bumping into these walls, losing momentum, and slowing down is huge. And it shows that it's not just Jury carrying this team. Everyone else has been putting in practice as well to make sure they can support him and do their part in this game.
And it looks amazing. Boop, boop. All the little bounces. Jury has finished the lap, by the way. Everyone else is about a quarter of a lap behind, making their move. We see a slow there come out of Silver, slowing down the rest of the competition and moving forward. Blue orb coming out, so Jury has to. Let's see if he can outrun it this time. Jury, you got the speed this time to outrun it? Nah, it looks like it's closing in.
Yeah, it did finally catch up with him. He wasn't able to grab that item box either, so this next missile that locks on is also going to connect with him and start closing the gap a little bit more. But look how much room he made in that little bit of time. They had almost caught him, and he made room to get away once again. He has not lapped anyone this time, so this isn't him just getting ahead of them by an entire 1.3 laps or anything like that. Now, Jury is surprisingly only slightly ahead in this one, and by slightly I mean a quarter of the map. He's on his way toward the end of the 2nd lap here, so he's going to be on his final lap, and all he has to do is keep this momentum. Lovejoy doing the same, already past the halfway point. In fact, the entire lobby already passed the halfway point, so closing in on this last quarter of the 2nd lap is going to show us what everyone's positions are going to be in the final lap, the last little hurdle of this game. Oh, goodness, another blue orb coming out, going to lock onto Jury. so far ahead, finally connects. Yeah, I mean, they using these blue orbs, getting so lucky. The entire rest of the lobby has been lucky enough to start slowly catching up to him, but he just keeps pushing his lead every single time.
I'm laughing here because Lovejoy's holding onto a blue orb, and he
Yeah.
could always have some fun to be like, whoa, 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 don't finish that fast, all right? You're making me look bad now, okay.
Yeah, they do have a guaranteed win in this one, but you could always help Jury pad his stats a little bit by letting him get this first place here. So something to look at is that the only player with 10 Wumpa Fruit right now is Jury. He's the only one that seems to care that that's going to speed up how quickly he races on the flat ground when he's not boosting. When he's not boosting, having 10 Wumpa Fruit puts him at max speed. However, every other player, we see 4-2 as Lovejoy gets hit by 2 missiles in a row. And now it's going to be 2 for Jury. Special delivery. He takes that second one, but he is going to finish this map before anybody else can really get close. Lovejoy with a decent lead as well. It's actually just the 2 teammates from the Cyclones that are locked in that 3rd and 4th place battle. Not what you want when you're already mathematically disqualified from the game. You want to at least try to close the distance. It's not going to quite happen. And we've got a wrong way as well. Jury backing across the finish line. I'm not sure how many of those we've had, but Jury wanted to just BM the lobby. Wraps it up with a little bit of style.
Yeah, we were joking a little bit, but at the end of the day, we saw it last time, similar when they played against the Click. Jury, you either have it or you don't. Even his teammates tend to finish at least half a lap back behind him. So you can put on a good show. You put up a good fight, but I don't think the Bandits are happy, but the Cyclones aren't too mad about that. They burned almost the rest of our first hour out going into NCAA with Ambushman and Baba Yagan's available for the Cyclones, and on the flip side, Lucci Sama as well as Scarlet Rift.
Yeah, so we did talk about, I didn't want to break the bad news to you before, but you did say that Bosif might be available for this NCAA, for this college football. That is not the case because, remember, we were having that conversation about whether it would be Scarlet, Lovejoy, or Lucci that would go in. There were 4 players on either side. So a little bit of math. I know we had to do a ton of it for CTR2. Hopefully you're all keeping up with us at home. 5 minus 1 is 4. That is a separation that we have between the Cyclones and the Bandits. Quick maths. I'm really, really good at it, as you can tell. I'm an English major for a reason. Yeah, but we do have the Bandits finally picking up their first win, now heading into college football. They want to try to pick up their second, and with Bosif not being available for this one, there's definitely a more even playing field for the team.
I think, if I remember correctly, Bobby Yoggins was pretty excited, at least about Madden last season. So I'm hoping that maybe he translate that a little bit forward, pick up the college football, and is able to continue to perform. And then I got to look at Lucci. I know that college football is not Scarlet's wheelhouse. Far more willing to throw hands than maybe a football. Not that he can't. I'm pretty sure that if you ever see Scarlet, he's got the size to be a good football player. You don't want to take a hit in-game or in real life. So ultimately here, I don't know who actually has the edge because it might come down to just whichever side feels more comfortable on the sticks. I know that the Bandits, though, they're looking to get this done and dusted as quick as possible, while the Cyclones, maybe the winds start to slow a little bit just to slow down the entire game.
Yeah, you got to slow the bleeding, but we actually are going to get a forfeit from the Bandits, surprisingly, just extending that lead against the Cyclones. Now, I'm not quite as good when the numbers get real big like this, but I do think 6 minus 1 is 5. So just furthering that separation between these two teams right now and kind of leaving it up to the wheel to decide what they're going to actually be able to try to come back on. Street Fighter 6 is what is decided, and we do have a full roster reset as well following that college football, so it's going to be 5 players from each team. It's going to be the top 5 optimal players.
I don't know who I have favored in Street Fighter 6. Street Fighter's a lot different. In more traditional fighters, I tend to want to favor Scarlet. Not because Silver's bad, but Silver has found his bag more in the anime fighters. You even heard him say that that's not really Scarlet's wheelhouse. So it'll be interesting to see who's able to take the lead, or even greater, because you don't recover health in how we play Street Fighter, who's going to take or who's going to have the most help, I should say, whose team is going to take more of that player's respective life on the way to a victory. But again, I want to give a compliment to Jury for getting his team on the board and finding them a win. Now, if they could just not need to FF. So that's going to have to be a lineup thing. My assumption's got to be that neither Lucci nor Scarlett felt comfortable playing the game. That's also why at home, if you're ever in the UEL, feel free to go ahead and sign up, join the Discord, jump in, and be ready for Season 10, a prize pool of well over $1 million. Sit down with confidence. Don't care what the game is. You could have never touched it a day in your life. I could play, Speedy, have you played Hello Kitty Island Adventure? And you might be like, no. I'm just going to need you to set it down. Just sit down with confidence, being like, oh, yeah, level 6 is my favorite, and just be ready to play. And some teams might go ahead and be like, I don't really know this that well, but he looks comfortable at the very least. Yeah. And so the Cyclones showing off a little bit, looking to find their first win. They are up right now. What about you? Any characters you want to see for Street Fighter?
Cinema Roll. Oh, Street Fighter. I'm sorry. I thought we were still talking about Hello Kitty Island Adventure. For Street Fighter, that's a good question. I think everybody knows that I do favor Chun-Li. I like the classic playstyle of Chun-Li. Really, all of the classic characters, if you get Cammy, Chun-Li, Ken, any of those classic styles, I definitely favor that more because I think it shows two things. It's never a middle of the road. It's either you've been playing since the classics of Street Fighter or you're brand new to the game and want to pick up something simple. Everyone who's been around in Street Fighter 4 and 5 has picked up another character along the way. None of them have stuck with Ken, Ryu, Chun-Li. They've all moved on at this point. But if you started with 1 or 2 or 2 Part 2 or 2 Part 3 or 2 Part 4 or 2 World Tour or any of the other versions of Street Fighter 2.
You're not wrong.
Hey, you didn't know I knew that much about fighting games, did you? If you know any of the other early Street Fighter games, you're more likely going to lean towards those classic characters because they have the mechanics of the game have changed, but they've done a great job of leveling the playing field to the point that everyone can still keep a ton of their same move sets, a lot of their same inputs. So much of the game is still similar. You could have 20 years of experience in Street Fighter, and that experience is still relevant today, which is fantastic. Speaking of experience, we've got a Tier 1 matchup to look at right now. Bosif and Jury. Now, we obviously know that this one is going to lean the way of Bosif, but Jury not looking quite as terrible as the rest of his team. He is at 1-2 as his record right now. He does have a win in Racers and a loss in Shooters. We can ignore that loss on the Racers. That did not happen. Yes, it did. Oh, yes, it did. What am I talking about? Yes, it absolutely did. Ejected Rivals. His team lost. I completely forgot about that.
The very first game of the day.
Yeah.
Jury having a loss in Racers is not something I would have expected. But with a game that's 1-6, it's hard for me to otherwise – I almost feel – I don't know how I expected that to look. But even still, just the loss in Racers is the thing that stands out to me. I think it's a category that if Jury's available for, it's hard-pressed. We just saw it. But if he's not available – or I guess in some cases, a game like Ejected Rivals, which I remember talking with him after their first game, wasn't the biggest fan of. You can find some energy. So, AV, we called on you a few times, so I'm going to call on you one more time to let know what's going on the floor after that very first win from the Bandits. And
Bandits out here looking like the Season 6 Bandits, bro. I don't know what's going on here. They can't set nothing up. They need Rex, bro. There's no Rex here. He's not a part of the team anymore. And you can already see what's happening right now.
So I just want to confirm then. College football, was that another setup issue?
Nope, they just forfeited.
Oh, okay,
they just forfeited. And Lucci said it was his fault, which it probably was.
All right. Well, I don't. Yeah, Bandit's not in the greatest position right now. There's still a 5-point deficit in this game. Street Fighter 6, chance for them to turn it around. I think they've got a shot, honestly. I think the Bandits do have an opportunity here to turn this one around. It would be nice to see them win this one as a team. I thought it was going to be an opportunity for them in Valorant to do so, take a 5v5, win as a team, and all get a little bit of a boost, not only on their stats, but in their confidence as well. There have to be middle ground games here. It can't be everything Cyclones and a couple of games for the Bandits. The Bandits have to start fighting for these games. They have to start playing a lot harder, and honestly, it might be a week-to-week thing. They may need to be practicing harder.
It's one of those things that I know a lot of teams have been in the conversation of not practicing enough. The season had a big step up in terms of the pay scale, obviously going to $1 million. And a lot of this new tier system, I think a lot of players are still trying to find where they stand. A lot of players wanted to argue for higher tiers and are now realizing that with higher tiers comes higher expectations.
Yeah.
And greater expectations are never easy to deal with. But Street Fighters now, this moment, I'm looking at the team with multiple champions. Whether that, I think Jerry had moved on to the Ryus to keep it simple. He just needs to do his job. Scarlet has varied who he plays. I'm trying to remember. I think he might be on Ryu as well now. He was playing Vega last game, but not available now, so just swapped up. And on the flip side, Bosif, we get to see you in fightings. That's my. If there's one category where Bosif is not a tier 1, it is fighting games. So I need Bosif to come out here right now and prove me wrong, prove a lot of the league wrong, and show that he recognized the responsibility he took by stepping in that tier 1, maybe expanding his coverage where a lot of people didn't expect him to be willing to put in the time, the effort, or ultimately grow as a player to fill those shoes.
Yeah, big shoes to fill, but there's only so many options on the team when it's a 5v5 game. They did have their entire roster available, but oftentimes when you come down to 4v4s and 5v5s, your tier 1's just going to have to go in. It's one of those responsibilities we were just talking about. If you're a tier 1 player, you got to play everything. You can't be willing to sit anything out. And even though Psycho might be a bit more well-rounded, it is Bosif that holds that responsibility. He always will throughout the season. He's going to have to get used to it unless they want to swap these players' tiers, which I don't even know if it's possible for them. Depends on their contract. Silver, however, in that tier 3 spot, we don't often get that far down the list when we're talking about the top of the team. Silver's been showing up and out as well. He's been another dominant performer, so it's not just the tier 1 or the top 2. It's all of the top 3 for the Cyclones that are making the difference here. Meanwhile, the Bandits, it's a kind of a fight for the bottom 3. I would say the bottom 3 to decide if they're going to be strong enough to compete with other teams in the league. I wouldn't even place it on top teams. I think it's just teams in general. Are they well-rounded enough to go up against other end gamers in any category?
Are we going to constantly be looking and wondering what Bandits team shows up on the day? I want to go back to what you said about Silver, because I think Silver is a player that for a few seasons prior to this felt a lot, found himself under the microscope of the league and found himself taking the brunt of criticism from a lot of players, a lot of people, a lot of even commentary. We kind of looked at him and said, like, hey, you've been here for a while. We know that you can do better than what you're doing. And I think he has really taken the steps to get better and to grow and to just overall become a better player in the long run. So we're now setting all the teams up, and the finals will be next.
Yeah, I'd say the interesting pick here when we see those rosters is that Ed on the side of, I believe that's the Bandit side if they are the player 1. Then it would be the Bandit side, which they're starting off with the Cammy as well, which is one of those characters. Actually, both of these two to start. I'm interested to see how they're going to play this. He's a classic Ryu over on that player 2 side. So I do want to see how he navigates that. I want to see if we can really put a few specifics on the difference between a classic player and a modern player. Of course, classic meaning that you need to make all the exact inputs, the quarter circles, the half circles, all of the correct timings on your inputs, whereas a modern playstyle would involve less demanding button presses, less demanding inputs, but it does cost you a little bit of your damage. It doesn't hit quite as hard, so you're more guaranteed to get what you're looking for and be able to string together what you'd like, but you're not going to put on quite the same maximum damage.
And this is what I love to see. So we will get a confirmation on who is on which side for each team. My expectation here actually is that they've put Pizza Man on modern Cammy. It's a simpler option. It's something where you can tell him to do very specific button presses to cover very specific options. But we have to see here this fireball pressure looking very good from the Ryu, just keeping the Cammy at bay, finally stepping forward, taking a little bit more damage. And what's going to matter here is how well you're able to preserve all of your life. Both sides just trying to find an opportunity to get damage in. And here we go, blocks into a nice punish combo, and this goes back to that simplicity. You're able to find a little bit more damage on each opportunity and each hit. Nice EX Fireball, steps up and immediately takes space, tries to get some pressure, throws into the corner, and now you're in dangerous mode. Tries to drive impact, but has to block it out and find your punish, which you did there. No super Good job blocking. You're not going to get stunned there, but you got to be careful against this wall because you can't block another drive impact from here. You will be stunned and finally gets hit, and we'll see. And, yes, that was, in fact. So on the left side of your screen, in the player 1 spot will be the Cyclones, and on the player 2 side will be the Bandits.
Yeah, good start from Jury, but also a good start from Pizza Man. Maybe we should have expected that cameo was Pizza, considering the other option. Considering that the other option would have been that Pizza Man would be on a classic Ryu, I think that should have been our dead giveaway, but it's very clear that that's not the case. So we do have Jury still going back in on that classic Ryu, and we're going to see what he's going up against here. I believe it's going to be back-to-back Zangiefs from the side of the Cyclones. I think that's what they have next in their 2 and 3 spot. So a very grapple-heavy character. We see it a lot in the UEL for players who... Oh, I'm sorry. We're going to get a Ryu first, and it's going to be Arcade on the Ryu stepping in.
Yep, an Arcade here on the modern Ryu. And I always like to suggest, even to people that have been playing fighting games for a little bit, if you're not native to fighting games, modern allows you to think about what you're trying to do, right? You see that Arcade is trying to find his opportunity and find his damage, but Jury right now, showing why he's a tier 1, he has his game plan and he's sticking to it. You got to show that you can get past these fireballs before I even stop throwing them. You got to just step up, block, jump, throwing a few back, but is not able to compete with this, and unfortunately dying to the fireballs. Who's sitting down next? Bo Seif. Now, this is the big question that we had. Next up is going to be a Kin.
Yeah, Jury is actually going to go into this next round with more health than he started the second round with. He was able to recover by finishing in only 27 seconds. 28
perfect.
seconds.
It was effectively a perfect round, which lets him get that extra little bit of health back. Bosif having a few button changes, which tells me he's dabbled in the game a little bit. And here we go. The Kin masters himself. You asked for Kin. There's nothing more Street Fighter than Ryu versus Kin. And one thing I'm looking at, and he's throwing his own fireballs out. Nice jump in. Isn't able to find any damage. And, again, not doing something huge, just getting his confirmed damage that he was able to get it. And a nice job using the DP to break his way through, and now backing up and getting himself some more space. I don't want you just always hitting the attack button. Just look for your opportunities. And you got to watch for that secondary fireball. Trying to creep forward. He got to do his best to keep this pressure up on Jury. When he had the pressure up on Jury, he was fine. And it looks like someone told him to try to either super or to parry those fireballs. That allows him to continue to keep hold of ground without having to back up anymore. He looks for a DP, maybe hoping for a button, and the jump to bait it. Jury is baiting out him to do something. But here we go, finding some opportunities. That DP whips, but there wasn't ready for a punish, but manages to find another touch. And here we go. But the low hit, and we see the rise of the fist here. And now we come. I want to come to the two players on the side. The Ed here is either going to, I believe this is going to be Psycho.
Okay.
The Kin is going to be Silver. Stepping past that. Jury's doing an amazing job here of just getting this job, and we're starting to hear some life out of those Bandits players.
Absolutely.
They've been quiet this entire game, and they start to seem be having at least some fun on this side of the road. Yeah. So, Psycho, this is what I need you to do. 1, take down Jury, minimal damage.
Yeah.
Then chip away at this roster. This is now a tier 1 and 2 affair. You and Silver have to make your way through.
Jury may honestly be the least of his worries at this point, and that's not saying anything small about Jury. It's just saying so much from the rest of his teammates. Jury put out a little bit of damage, but that might be a full recovery from Psycho. It's going to be a lot of health back, and that's max. So
ultimately, Jury did his job. He took out 3 of the 5 players. And now has to find an opportunity. The issue with Zangief is you can make 2, 3 wrong guesses and you will die. We see Lucci Sama sitting down. Lucci showing out against the Paladins, finding some wins unexpectedly, had the entire arena chanting his name. And now let's see if he can't do a similar thing in Street Fighter. Already off to a great start, managing to get huge damage in. Good job by Psycho, though. Ready to punish into the level 3. He's going to get big damage here and set himself up to regain control of this round. So let's see what the follow-up is. He's going to throw another fireball, and it looks like he does. Trying to keep the Zangief out. He doesn't want to have to deal with any of the throws. But there you go. All Lucci's got to do is get close enough and get another scoop. And he looked for the air grab, wasn't able to, but here we go. Big combo out. It's going to come down. Psycho stepping up. I like the idea. He's getting aggressive. He's not just waiting back. He's not just playing scared. He's showing that he's going to stop. Lucci has to find his way in. Each one of these steps, is he able to do it without getting hit? But he whiffs the throw, and that leads to his fall. That is one of the modern Zangiefs down, but he dealt so much damage to Psycho.
Yeah, with really only 2 connections. One minor hit at the beginning and then 2 big connections were all it took to get him that low. We saw the level 3 come out, the very strategized gameplay, honestly, coming out from the side of Psycho, and all it got equalized by was 2 good grabs. So it really didn't take much for that one to get evened up. That's just how dangerous Zangief is, but it costs so much because you have to close that distance every single time, which opens you up to a lot of opportunities from your opponent. So that is the dichotomy of playing Zangief. We'll have to see if there's anything that Psycho will be able to do against Taygeta Zangief coming in now.
Taygeta Zangief, I got to see. I don't think I've seen Taygeta play this game, so he's also on modern Zangief. He's looking to just find his opportunities. Yep, you get too close, he's gonna scoop, he's gonna grab you. Nice job, and it looks like Psycho's willing to just now try to chip him away. Doesn't have a lot of drive meter, so now returning to this fireball, keeping him far away on the screen. Finally connects with one of those drive impacts, and then now should be able to get some good damage. No super there to continue. Once again, going back to this gameplay, this is what the fundamentals happens. He's looking for you to jump in and want to press a button. Now, the scary thing is he could be grabbed if Taygeta is aware, but at the same time, each one of these shots is getting his team back into the game. Nice job. I like the adaptation saying you like to do it every single time, I'll punish you. But now burnt out means each one of these fireballs is going to do some chip damage. He can't just sit here and block. He has to avoid as many as he possibly can. But you see Psycho just stopping, but this could be the death of him. No, he doesn't find a hit, and Psycho should be able to close out here. Does he choose to spin? He doesn't even have to. That's 3 players down. All that's left now is Lovejoy and Scarlet. Psycho showing why they made him a tier 2, showing why he's able to talk up his fighting game skills. He's able to find win after win. He has looked patient. He's looked in control. He looks like he understands exactly what he needs to do. But now on the other side of the road is Kin, a.k.a. Lovejoy. And now both sides playing on that far side. Yeah, I think this is going to end up being a fireball war. Psycho willing just to catch all of these fireballs and step back a little bit more. He's trying to get Lovejoy to maybe move in. It looks like Lovejoy thinking that he might just burn himself out, but Psycho doing a great job of just tapping this parry and ensuring that he gets his drive meter and keeps it up, but he's running out of health. He doesn't have enough opportunities. He's going to have to find a moment to go in. And now with these being a very consistent timing, I'm looking for Psycho to maybe jump over and look for a punish. Psycho doesn't have an opportunity. He has 60 seconds. He has to be able to get through. All right, let's see what we're doing. And there he does. He was looking for his opportunity. He wasn't able to find it, the immediate DP, but now we're back to the same situation. Now, you notice that Lovejoy immediately backed up. He doesn't want him to be that close. Good job. Psycho now just trying to get as much damage as he possibly can. Not able to go, and the DP immediate follow-up finally ending Psycho's reign. I think they were smart to put Lovejoy there. Lovejoy sitting back and stepping back, and now it's an all-kin affair. There's only 3 kins that remain, but Lovejoy sitting back and realizing, cool, I don't need to pressure you. I don't need to come in. I have the life lead. I'm going to throw these fireballs. Show me that you can get around. Psycho with one unfortunate drop. If he could have confirmed into, say, CA there, he could have gotten a bunch of damage onto Lovejoy. Lovejoy going to be roughly at full health, though, going into this fight.
Silver coming in now. He's coming in against Lovejoy, but if he wins this matchup against Lovejoy, it'll be him against Scarlet again. Last time Silver was able to win that one, but he talked about Scarlet not being as proficient in anime fighters. This is not an anime fighter. I'm interested to see if this would be the one that Scarlet takes the win on against Silver to even them up 1-1.
And let's see. You hit it on the head. He's resetting everything to default, and I think he just wants to make sure these buttons are where he's used to them beating, and I heard the live call, so this is not a button check. We're getting into game, immediately starting with his own fireballs and jumping in, and this is what I wanted to see before. Now, Lovejoy has shown his response there. Once you get past the fireballs, he wants to DP you. You need to go from there, but this time looking to just catch you with the DP every time you jump over. And now, Silver, you're losing a lot of health here. But notices he's near the wall and is going to be able to get some damage and start. But Lovejoy not willing to just sit there either, looking for the grab as well, trying to look for some opportunities. Lovejoy, I'm loving what I'm seeing right now. Just using these strong fundamentals to ensure that he's getting as much damage as possible. And now Silver's in dangerous territory because even if he makes it to the next round, and that's a big if, as Lovejoy brings him down to 25%, he's got to find this opportunity, make everything you can here. You know, all the damage you can muster there. Not the biggest one, chooses to block the DP, and this is where he chooses to burn out, where he's going to bring as much damage as he can. Doesn't get a super there, but the throw will end the round, trying to save out as much as he can.
Almost didn't end the round, but thankfully on that low able to take the win. So he will be able to see Scarlet, although only on about a fifth of a tank. He is looking really low. He's not going to have a lot to work with. He's going to have a really impressive showing if he wants to beat Scarlet here.
All I want out of Scarlet is any button confirmed into level 3 will win this game. It is there's not a guess. I don't have to wonder. I don't even have to question. I just have to sit here and only be able to say to anybody out there in the room, drive impact on right stick. Okay, Silver, talk to you. You know, notice he's picking something a little bit different. He's making sure all his buttons right there where they're supposed to be.
That's not what I would want to see if I were his opponent. I wouldn't want to know that he's got a custom move set, but I'm sure Silver already knows about his custom move set, so we'll just have to see how he matches up into it. The first hit coming out from Scarlet, he starts it off. Silver wanting to start with the pressure, and he does get a good throw to kick it off. We're going to see if Scarlet can respond or if he wants to take his time with it, and it's going to be Scarlet now putting out the pressure. Gets the throw for the finish.
So that was one of the things. I wanted to point out, we didn't have a chance because of how well they did it. Notice there were no fireballs thrown that round.
Yeah.
Both of them respected the fact that each one was able to threaten and put a lot of pressure down. But ultimately, we just saw the consistent movement forward because Scarlet knows, hey, cool, I hit you with one low, hit you with two lows. Now I just set up a situation where do you know how to deal with it? That was a plus move into a drive rush, which gives him even more plus frames. I'm getting a little bit technical. Basically, it was his turn into his turn, and you have to know not to press something, which we saw Silver press something, which guaranteed his death there. But now moving on to the finals, which I know a game you're excited to see.
Absolutely, yeah, one of the newer games on the wheel. It just came in this season, and we are playing it in a 5v5 format. Obviously, we only have two teams, so it's not going to be that 3v3v3, sometimes v another 3 that we're used to. It's actually going to be 5v5, a big just collective of destruction, honestly. We're going to see RPGs. We're going to see heavies crashing through buildings. There's 3 different classes to be played in this game. There are lights, mediums, and heavies. They all have different roles. Lights are all about putting out damage, the absolute most that they can. It's about movement, being able to put out damage and have a lot of movement, but they do have the least amount of health. Mediums, they have a medium amount of health, as you would assume. They have healing abilities. They have turrets that they can put down. Now, these are all options. They don't get all of these at once, but they can heal their teammates if that's what they opt to play as. They can put down turrets if that's what they opt to have as their ability. So a lot of different play styles, even within the different classes. You can build your team different ways, but the most important part of this game, unlike some class shooters, is still the shooting. It is important that you win your gunfights. Optimization of how much health you have on your team and how you're going to be able to put out destruction and play the objective. That's always nice, but it is still a first-person shooter at the end of the day, and putting out the most amount of damage does get you the win. We've seen teams pull it out with very little health pools, just putting out damage with a lot of mediums and maybe a light or two, and then some teams opt for 1 heavy, 2 mediums, 2 lights. They want to kind of flesh out the entire playing field, and that works for them too.
Yeah, I think a lot of really good information there. A lot of very strong shooter players in the building. I think we need to start evolving UEL a little bit, maybe throwing things in person, see just if their hand-eye coordination inside and outside of the game are the same. I might have to test you a couple times. I know you're big on Overwatch. Just you're in the middle of a fight, tanking or whatever, and I just like, hey, yo, Speedy, heads up.
Yeah.
And just throw something your way. But these players are ready for whatever is tossed their way because of these SurfThing PCs. They play any and every single game, 33 games across 5 genres. Here in the UL, they are the only UEL-approved PCs, and you can see just how lickety-split quick they got us into this game of the finals. Head on over to SurfThing.com to go ahead and grab you a SurfThing PC. And it looks like we might be seeing a different game mode that we've seen previously in the UEL.
So it's going to be a different map. Same game mode that we usually see, which will be this control. It's kind of like a push mode for those of you who are more familiar with Overwatch. There is a platform that they're going to be fighting over, and as they get on it, we're going to be watching right now. I believe this is duck season that we're watching at the moment. So this is going to be the Bandits that get the first control. Now this map here is the Japanese theme map. You can see that throwing out this cover, covering both sides of the objective so the fight doesn't start there. That's going to be that handgun that the lights are so dangerous. And this is Taygeta playing it. Gets a kill from afar. And now trying to find its way to the objective. Oh, falls pretty far down the map. You can see all the destruction coming out. A big feature of this game. Taygeta having to climb over some of it, unable to get through any other way. And he gets hit on the head by some falling infrastructure, so unable to climb the platform. He will be able to move back there soon. If you look down next to his handgun on the, steps on a boost platform on accident. Gonna make his way toward the objective. Now you see he's gone invisible. This is the ability that he's chosen for playing this light class. He wants to be invisible so he can move around for free. And he does get to a good position for free as well. Now looking to get himself up on the objective. Takes a lot of fire damage immediately. Getting this RPG launched at him. He's gonna get off. He knows his health pool is not high enough. Some of his teammates are taking that though, and they're picking up kills as well, so they're getting the control that they need to continue the push. Now he's gonna find this ladder, and he's gonna get back inside, but he's a decent way away from the platform now. Now we're going to move over to the side of the Cyclones, and we watch them try to approach the platform, a couple of them together off of a revive. Really hard to get control on all of this infrastructure. You can see the Bandits are a swarm right now. I don't know if there was a single person on the platform. They all came out of their little hidey holes to come swarm the objective as the Cyclones tried to grab onto it. You see this grappling hook right now that Bosif is using is a really, really popular one for this game mode to make sure you can always get up on that objective.
And I wanted to jump in just to say that this is one of the few shooters they have won in both of their matchups, both against Click. They had a comeback victory, and against the Paladins, it was a kind of a similar early game where they fell behind. But this is the first game we've seen them take dominance early, and it doesn't look like they want to give it up. They've now defined the finals as one of their games to play. And we saw Phoenix and Bosif, Arcade and Bosif trying their best to focus up. But here we go. Now we're on to the man himself in the hood, Lucci-sama. His teams, everyone is communicating together. I hear the yells. Everyone is talking about who is where and what they need to do. We see Lucci on this medium, and they just have full control of the platform. We might see just a full-on win here with the pressure and their ability just to constantly stagger all of the kills. So none of the Cyclone players are able to get back together to be able to play.
Right. Yeah, Lucci climbing some terrain I honestly didn't even know was climbable on this map. Able to make it back onto the objective. Throwing out some incendiaries, trying to put down damage as he makes his way in, but he's actually going to take damage from it. Now he does have a 1v1 to take, but he had to reload, and he'll go down to Bosif, who's making his way in now on that light. Let's see if Bosif can pick up another one. Looks like he's putting out damage and hasn't died yet. We do see Taygeta gets another kill, doing an insane amount of damage for this team right now.
And as I look around...
Oh, my goodness. The approach from Bosif. The Bandits just have it locked down.
Oh, okay. Well, you know, that's hot.
Oh, and he gets trapped in the map terrain and the objective. There's no destruction on it, and he's going to die to the fire damage. Bosif bewildered on how he lost that one, but getting trapped in the map terrain, it was not a good place to climb. Going to switch up his class a little bit. Oh, man, that War Machine is putting down so much damage, that grenade launcher there. It looks like that is another win for the side of the Bandits. They are still in control.
Now we're looking at Arcade. doing his best to get his team up and try to keep them in the fight, bringing Bosif back. They're going to have to make a stop here shortly. They don't have much more room to give up. But as they try to approach the site, these turrets immediately finding them, immediately putting down damage, forcing them further and further back. How do you cut through what feels like this impenetrable wall?
I don't know that you can at this point. It doesn't seem like they've brought the resources. They're not using the explosives correctly. They do have a high ground to shoot down on the platform, but that's one of the differences with this map against the maps that we usually see is there are not nearly as many high ground positions that you can hold over the objective because so much of it goes through either an open outdoor area or the inside of the map. And once again, it's going to be the Cyclones dropping. The Bandits are still in control. They're pushing toward the very end of the map. They want to take this win. It only took them about half the game. They're just hitting halftime now, and they're about to finish.
It's as I look at each moment of this game now, finally, on the last moments, their last and final push, it looks as though control has finally been given to the Cyclones. They've stopped this platform, but in this moment, I think they all realized, all of the Bandits realized that for them to steal this win, really claim this win because they've been in control the entire game, they just need to keep flooding in, taking these gunfights, but maybe taking a second just to stop might work to their benefit.
Yeah, I can't believe it's this close of a fight, this close to the spawn, but at the moment it is, unfortunately for the Cyclones, still that close. I mean, even now you can still see that there's a little bit of pushing going in. So many kills come through from the Bandits there. Control of the objective for the moment might be the way of the Cyclones, but that's not going to last. Even more kills go down. You can see now that the Bandits are trying to push toward the end. Another turret gets set up, and the fact that this setup is going down now, it's going to be really hard for the Cyclones to retake. There's a revive possible. I don't see anybody going for any of them even before the shooting started. Looks like Lucci, not sure what position he wants to hold. Not able to land any of those shots, but now he's connecting, trying to land those headshots for big damage. He just has to stay away from dying. Puts down some landmines that might do some damage. We're going to have to see his teammates holding the objective well, so close to finishing the map here. It's trade after trade after trade. Trades will go the way of the Cyclones because of the way that the spawns are working out right now, but it's so close to a finish from the Bandits. They are almost there at the very end of the map. And now it's the Cyclones that have more on. It sounds like they have a heavy there as well, but one is going to die. It's going to be a trade. 2 down for the Cyclones. 1 more inch remaining for the Bandits, and they're not able to close. The Cyclones push it back once again. Who is it that's going to finally get control? This is just a back and forth. The Bandits will take this all day. It'll take them forever to win, but they'll win. And now the Cyclones finally in actual control of the objective.
But the big thing, the most important part of this game is this is what's happened to the Bandits have done this to teams time and time again where they're losing initially, but this last push, the teams have found their footing. I think the Cyclones can feel the winds of change. They just need to make sure to stand up. Bosif doing his best. And I'm just noticing the difference in comms, right? Even though Lucci's not speaking right now, we can see Lucci, calming when he needs to, whereas it looks like each and every single one of the Cyclone players are locked in, only speaking when absolutely necessary, and that is the worry of not having necessarily that one in-game leader. You need somebody that's going to be willing to pull the trigger and to make the calls if you don't just have a super vocal team at all times. And Bosif jumps up here. He needs to win this gunfight, is not able to, ends up dropping down once again, and is this them losing control of the point once again? It looks like they're trying their best to do as much damage.
Yeah, that's a lot of respawns there from the sides of the Cyclones. They're trying to move in. Their entire team is down, so this is full control. The 3 players we see moving in right now are the only players alive at the moment, which is why you can see Bosif wanting to go for one of these revives, but he does get taken out before he's able to. Tegeta chasing him down. Tegeta has done so much damage this game, and now his team is moving toward that finish line. Mega damage comes out. I don't even know if any more damage needs to go down at all. This map looks just about wrapped up for the Bandits with nobody left alive for the Cyclones. 2 will be engaging on their own, but that's all there is.
I think this might be the Bandits game so far. The shooter that I've now seen the Bandits look the most consistent in has been the finals. They always seem to find ways to win. They always, even when situations are bad, they have the communication necessary to take control of chaotic situations and to find a win. And no, it is not the time to end this game, but the Bandits themselves. I love Arcade right there, even giving the clap up, being like, no, that was a good showing. I can't even be mad. Y'all played well there.
Yeah, showing plenty of respect there for the other team that honestly dominated that game. It was an impressive showing by them in that game and not just against the Cyclones. The Cyclones had some players playing really well, honestly, and it was just the Bandits having such a coordinated setup on the objective that got them the win. It was a beautiful way to play the game, and honestly, everybody should be taking notes. That's how it should be played, especially on that map. You have to adapt to not being able to play so much of the high ground. We saw very few times where Bosif was even able to get comfortable with that submachine gun on the high ground. In other locations, he had to fight inside or out in the open, and it was very difficult for him to land shots. You have to play it a different way when you move to a different map, so the Bandits very wise there to bring them to unfamiliar territory.
I'm impressed. I had a lot of questions. I wanted to see where the Bandits lie on the overall scale of this. Having now played the Paladins, played the Click, two very different games, they look like they finally found their footing. They just needed to find that first win to start to progress their way through the game and to go a little bit further. Now moving to the Checkmate Showdown. This should be pretty interesting. Both of these teams have relied, funnily enough, on each one of the brothers for their more dominant wins. Scarlet famously with the button check situation against the Paladins.
Yep.
And then in their second game proving it wasn't just a button check. He was more than comfortable to take out Chicken Tech by himself and then pilot the pieces to a victory himself. Silver doing the same thing on the other side, finding the opportunities to direct the chess portion of this game. And fighting, you might be wondering why I say chess and fighting. This is a game where you play chess first and foremost, but when those non-pawn pieces do come in contact with each other, it's time to throw hands, and it turns very much into a fighting game.
Yeah, and honestly, it's the kind of fighter that even I could get into as somebody who plays chess. I'm not much of a fighter, as we've discussed. Well, not much of a fighter, also not much of a fighting game player. We'll make that clear, those two separations.
Nah, he fights, trust me.
Yeah, I wouldn't like to see you in real life or in Street Fighter. I could win in neither, so don't worry about that too much. There is another guy that's like has a similar name as me that could probably take you in a street fight, but he showed up here once and just ruined the show. I hope that guy's never back around. But
NYC,
yeah, we are going to see. Interestingly enough, this seems like somebody who understands chess right off the bat because they are going for a king pawn opening, which is a strong start. It's going to give the ability to get that bishop and the knight on that left side set up as well. So deciding to go for the knight first, it seems like they know exactly what kind of move that was going to be. So all right, so we see the bishop opening should mean a next move for the bishop, but no, it's going to be that pawn to block off. Doesn't want to open up too much of the way, makes that bishop vulnerable, and has to move all the way back. So king pawn opening for both sides. It looks like the knight opening was better. The pawn counterplay on the side of orange was a little bit cleaner. We do have the Cyclones, I believe it is, that we're watching right now, which this knight is about to take the pawn, which won't be combat. It will be a simple take, but that does put the bishop in a situation where it can now take the knight if it wants to. Maybe they're a little bit confident in this matchup between the bishop and the knight at the moment. So we will see. The Bandit's going to call out a button check.
And we already see the first check has been passed, the button check. Before you get in the game, you have to see it. You see players sliding in to their various roles here to see who is going in and who's going to be playing. So I see Jury there on the side. And is that Arcade, it looks like? The two of them going and playing with each piece. So jumping in really quickly, Jury is going to be the bishop you see in purple. And in orange, this knight should be Arcade. Fighting up against each other, trying their best to get as much damage out as possible. But I think that Jury has his combos down. You can see him getting consistent damage and ending off that with a nice 18-hit combo and goes back in, baits it out with a jump into super. It's not enough to kill, but is able to take out Arcade. This is why it becomes pretty tricky to play this game. Even if you are in a good position, Sometimes all it takes is one good fight. In fact, you can put the king in check, but to win the game, you still need to beat the king in a fight.
Yes, indeed. There are multiple skill sets that you need to be able to win this one. And you can see that the pawns on the side of orange here are just stacking up. And I believe that may be the bandits there on the orange. So at the moment, just stacking up those pawns in a position where this bishop has nowhere to move if it doesn't want to be taken. So it is the Cyclones on orange at the moment. The
so
bandits
it does
there
look
on
like
purple.
the brothers are actually the ones playing chess. Funnily enough, it's not just the fighting game, physical aspect, but the mental warfare side that chess does bring to the field as well. And it looks like Scarlet deciding, fine, I will do it myself, stepping up and just moving straight in towards silver. Now, both brothers are playing the king and queen on their respective sides. I've seen a lot of teams moving towards this opportunity, putting their strongest players on what are arguably the two strongest pieces.
Yeah.
So this is silver now going up against Scarlet. There's a lot of damage here. Looking for that jump there. Manages to jump over and avoid the damage. Tries to just use the counter to stop him. But he's chipping away at Scarlet surely, but slowly. Scarlet not being able to get offense started just yet. Movement being super useful, but immediately breaks there. Bursts to get him away to make sure he doesn't eat whatever combo was coming. And we see that Silver is just looking each and every time. You see the word punish. That means that there was nothing Silver did the exact right action. There was nothing Scarlet could do to win there. That is a full combo. Those are usually punishable in this game, so this should be big damage coming on to Silver. And if he is able to do it, he doesn't have ultimate, though. This is on the side of Silver with the ultimate because he initiated the fight. And you see, using this move, just trying to punish any opportunity he can, he will lose, so he has to take the fight. But this throw goes into full combo, the burst to keep himself safe, and Silver doesn't have a whole lot of high health left to play with. He's going to need to find a touch, and I need to see him kill from the next point out. He does manage to get another knockdown. He's looking for his opportunity here, moving back and forth. 15 seconds left on the clock. He's got to keep moving in, and it looks as though Scarlet is more than willing to just not play the game. But there we go, into Super, and with 7 seconds left, he finds a moment. He finds where he needs to take this one. Now, I can tell you he's sitting back, not just because he won that, but because that is a load off his shoulders. But he took so much damage. This is where we just start throwing players into him because he just doesn't necessarily have the life anymore to defend it.
Yeah, I love the wall of pawns that have been set up from the Cyclones at this point. They've just set themselves up with an entire diagonal line and going to maybe try to use one of these pawns to defend as well. The knight not in a situation to take anything at the moment, so not in range. Just trying to get itself set up. It is 2 moves away from being able to make contact with that king, so...
It's really beautiful to see both the brothers it's not just one category. People a lot of times assume that about fighting game players, but both of these brothers playing chess, both of them very clearly having played against each other, funnily enough, because you could see it's not just like a handful of moves that are being played for just general reasons. I think every single one is like, oh, well, he likes to do this, so maybe I should develop this way and play from here. Now, the king is under fire, so forcing this interaction with Silver. Now, Silver, this is your other piece. I need you to go ahead and find the wins whenever possible, and we see another button check. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Before long, you know, the motto here at UEL is where gamers go pro, but it might have to be where gamers go pro, comma, button check.
Yeah.
Just to be sure players are really getting into it and focused up to make sure that we are able to have the best possible gameplay. Make sure everything is good. We're in. Immediately starts off. So that is normally punishable if you're ready for it, but you know, a lot of players having to be aware. You have to be able to pick between the 2 versions of her dash. There's a charged dash, which isn't, and a uncharged version, which is. So if it comes out instantly. So now looking. Now on the other side, Lucci on this knight, trying his best to get some damage in, but is going to take a huge hit here, just burning the super immediately to try to fight back just a little bit, but gets tagged once again. And this Oh, the break. I love the break there, keeping him alive. I'm just trying to get some more damage out. Every single one of these whole bars, if you finish a fight, you will fill up the last bar. So if Silver's able to end the fight here, he effectively took no damage. Lucy, nice try there. I think I would say look at into in training mode a few of the punishes and some of that more technical information that we know like Silver and Scarlet both have down. We saw them both punishing pretty consistently, but a good attempt there. Now back in control, sitting down looking at the state on the board, trying to decide what he wants to do. Does he want to open up his king, or does he want to take a shot at the pawn?
Yeah, and honestly, the name of the game for the Cyclones here is defense, just through and through, all defense. They've set up their pawns to make an entire wall to split half of the entire board, and then the other side of the defense has been having Silver on this king and this queen, taking all of the fighting for the side of the Cyclones, just doing the heavy work for him. I mean, he's playing the chess, he's playing the king and the queen. He's pretty much doing the entire job for the team right now, so it may be a 7v7, but he is really being the player for the team at the moment.
Yeah, this is what's really interesting to me. It seems like they're now starting to lean on him even more and trying to create a situation where I don't know what the word I want to use here. He has to find the win. I think almost trying to bait him in. Now instead using to take with the pawn. I think this is really smart because it forces a response out of Scarlet. Because if you lose another pawn here, you can threaten with the pawn that you now have on that file to just go ahead and threaten the rook as well. But actually choosing to develop the bishop, I like this. Bringing some of the other players on the team into play and maybe easing some of the pressure on Silver's shoulders.
Yeah, there's an opportunity now for the Cyclones to come at this from any way. Silver can choose whether he wants to send that queen on the furthest backside on Purple's backline there. And if he wants to fight that rook and that king back-to-back, he may have to take the rook. The problem right now is that the way the Bandit side of the board is set up is if that queen wanted to go for the rook, she'd have to get through the rook first in the back, then the bishop would fight next, and then it would finally be the king that you could get to. However, that play might not be terrible that he was setting up. If you look at the orange queen on the top right, if he does go 2 spaces to the left and take that pawn, the rook can only challenge him, and then the next turn that queen would be able to challenge the king. He wouldn't have to fight that bishop anymore. So it could be an ideal position for him. Instead, both teams opting to just play the board right now. A little bit of that defensive wall being broken from the Cyclones, but honestly, they're just building a bigger flock, I guess you would call it, the way that birds flock together in a V pattern. They're just going to catch everything between them, and they're going to be able to catch all their diagonals. The only direction that a pawn can actually attack from, can actually take from diagonally. So that's why you see so many of them standing at that stalemate against each other. A lot of open spaces on their diagonals besides the furthest ones up.
I, funnily enough, would have wanted them to, that square they were just looking at, the pawn to the right of it, to push that pawn forward. To try to trade a pawn for a knight or force a response of the knight, because you could have done this play either way, and you are still technically forked on pawns, but it doesn't really matter if you, but put some pressure on that knight, force them to continue to make a move to take a play. Now you have to move your bishop here. Or lose it. I mean, that's always an option. You know, we can make those decisions together as a team. Now, I think we might have a conversation after the game about why we should make decisions together as a team anymore.
Yeah, huge decisions have been made from Silver so far. The way the bishops are set up, they can take both of the spaces there in front of the king. So there are bishops set up to either fight the bishop or get position to start fighting the king, but we're going to see the rook might take first, which is really going to open up that side of the board. The queen is going to have an easy way to the purple king.
And now with the button check being called, this will be Psycho sitting down to play up against Tegeta. This is an important fight. If the Cyclones are able to win this fight, if Psycho's able to take it home for his team, he will essentially break down the bastion, the wall that was protecting the Bandits' king. If he loses, which it does not look like he's going to, then their position is much more difficult to try to break through. Already baiting out that burst, he does have to watch for the ultimate there coming out of Tegeta. Tegeta ready to go ahead and get this throw as well. He looks for another one. The throw there didn't have a follow-up combo off of the throw, but let's see what opportunity we have here. Each and every single one of these moves, and Psycho gets another touch here. Each one of these touches is going to be another chunk of damage coming down. Now we're below 200 health. You got to find an opportunity. The grab whiffs, and every single hit matters. You see him glowing red now. A few more hits, he'll be guard broken and cannot block anymore. So he's trying to move around, buy himself some time to recover that gauge, but is too close. And Psycho now powering himself up, deals more damage, missed the throw, but manages to avoid the stomp and block it coming down. And now each one of these times, look for the super. And Psycho was ready with the jump. Each one of these times, Psycho has found his rhythm. He's showing his opportunity, catches him with the double special into special, but is now out of special bars, isn't able to dive kick anymore. But he finds the touch to take the win. If people at home thought it was just Silver, Psycho showing why they made him the number 2. I'm going to keep saying it. He has now opened up the position for them. They can create a situation now where they can step forward, they can take out the other bishop, they can remove more players, or they can just straight up threaten the king. Now my question here is, where are they going to go? They instead put him in check, and it looks like, and this is something really small, wanting to take the fight so he has the ultimate. Whoever initiates the fight has the ultimate. Nice job doing a block here, but does take some damage and is forced to burst early, down to 870 health. That means he's almost lost 1 bar and tries to find his hit, isn't able to. Each one of these swings, you notice they're stopping after 2 hits. You're generally safe. Gets the knockdown, isn't able to follow anything up here. Silver checking just with a couple of buttons each and every single time, isn't able to be punished. And once again, stepping in, using the assist to buy some space, but gets caught on the jump. Has to burst. That could have been a lot of damage. The throw escape. Both of the brothers are looking for an opportunity, and Silver now down to half health. He wants to take at least a bar off here. We saw this flipped not too long ago towards the beginning of this game, and now looking for an opportunity. Blocks it all out. But here, this is going to be a huge hit, and this is going to be where damage comes out, and that is the queen gone, and a crash. A technical error.
I have never seen somebody get folded into a scorpion so hard that they crashed the game. That is a brand new one for us here at the UEL and maybe in esports in general. Slammed into the ground into a scorpion so hard that we crashed the game. That is unfortunate. We will see what's happening there. I got to tell you, I was so locked in on that one, I didn't even notice that Skullgirls rolled next.
Oh, I'm super happy about that.
Yeah,
happy for Skullgirls. But otherwise, yeah, that was insane. Because we saw him, and I was like, well, he's dead. And the game was like, so am I. Give me a second. I need a second to breathe. I'm as stressed out as the casters, as the people at home, as everybody in the room. But here we go. We'll have an opportunity here to jump back in and play another game. I'm wondering, do we see any changes based on how that first game developed? Because now that has to add pressure into how you want to play, how you want to approach the game, even possibly how you want to open up the game.
Yeah, and I'm not sure. You probably have a better insight to the rule book than me, but does this reset our timer at all, or does the timer continue to tick while is this considered a continuation of the game?
It would be considered a continuation.
I see.
They will probably pause the timer while they get the game reset back up, but it is effectively like taking it from the top. Things happen. It was neither team's fault. If it was a singular team's fault, we would see, a forfeit, penalty timeout, something to specifically handle it. In this case, it was outside of anybody's individual control, so we'll take it from the top. And this probably, assuming that, will take us in that.
Oh, yeah, this one's going to take us into the half now. So we'll close out with the strategy game, strategy fighter, but in the strategy category, and we'll open up with a fighter of Skullgirls in the next half. I am curious to see, like you said, how this one is going to change. Both teams gained information on each other and definitely have the opportunity to change their play style. The Bandits played that one extremely reserved. They played far back. I'm sorry, the Cyclones played that one extremely reserved. They played far back for the longest time, let all of the pieces come their way. They even opened up their king quite a lot and took a fight against a queen, took out a queen with the king. You don't see that often in chess, but thankfully in chess fighting games, we do see that a little bit more often. So able to defend the house. Defense has been the name of the game for Silver, honestly. Even in the fighting portion of the game, holding back and just waiting for your opponent to come to you has worked out so well for him. We always talk about how in fighting games, taking your turn is so important to know. You have to understand what your turn is. And I think Silver knows this game, the way that the turns flow back and forth, better than almost any player I've seen in Checkmate Showdown specifically. This game seems to be one up his wheelhouse, so he's got the anime fighters, which is great, but unfortunately chess is not an anime. Well, I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is somewhere. But it is not traditionally known as an anime, and I think that having it up his wheelhouse is pretty interesting.
So, funny, I would only disagree with you on the fact that is the antithesis of Silver's gameplay generally. He is the in-your-face aggressor. I think the difference today is who he would be aggressing on.
Right.
He is aggressing on a sibling, an older sibling at that, someone that both in and out of game has seen him just as long as he's seen them. They've built their tricks up over years and years of challenging each other in battle, and we do see a slightly different opening from both sides, neither side opting to open up the game in the exact same way, maybe realizing I don't want to take an engagement in the same way. I'm more willing to – I want to keep my king defended as best as possible.
Yeah, the Cyclones are opening a lot stronger than they did before. They didn't only bring out the knight, but they brought the bishop out immediately after. They didn't set their pawns first, and I think this says a little bit about their confidence in their fighters across the board. Maybe it's not just the Scarlet-Silver matchup that they want to be looking at anymore. I think now they're a little bit more confident in the entirety of their roster, with this being a 7v7 game. They're willing to put their knight and bishop out in the line of fire because they've seen a couple of those matchups, and they know how much of a help they can be at this point. They're willing to let them take out a little bit of either take down a little bit of damage for Silver to clean up later, or maybe even try to aggress Scarlet and take down his bars.
I have to agree. I think, remember in that last game, the thing that led to that ultimate last fight was Psycho taking out Tegeta with that bishop towards a rook fight. And so it shows that, hey, maybe we don't have to be worried about them as a whole. We have the advantage. We have the team. We have the ability to be able to contest, as you said. But both sides now developing, and now we need to see who is going to be the first one to initiate combat on this game. And we see Scarlet jumping himself back out once again, trying to put himself in a position to take a fight. Now, the question to me is Silver willing to move himself as the queen into a position to meet him? We saw them put the bishop previously on that square in front of the king. We saw the bandits do that to just act as the wall, the ultimate defender. Or are we going to see them open up the middle? Let's see. If he goes forward, he's looking to open up the middle. He wants to get that pawn break for both sides. You can't just have your wall of pawns easily. And if he doesn't, then he's willing to keep the game kind of at a stalemate. And it looks like he doesn't want to mess with the balance too much. But I can tell you that Scarlet's probably going to move his queen again here.
Yeah, this is an interesting position for Silver to move into, because now he's got a pawn in a position where the knight can take it if it wants to move that direction. But at the same time, it would be running into an open pawn to take it. So kind of setting the game state up ahead, pushing his front line forward. And right now, that queen not being moved from Scarlet at the moment. He's holding back a little bit because he knows if he takes that pawn, he doesn't get to go directly for Silver. He does have to fight that bishop first. No matter what the move is here from Scarlet, honestly, if he wants to engage, he has to fight that bishop. Whether Silver decides to move that pawn out of the way like he was contemplating before, the queen pawn, move it up, move it out of the way, and open the bishop for a fight so that there it is. That's the opening that he was looking for. So now Scarlet either has to take this fight with the bishop on his own terms, wait for him to approach on him the next turn, and that's what he's going to do. Looks like he's going to say, come at me. You've got your knight in position to take. You have your bishop in position to take. Are you going to do it? And it looks like the answer might be no if they opt for this pawn. It will instead be a selection on the bishop, and this may just be a fight. We're going to have to see.
I think we saw what Psycho was able to do last time. That is the bishop that Psycho is playing. And they can choose to put pressure out once again, but instead opting to say, hey, we would lose a pawn either way. We can delay that maybe by a turn.
Yeah.
We can see the options flittering back and forth. We haven't seen a team yet go down fully, so I have to wonder.
Yeah, the way this game is played, too, honestly, you have an opportunity to force 3 fights here. You can put your knight into that combat first and then bring your bishop next, but that's not going to be the case. It's going to be the bishop engaging with that knight in this fighter section. The knight is going to be the assist.
All right, let's see. So this is big because we saw the fight last time between Silver and Scarlet, and it ended up not being the greatest opportunity. An immediate break, but Psycho already getting some damage and showing why they wanted to opt to put him into a fight. Taking her below half health with another throw.
Oh, man.
If he's able to cleanly get out there using the assist to stop the attack, Psycho having labbed and worked his way through the game, another burst being forced out. Now the next time he gets touched, he won't be able to make an opportunity. Scarlet finally get a stance, but this should kill him. If the combo is there, the kill should be there. And that is the queen off the board. Importantly, the lead they took was off of that queen last game. And if you had a question once again about him in this second spot, yes, you lose a knight for that. You lost one of your players' ability to play the game, but instead you have now traded for a queen, and your bishop is in a spot to challenge their knight to continue to put pressure down.
And it looks like right now Scarlet wants to just push one of those bishops out. It has been a really crazy game so far. This reset has opted for both of these teams to just kind of push out strong, and now we see the pawn wall being built on the side of the Bandits instead.
Do they just walk to the king here? You can force a fight or force a king move here by simply walking your queen directly in front of that bishop. Yes, you'll have to deal with a knight fight, I believe, is the one opportunity here that you would have to deal with. Instead of opting to start taking more of the Bandit players off the board, that looks like Boar, who is sitting down getting ready to play.
Now, there's a really interesting game state open where the right side pawn, I believe it's the right side pawn, the pawn that just defeated, it was the left side pawn, the one that just defeated the queen and is now on the right side of the board, has the opportunity to move its way into the back line and take out that entire diagonal pawn wall that's set up at this point. But first, we're going to have to see who gets through this between Boar and Silver. Silver is holding his ground right now, just finally takes his first bit of damage, but is able to break the pressure, throwing out that rook assist, not as a combo creator, but just as a little bit of space creator. Now, he wants to connect because we've seen how much he can carry these into combos. The little bit of chip damage at a time does plenty, and now Boar down to almost his last bar of health. Silver probably only needs to connect one more time if it's a really good connect, and that rook is going to make it, so it's definitely just one connection. Only has to throw out half a combo, and he'll be able to finish off Boar to end up packing.
Game. And again, this board state right now has me feeling like the Bandits are going to get that momentum. I don't believe this will be the last game. We see the time updated as well there, the top center of your screen, the 2 minutes. 2 hours and 16 2 minutes and 16 minutes. 2 hours and 16 minutes. And so I think there will be plenty more to come after this, but the Cyclones are hoping to find a win here. This is what the Cyclones are looking for. Going 0-2, there was a lot of questions about this team, but they have been looking better and better each game, and they are now putting themselves in a position in this checkmate showdown to show similar improvement, considering whether they want to bring rooks into the game, considering whether or not. And now that queen can't walk in anymore for free. but funnily enough, could still move along that diagonal and immediately get into a fight with the king if she really wanted to.
Yeah.
Again, it doesn't look like they're opting for that. That slow, cautious play has now changed into let's remove their non-pawn pieces off the board. Remove players. Scarlet already is limited down to his last piece. It is a powerful piece at that. Now choosing to castle to move their king out of the middle of the board since the full board state has opened up. Get him away from this rook. Both of these characters, the knight, the king, and the rook, excuse me, are pretty big body characters. And so I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know how I feel about that because yes, you can threaten the rook, but I don't think they plan on that rook stepping back at all. I think that rook is, or I'm just wrong. Okay.
Yeah, no matter where that rook goes, honestly, you see that there was the rook still on the right side of the board in the bottom right corner. So if he were to move down and set himself up to take the king, he would have to fight another rook first, and that would take him down by so much. He wasn't really in a safe position to take the fight, but we will see bishop versus bishop. It's going to be Jury versus Psycho right now. This is a great matchup for us.
Jury being forced to break early. Psycho has shown his pressure on this rushdown character and has constantly gotten people to crack just by virtue of putting hit after hit, and Jury responding with a combo of his own, getting Psycho's burst. Now both players, Jury's burst almost back up completely, but here we go, hit the blocks, and boom, boom, each hit. Jury, I want to see that damage come out. You got to get as many hits in here as possible, and doing a great job. Into the super is going to bring Psycho incredibly low. The throw comes out. It doesn't end up taking a victory, but now we have to see where are we going to next. Jumping up, Jury finding an opportunity. Nice block out. He might be able to take Psycho off the board here, which is important. He doesn't convert the combo, but manages to punish the throw attempt, but Psycho hits it this time, and Psycho can get big damage here. He can ensure that Jury doesn't walk away with but more than one bar. The burst ensures that Jury is now continuing to look for this final hit. Ends up blocking. Good job here. The throw, and we saw this. He could finish this as long as he completes the combo with each hit. One more rep, and that will do it. Psycho is still on the board. Jury is out. That is one of the Tier 2 pieces. The premier fighter on the Bandits gone, and the Tier 1 now off the board.
Yeah, that's a really big deal. Psycho, however, is very low with that bishop right now. He's in a dangerous position. Any fight that he takes is bound to be a quick one, so he has to do as much as he can, as quickly as he can. And luckily for him, he's playing the right piece to be able to do that. You can take down 1, 2, even 3 bars if you make the right connections quickly enough in the beginning of the match. Heck, depending on who he goes up against, he could even win the fight with his single bar of health. Now we can see this queen in a position where she could take the fight against that king, but not quite getting there. And I think the positioning that they're going for at the moment is that orange left side knight is in a position to move up, take that pawn 2 spaces up and 1 to the right, and then has an opportunity to go up 1, 2 to the right and fight the king. Take that fight before the queen gets there, or at least move it out of position to make it a possible fight with another piece like that bishop. The queen gonna move its way back, play defensively. Silver didn't drop the defense, didn't lose sight of what his ideal game plan was, and gonna go into this defensive play style, move back his queen, even though it was in ideal position to set up to fight the king. He knows that it's more important to play the long game, and I think they really believe that the longer this game goes on, the more likely they are to win.
It's been proven time and time again. Funnily, Psycho and him have now swapped positions, funnily enough, where we are now in a spot where Silver is up against Taygeta, trying to bring him down now on the queen. But this queen is far healthier, at full health still. Nice job breaking the throw break, and immediately jumps up and is able to find another opportunity, but these grabs will do damage, almost losing a full health state, and instead staying on the same side this time, spacing it out correctly, and continuing this combo and ensuring he's able to get the kill and staying at full health. Every single one of these fights.
Yeah, very impressive. So that's a successful defense. You can see that there are 2 knights, a rook, and a king are all that are left for the Bandits right now. They only have 4 fighter pieces left on the board, opposing 7 fighter pieces from the side of the Cyclones. So you can see why they want this to be their game. Now, this is maybe going to be a very brave move from the side of Silver. And no, I think I actually see what the setup is for here. The setup might be to come across, take the pawn on the left, and then there are no pieces that can oppose you and take a fight before you can make contact
While
with the king.
ensuring he has the bishop assist on the diagonal.
Right.
I love this play. This is part of what I was looking before. It's funny, a similar house board state. Excuse me, I had to think about. We don't play on a map. We play chess on a board.
On a board.
On a board state. But that board state, and he's spacing these dashes
Wow.
so well to punish any player's opportunity. And it looks like Lovejoy is leaned back. Nice job breaking here. Lovejoy has the opportunity to be the first person to take a bar off of this queen, and he manages to do so, helping his team out and ensuring that he's not having to fight full life.
Man.
Bursts himself, throws out the super, catches Silver moving, bringing him down below a half now, and Silver should be able to close it out, but that is more than you can ask for. Two bars being gone from this queen means that if a haphazard fight is taken,
yeah, with all of the support right now that Scarlet has set up around him, he does have a rook assist, which is a huge space maker, which you do not want to give to Scarlet on that king. We've already seen that. I mean, I don't think there were any assists on the board. I don't remember exactly, but I don't think there were any assists on the board when we saw Scarlet on the king and Silver on the queen when they went against each other in that first game before the crash. I'm not 100% certain if there were any assists, but if there weren't, we saw Scarlet already able to take a win without that tool in his arsenal. I have a feeling he would be able to put out an even more significant win if he did have those tools at his disposal. So you talked about haphazard fights earlier. It's not quite the time to be taking a fight with that king with Silver's queen.
yeah, I think it's going to come down here. I think he's instead choosing just to eliminate the pawns, take resources. You mentioned they're playing this slow and steady. If there was going to be a haphazard fight to happen, it's going to be with Psycho is going to be my guess. You know you don't have that much damage. Look in there to get one board. Finally breaking this wall of pawns.
Oh. Opting to, instead of moving up that pawn, move the bishop into position to take a fight against the knight. So not forcing it to move back because there's still an opportunity to win a fight against it. Instead, actually choosing to take a fighting position. But right now, the king has to set himself up for success.
And this is what's happening. The trap is coming together. He can't move to the right because of the knight. He now has to move to the left if he wants to avoid the queen, instead opting to keep that ultimate and take the fight on his terms. And now we have to see if this fight goes differently. Silver finding a good jump, looking for his opportunity. Did charge it. Nice job recognizing the charge, but got a guard break, and that's going to force out a burst. But the big thing here, Scarlet is unable to block as long as he's glowing red. He's safe to block again now. That is the big part about guard breaks in this game and why parries are important. Parries stop you from taking that guard damage. But each time here, if Silver's able to get that set up once again or get a big hit like this, Scarlet's just looking for the combo to go ahead and win. But Silver doesn't find the combo, and this is the end of Silver. This is just going to combo into Super. And I think, funnily enough, Scarlet was like, let me not use Super just in case I break the game again.
Yep, and that is 2 bars down now for the king, though, which isn't terrible, but it is unfortunate that Silver himself was only able to take 2 bars away from that king. Now, maybe a position for that knight to fight the knight. The bishop also in position to fight that purple knight as well. So we will see only a rook, a king, and a knight all gathered together deep in the Bandits' backside of the board. There are a lot of opportunities for the grapplers to come out here and just put down a ton of damage before this one is over. Now having that king in check.
And he's going to step back into the corner. But now I want to see them maybe start to bring Psycho into the game or just continue to put these high health pieces, continue to chip away at the bar. Their option now is a war of attrition that they just win by virtue of you making too many mistakes. And it is Pizza Man. If the seasoned fighter in this room is Scarlet and Silver, Pizza Man is not a fighter, but he has been talked and trained and walked through many a fighting game as a player here in the UEL. And sometimes that is what you need. You need someone that thinks on different terms. This the hammer slam here is both of these characters have moves that are ground pounds that do a ton of damage. I think that Silver realizes he can do a ton of damage. This actually kills, by the way. If you don't know, one of the reasons why the king is very scared, he doesn't have the pawns anymore.
Oh, yeah, he doesn't have nearly enough.
So specifically, the knight does have touch of death combos, or the king. But for them to work, his ultimate deals damage based on the number of pawns left.
Yeah.
So the tactical decision to remove pawns off the board lowers the cap of Scarlet's damage, which means he has to fight more times. He has to engage with more pieces. Even in that situation where he managed to get a kill for free, it is being forced to take an opportunity, and you have to opt here.
Huh?
Are you going to let it go?
This would be a complete forfeit of a piece on the side of the bandit. Whoa.
And the king is still, the king has to move now.
Yep.
One thing that is very specific about this game is even if you fight, if a pawn takes a piece, it does not fight. It just wins. That is the normal chess rules, excuse me. Existing in this game, trying to find the positioning, doesn't want to engage haphazardly, and now Scarlet has to navigate himself around this board to try to find some safety. He's sitting at half health, but he doesn't want to keep taking fights, trying to engage with another bishop. And look, he can't take that fight anymore, because if he does... And now moving him, is he going to once again step onto this diagonal and keep trying to walk forward? It looks like Scarlet's saying, we're running out of pieces. I have to go and challenge him. I have to go and fight him. I have to go and kill him. And now we're at a position where now these diagonals are not going to be safe anymore. Who are you going to take? Where are you going to play? You can walk away, and instead now, great opportunity for Psycho to get some damage in. Now, the big thing is, he just needs to find a hit. If I'm telling him, I'm like, look, I'm not expecting you to win this fight. If you see an opportunity, take it. But you need to just get a hit and take some more damage off. Ooh, and catches him jumping, uses the ground pound, and that was catching the press after he kills another player. I can see the look on Scarlet. Scarlet is always fun to watch because he's super locked in, super focused, and Scarlet looking to find his opportunity to take out as many pieces as possible. Now, my next question is going to be, when do you start marching these pawns forward to possibly promote and get some of your players back in? If you manage to get a promotion here, can you bring Psycho back in on a fully health bishop?
This is going to be a fight.
Inviting the fight here because he has to stop the pawn from promoting. I love the play from both teams. They're realizing their win conditions, jumping over now. Nice job doing a block here. Now, to a correction, this is Lovejoy. Previously, I believe we saw Lucci on the board. Right. Lovejoy's playing this rook here in the purple, looking for his opportunity, and we saw him do it before. Bosif has played a quality night here in the league, managing to cover each and every single one of his opportunities, knowing when to go in and when not to worry about going in. But Lovejoy has found his opening.
Yeah, both players taking quite a bit of damage. They're kind of trading back and forth at the moment, not finding anything too solid that will bring them closer to death, but trading out health bars. Whoever wins this one is going to end up being low in the end, but one of them has to find control here, and it's slowly but surely going the way of the Bandits.
I don't know. Bosif is realizing, like, I don't need to engage with you. Like, this is the zoner versus grappler matchup all over again. You have to come to me, but now with one more hit and the use of the command grab to put a bunch of damage down, but he's once again back in the lead. Bosif still finding his win condition, making him jump around and come at him, finds a jab, puts him down to 140 health, and each one of these fights is going to matter. 39 health, 8 seconds. Lovejoy's got to make it happen now if he's going to find an opportunity. And you just see the constant backdashes. But he's gotten caught. The burst is there, and that allows him to live and get out alive. I appreciate Bosif knowing his win condition. Even if I take some damage here, if I can just win this game for my team, we keep a piece on the board. And now you notice that Scarlet has to step back to threaten this pawn that is going to promote.
Yeah, it looks like this is either going to have to be a fight with the knight or it's going to have to be a take. Yeah, it does end up being a take, so what we may see here, we're going to see that other pawn move up into position. Yeah, very smart movement there because by keeping that pawn in position, you're threatening the ability to move up while also, you threaten the ability to move up, but the bishop is in position to possibly be able to challenge the knight if that happens. And since obviously you don't want to see that.
And just the use of the super to get another bar off. I love the recognition by Bosif to find his moment to take another bar away. Yeah. This seems really small. I don't believe Silver has been in a fight yet. He is still full health, and he is slowly having his teammates chip away at Scarlet's health bar. Now comes in a rook. The issue with the rook is 2 command grabs, and this game can be over. So he's going to take this pawn. He's going to move away. He's going to opt into a fight now with Baba Yagins. And I didn't think it was possible. My co-commentator agreed with me, Speedy. I've heard the halftime call. This game did, in fact, take 20 minutes.
It really, really did.
Of gameplay because of this calm, cool, and calculated play from each one of these players, showing that neither chess nor a fighting game overwhelmed the other. It just requires you to focus on both, but I think he has it. Scarlet dealing a ton of damage, trying to get as much out. Bursting there after you've taken most of the damage is a big question mark. Buffed up his damage and managed to get a touch. Each one of this matters. If he can get a few more hits, he brought him down to his last health bar. He will not gain any more health for the rest of this game. He has 1 bar to work with for the rest of it, and Baba Yagin's looking to close out this game. He's finding his hits, and 1 more will finish up the game, and that is checkmate.
You can see Scarlet smiling. I think he knows how great of a performance he put on, but eventually somebody was bound to get him. And it ended up being Baba Yagins.
The number I want to point out there at the bottom of your screen, you can see 63% of the fights were won by the Cyclones. That is why you are able to take a win. But this game is not over. We have only reached the halftime mark, and we have to see how it is going to conclude. So I ask everybody at home to please stick around for our analysts to come in, talk to you about what's been happening so far in the game, what might be going forward, and to join us for the second half. But right now we're going to move into halftime.
And thank you for checking out our certified Gracie Jiu-Jitsu Training Center in Fredericksburg, Virginia.
Whether you're training here at headquarters or at any other certified training center around the world, there are 3 things you can expect when learning Jiu-Jitsu the Gracie way.
Number 1, structure. Gracie Jiu-Jitsu is for everyone, but only if taught correctly.
Way too many schools have this one-size-fits-all approach. The problem with this is that people with all different needs being taught Jiu-Jitsu the same way.
So what we've done is spent a ridiculous amount of time creating specific programs for each and every demographic. And the benefit of this is that each person is going to get from Jiu-Jitsu what they need from Jiu-Jitsu. Gracie bully-proof, non-violent self-defense, confidence, and character development for kids ages 5 to 12.
Women empowered. 20 essential self-defense techniques for ladies of all ages.
Gracie Combatives, 36 techniques, no knowledge to street ready in the least amount of time possible.
The Master Cycle, from blue belt to black belt and beyond.
And in a structured fashion, you guys, to minimize frustration, maximize retention is what it's all about.
Now, every single student will get an attendance card. With this card, we will track their progress. They
Critical.
know what they've learned. They know what they need to learn to move to the next phase.
Students love this.
Number 2, safety.
Number 1 priority. Even though it's number 2, it's the number 1 priority. Why? If you come to class and you get injured and you can't go to work tomorrow, we're not doing our job.
Often what happens is somebody who has very little experience is in a class with people who have a lot of experience. You end up becoming somewhat of a grappling dummy.
So what have we done? Taken the opposite approach. So the way it works is in our beginner programs, the basics. You're gonna learn fundamentals. You're gonna know how to protect your body, protect your partner, and protect your face, and defend yourself. Ultimately, beginner programs, entry level, are for the basic techniques, no competitive sparring, because you're not ready to do that without injuring yourself or someone else.
And we will get you ready. And once you're ready, then you will transition to the master cycle, and the cooperative work together, help each other environment will also follow you for the rest of your journey.
So even in the master cycle, when it's sparring amongst, training partners who are trying to defeat one another, the collaboration energy is very strong. You're working with each other, not against each other.
Of course.
Number 3, street readiness. Now, Jiu-Jitsu exists as both a self-defense system in the highest regard and a recreational sport. And unfortunately, most schools dedicate all their training time to the sportive aspect of the art.
What does that mean? That means that somebody could be training for 2, 3, 4 years.
More, 10.
Forever, and never talk about what might happen in a real fight.
And this is very unfortunate, you guys, because Jiu-Jitsu is an amazing self-defense system. So what we've realized is the first thing you learn is the hardest to forget. So all of our entry-level programs are 100% committed to the techniques you're gonna need out in the parking lot tonight, tomorrow morning. Whatever goes down, you're gonna be ready, but that's because the emphasis is 100% self-defense.
And once you own this self-defense mindset and this way of survival, then you can take that mindset with you and apply it to the master cycle.
Where you might be rolling more sportively,
Jiu-Jitsu versus Jiu-Jitsu.
but it's still a self-defense mindset being applied in a sportive practice of Jiu-Jitsu.
Or to any other area of your life.
Too deep, you guys. Now, there are 2 other benefits that only exist at certified training centers. Number 1, online access to your curriculum of study for free with your membership. And number 2, free satellite training privileges at any CTC around the world.
Why would you want online training? It's so you can watch a lesson. When you go home, you forgot a detail, you can't fall asleep at night, you can go on, you can watch the lesson and then sleep easy. Or you want to come to class the next day, but you don't know the lesson, you haven't learned it yet.
Or you want to prepare, right?
You show up already speaking the language because you watched the lesson.
And we found that students who watch their online lessons during the week, in addition to coming to class, grow at twice the rate of progress than students who just come to class.
It's all about time and energy.
There you go. So online access and satellite training privileges, which means you can schedule the rest of your life's vacations
or business trips
around certified training centers, because nothing worse than going on a vacation and not being able to keep up on your jiu-jitsu. Nothing worse than that.
And when you do a class, wherever you're vacationing, when you do a class there, what do? You do class number 7, you remember, you take note and you bring that back and you put it on your card, your attendance card at your school.
So any classes done remotely count on your attendance card back home, because the curriculum is identical for all the beginner programs at CTCs around the world. The bottom line is this. You guys need to go to a CTC, tell them we sent you. They're gonna do 10-day free trial. What's the benefit of that?
Well, if it's not everything that you've ever wanted when it comes to jiu-jitsu, then you say, you know what, it's not for me.
But if it is everything you've ever dreamt of and more,
enjoy.
We'll see you on the mat.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail. Right now, hunting down.
Hey.
I'm sitting down. So I'm just, Scarlett, how are you feeling right now going in the half?
I'm feeling pretty good. The Cyclones are definitely putting up a very good fight. They're surprising us in a lot of games. Our team is still confident. We're still put together, and we still have a game plan moving forward. But this has been a good game so far, and pretty fun. That checkmate was a really good game. So,
I'm gonna move over to Silver on that topic of checkmate specifically. So we saw the interactions. Both y'all were playing both king and queen, stepping out, challenging each other. What was going through your mind when that crash hit? I just need to know.
I was like, I could still do this? and I'm like, am I going to keep the queen? That's the only thing I was thinking. But then we got the full reset, and it really made me reevaluate things because I'm not going to lie. I know Scarlett, we played chess ever since we were little kids, and I know how he plays, so I kind of underestimated him. I can't lie. I was like, I could just throw my queen up in there, take his king. So second time around, I was like, slow things down, and his knight or his king, like, hats off to your king. Like, I had to. That was the most power of friendship like game I've ever had. Everyone fought his king. Everyone, except like one person on our team. So. Yeah, it really took everything for me to take him out, and that was as good as the game gets.
Yeah, no, I think that's some of the best checkmate, both from the chess and the fighting perspective that we've seen all season. Now, the two of y'all are veterans in the league, so I have to ask, with the changes, obviously the tiers, both of you have now moved teams this season. How are things, especially now doing something as common as playing a sibling that you've played numerous times at this point?
Well, I can speak for myself. I think transitioning over to the Bandits, it's been probably the biggest change I've ever had. I've kind of had to step in more of like a management role and kind of like balancing that and playing, and then in addition to practicing all these new games. It's definitely been like a challenge, but it's one that I definitely welcome because I have good support from the team. Jury as well, like, you know, he's awesome. So it's been a good experience, and you know, I may not be doing as well as I want to, but I know that I'm learning, and I know that I have the ability to start improving. So,
same to you. So
yeah, I feel the same. Not as much of a management role. I'm kind of like half and half because like if things come up, then you know my teammates lean on me and whatnot. But yeah, it definitely feels more pressure because there's always teammates that want spots too, which I always encourage. If you want to get a spot, keep practicing, you know. So. But I definitely feel a lot better. I don't really feel like as much of a fighter anymore. Like, I mean, you guys saw Valorant, like this game and last game. And, I mean, Halo could use a little work, but we don't need to talk about Halo. But, yeah, and Lethal League and, like, a few other of the strategies, like, I'm really starting to really – the wheel looks a lot smaller now to me than it used to. So I don't know. I'm just looking forward to the rest of the season because I love my team. Like, I'm just gonna straight up say it. Like, I was so like what's gonna happen. Like, I was so not sure what was gonna happen this season, and these guys have like not disappointed me like at all. Like, it's for like us just being together like in just this season. Like they just make me so proud in so many moments, and it's. I'm happy. I'm very glad that I ended up on a team that I can enjoy.
That's great to hear. And I'm going to ask y'all one more question. I'm going to let y'all get out and close out a half.
Sure.
It's a question the two of y'all have probably argued about, joked back and forth about for years. Who is winning Tekken today?
Ooh. Good question. My boys have been practicing Tekken, though. So I think my team's going to give your team a good fight. But as far as the 1v1... you better hope you do better than last time. That's all I'm going to say.
All I'm going to say is this man doesn't know what he's talking about. Our team's about to clean them up in Tekken.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Let's hope it rolls.
And on that note, we'll go ahead and head y'all on back to the halftime screen and see y'all in a little bit for the second half.
Peace.
Welcome back from the half, everybody, to the Cyclones and Bandits game on the very first day of Week 4, Season 9. I can't believe we're already on Week 4. Honestly, this season is flying by so fast. We've had a crazy start so far. Speaking of which, the Bandits were down 6-1 in this one at one point, so 7-3 doesn't look quite as terrible. They still have a little bit of ground to make up. We'll see if they can do it. But you got to talk to the brothers a little bit from either side of this matchup, and how are they feeling so far?
It was a fun conversation. As someone with a sibling, an older brother, I could tell the two of them were just kind of having a little bit of fun, bantering. It's always fun to play with them. But also from two veteran players in the league. I think the thing that struck me most was I don't know if I've had a better way for someone to explain being a veteran and becoming a veteran in the league than Silver's statement of the wheel feels much smaller. The games haven't changed. The number of games haven't changed. But the seasons and the time you've put in developing skills across genres, 5 genres specifically, against shooting, racing, sports, strategy, and fighting games. You might come in being a fighter, like he even said. He doesn't feel like just that anymore. He started to level up into an in-gamer, and he's shown today that you can put him in Valorant, you can put him across the board in these different games, and he's able to perform. And I just wanted to think that was the biggest insight. But the two of them just seem very comfortable. They're very happy. They're very excited to play some more. I always enjoy talking to any of the Thompsons brothers because they're just a good time, and they always are up for conversation. I'm excited to see it. I'm definitely waiting and hoping Tekken rolls because that is going to be a fun time.
Yeah, it was exciting to hear from both of them. We do have Skullgirls coming up next, so you do at least have a fighter to watch. You've got half of your wish. Yeah, there you go. So there's definitely an opportunity to see them again. Actually, Silver is going back in. So we just have to see. Maybe Scarlet's in for this one, too.
We saw him last time in their game against Click. He did go in. And so now I am interested to see. No, in fact, it is Lovejoy and Duck season. Interesting. Maybe he's been cooking. We haven't seen Lovejoy in the lineup too much, but maybe this is one of those fighters that he had prepared and worked on. Scarlet looked like he was learning the game, but still not fully comfortable with it yet. But we'll see what the overall game plan is as we get into this Skullgirl. Skullgirl is a little bit different. Again, another one of the older fighters, but pressure is the name of the game. The amount of guesses you have to make that could ultimately lead to you just getting reset into another combo after another combo after another combo means to me that it fits right into Silver's wheelhouse, as well as being a tag fighter. He's pretty strong up here.
Yeah, it's really weird to hear you say that Skullgirls is one of the older fighters, because when I think of older fighters, I think of the original Mortal Kombat and the original Street Fighter, the PlayStation 1 Tekken, not games that came off of Newgrounds when we were growing up. That's not what I usually think of as old, but I guess we may not be aging quite as quickly as Third, making fun of him here and his oldness on the desk very often, but we definitely are aging. If that's an old game at this point, that is several console generations old, and if you go back just to when it was on the internet only, that's even older. So it has been around for quite a while. It's crazy to think of how much time players have had to get into this one and just get experience in this 2v2 fighter. It's cool that we see it played as a 2v2 in this tag format, because I feel like we have a little bit of an absence in that tag fighter format. We kind of have the switching between we don't have our Super Smash Brothers anymore. We don't have our King of Fighters anymore. So we have things like Tekken, where we have to go out, re-choose our character, and start from the beginning again. So it's nice to have replaced those with another tag fighter.
I definitely agree with you. And if you at home were looking to replace your PC, might I recommend you a SurfThing PC. If you want to ever come and join the league, or if you're not and don't want to, I can promise you can play any single one of these genres. Head on over to SurfThing.com and grab yourself a SurfThing PC. You can play any of the 5 genres we play, any of the 33 games, runs them buttery smooth. In fact, as Speedy alluded to earlier, it can play multiple of them at the same time. Things like StarCraft and Overwatch. If you ever wanted to, they've been tried, true, and tested and run without a problem. We love SurfThing PCs. They are the official PC sponsor of the UEL, and thank you again. Definitely go show them some love as we get set up and get ready. This is really interesting because, the teams all seem calm. Scarlet seemed calm about the 3-7 lead. He was like, things happen.
Yeah, he really was. He was chill, just as chill as he was in Checkmate Showdown. We do have Need for Speed going out next, so starting to move our way toward what we call my side of the wheel here on the desk. But we have seen this character, Eliza, here already in the league, so tell us a little bit about her.
Eliza has 2 different forms. So normally she plays with these big normals and immediately huge buttons. Having an assist there of Big Ban is amazing. Another character with these armor normals. You have a lot of ability just to get in on your opponent, but some of your moves cost health. She'll jump out and turn into a skeleton. On the flip side here, you have the likes of Parasol being played by Silver. This is a charge character. She is de facto considered by many to be the best character in the game, if not one of the best. Able to put out a ton of pressure, and she has tiers and resets and fast overheads and everything you could possibly want, and is also the best character in the game. Not skill-wise, just in general, she's the best design. That is just personal opinion, but, you know, love to see it. Yeah, you saw how fast that game is.
That wrapped up so quickly. It's insane.
It's a very difficult option. So if you're watching this back, Duck Season, you might want to use some of the armor you get from jumping into your armored moves, or Big Ban. Use your armor to punish Parasol. You also just need to know where to reflect Parasol. You have to push her out. If you just let her, she has amazing normals and buttons to just keep pressure up. Silver not even using a lot of the charge motions to use pressure, just using these amazing buttons to continue to loop his opponents time and time again. And there we go. We see it catching him again low and putting him in there under most pressure. Now, because they're both using one character, they will have 2 rounds here to play. That's the big difference. You get 2 health bars if you only play one character versus if one side is playing multiple or both sides are playing multiple. But here we go. The pressure starting with Annie, but it is not enough. Now I'm going to need to see Lovejoy adjust. Silver took about as much damage as he took in the first game right there. The game, I don't believe, is over. So Silver can just end the game here. Looks like they're walking away with no problem, maybe not realizing how the game works, and Lovejoy getting some damage out, but not able to find another opportunity, throwing out some supers, and trying to start playing the game, realizing that, hey, oh, wait, I am playing one character, so I do have opportunities, and now bringing his health bar dangerously low, but now we see Silver going back onto the offensive side of things. Boom, boom, tier. No, actually opting into the level 3 to continue some pressure there. Ends up getting hit, though. Isn't able to follow up off of the wall bounce, but still in this game, Lovejoy not going down without a fight. Those tiers are very dangerous. The little orbs there you see, they explode, deal more damage, keep pressure up. That's why he's throwing them after every combo. They do give her advantage, keep her turn. Character is very beautiful to watch. I love watching Parasol gameplay. And that is a win for the Cyclones.
Yeah, that is a destructive win from Silver. He absolutely dominated that game, and I got to be honest with you, Lovejoy performed better after realizing that he didn't understand the game. He got up and came to sit back down, and it seemed like he realized then and there immediately that he could play the video game, and he almost was able to take out a health bar of Silver's in the meantime.
I think there are a lot of indie gamers that pressure gets to.
Yeah, no kidding.
And when there's no pressure, when you already thought you lost the game, there's nothing more to do than to press some buttons and have some fun. And it's surprising how often that can work. Not just in this. You know, sometimes you're playing Overwatch, you're playing whatever, and you can be super focused in on whatever's happening. And instead of like, oh my God, I got to do this. Oh, I got to account for. And then you're just like, hey, bro. You're just a Reinhardt charging around corners looking for pins, not thinking with a care in the world, and you'll play fine. You'll be happy, Malga, whatever, whoever you play in the game. Need for Speed, though, they're going to need to drive if they're going to find their next win. 3-8 is not the game that I think most people would have guessed they would have seen tuning in today.
Yeah, this 4v4 is going to be nice. We do know half of the rosters for each team already going to be Scarlet and Boar on the side of the Bandits, and then Baba Yagan on the side of the Cyclones with his teammate. If I could read, I would let you know. I cannot see that name, but you
Ambush
have said it's
Man.
Ambush. That's what it is. I can only remember the A. I keep thinking of all these A names that we have in
I
the
love
league,
the
but
rookies,
Ambush.
but yeah, I'm the same way. I tell most of the rookies, I'm like, give me till like right around the half season mark.
Yeah.
I promise you I will have your face and your name together, but until then, I'm sorry.
Yeah, he's A-man for now. he's just
A-man?
A+,
Hey.
maybe even A+ man. We'll see how this one goes. But there's a good chance not a good chance, but there is a possibility that he's going to be having a lot of focus from us during this one because there is a mechanic in Need for Speed, which is that the racer team is going to have one most wanted selected at random by the game. That most wanted will be focused on most of the time because it's up to them whether their team wins or loses. It doesn't matter if the rest of their team crashes. It doesn't matter if the police are all crashed out except for one. If that player goes down, that most wanted on the side of the racers, if they get busted, the game is over. If they're able to escape, the game is over and their team wins. Even if it's a 1v4, they win for their team. So it could be really important for one of these newer players or maybe somebody like Pizza Man who we don't know the full extent of his abilities yet. He just keeps getting better over time, and it's so hard to track his growth because it's happening so quickly. So we'll just have to see.
Yes, 100%. Because getting a win here matters for people at home that are just joining us. You might be wondering what the 3 and the 8 mean. We are a league that plays 33 games across 5 genres. And so each one of those points is an individual game of those 33 that these teams have won. On the right side, the Cyclones are currently leading. On the left side, you do see the Bandits as well with 3 points. So these teams are fighting for this Need for Speed point and to be able to continue to either get back in the game, extend their lead as we enter our second half. With already 7 minutes off the clock. The second half always flies by. I can never predict exactly how much time is going to fly by with each game, but that Skullgirls, as fast as it was, took 7 minutes off of the clock.
Yeah, it's pretty surprising that we're already that deep. I got to be honest, that's how I felt about the first half. So much has happened already. We got through our cycle of losing timeouts and losing forfeits and having to give up forfeits, and we were almost down to the 3-hour mark already. I couldn't believe how quickly time went by. It's such a strange thing, this game, because the Bandits, despite being down by 5 points right now, had one of the most dominant showings in this entire matchup, and that was in the finals. When they pushed their objective all the way to the end of the map, into the side of the Cyclones, they looked helpless, and then the Cyclones just went on to continue stomping on them in the rest of these games. So I'm really curious how the Bandits are going to pick this up and come back. It seems like they've got a couple games on the wheel. Shooters have not spun. That might be what they're kind of relying on right now, is for some of those shooters. Or maybe the fighters that don't lean the way of the Cyclones, but that's like an in-betweener. You don't want to rely on something like that.
Fighters have been so much of a 50-50. With Skullgirls, like they managed to win, the Bandits managed to win Street Fighter 6. But it looks like we are changing the possible category of car here.
That's beautiful. I'm going to enjoy this.
And here
I love Lamborghinis.
We go. So at home, if you're looking for the various teams, you will find them in the top left and top right. If you're wondering who you're watching, look for the screen with color on it. That would be Arcade Finney there, lit up and ready to go. We're watching him on his side.
Thank goodness. I thought Scarlet got stuck in the 1920s and was going to have to do like a vaudeville act.
And it does look like that means the Cyclones are hunting down opponents here. They are the coppers chasing down these racers, these runners.
Oh, my
Don't know exactly what they did, but they are being pursued in this moment.
Look at them go. I mean, we're seeing the speeds are going up to around 200 miles an hour. You talked about this class of vehicle that we're using right now. The insane speed limits that we're reaching, and it's so easy to get out of control. That's actually so impressive that the Most Wanted was able to stay in control there, and it may be Arcade it is Scarlet that's our Most Wanted. So taking all the contact here. The cops have already caught up with them. You can see he's about to lose about a quarter of his health bar. Some of those cops coming in contact with each other. Those two are going to fall to the back now. It's Arcade that fell behind at this point. So Scarlet got out ahead, but the pack is really close right now. We're not seeing a ton of utility used at the moment. The racing is just so high octane. Now we see an EMP lock on. We'll see if this one gets jammed or not, or if it's going to lock in, and the EMP will hit while Arcade hits the roadblock as well. So gets slowed down big time.
I like the idea to stop at the roadblock and force his opponents to either choose. Did he just run one of his teammates off the road?
He just ran a couple of people off the road. I think 2 of his teammates he just came in contact with.
But he tried to use that roadblock to force the opponent to either stop and hit it or to keep going and keep up with hit the opponents or hit their teammates. But here he is trying to get back in range and keep up. He's doing the best of all the racers currently, staying within decent range of each racer. But here we go. We cut over to Scarlet. We see him now in living color ready to go, driving and making his way around each one of these turns. A few clips of the rocks, and looking at it, it looks like he's still holding on to his turbo. He still feels pretty comfortable. Looks like his team is behind him, and he has the space that he needs to be able to run.
Yeah, he just has to find himself a lead here. I really don't blame him for coming in contact with some of these walls because some of the barriers are fences, things that, you know, in some video games you'd be able to drive through, but they're wire fences. They're so difficult to see in this dark terrain. I mean, for those of you watching, you probably see how difficult it is to keep a visual right now. The section of the map he is in is really rough on this nighttime, stormy, low visual map, but he's keeping it smooth. He has lost a little bit of his distance. You can see, oh, he spike strips one of those cops. Perfect timing for us to get a beautifully artistic spin out in his rear view. That was absolutely perfect. Now he's just going to have to weave his way through the opening. He found it beautifully, dodged the roadblock there, and he's about to make his way to the outside. You can see on the bottom left, Scarlet has just about made his way out of that flashing red and blue ring. The longer he's able to stay out of it, it's going to give him about 15 seconds. And if he can stay out of that ring for 15 seconds, once he reaches the edge and gets out, there we go. Now he's on cooldown. He's out of that ring. The police have to catch him now. Perfect time to use that boost. He has 25 seconds. He has to stay out of it. Only 20 seconds remaining. This boost is going to throw him so far in the lead. If he could just stay on the road, not make collision with any of these barriers, I think he's gone. He's got this. He needs 10 seconds of freedom. He clips the edge, but good recovery. He still has that distance.
Put back into range.
He is back in range because of we can hear cheering out there. It's because of the way that the roads were shaped. He was not being caught from behind, but it was because that was almost like a full U-turn, a full 180 that he got back into that ring on the left and right side. But he has the distance. He's going to be able to stay out on this cooldown. We're going to see it down to about 25 seconds.
Notably, 2 of the officers have gone down at this point. And so even if nothing else was going on, the other 3 racers that normally would be with him have dropped back, at least 2 of them, to kind of deal with those racers. And Scarlet looking comfortable, taking a win and continuing to put pressure on. He was very clear and open to say they had a plan, they felt comfortable, things happened, but now Halo is there.
Yeah,
Jury is not available.
Yeah, that is really rough that Jury's not available, but if shooters are going to be the game that you want to steal wins off of the Cyclones on, you can't just rely on Jury. There are 5v5 shooters on the wheel, multiple of them still remaining. You have to be able to trust your whole team. It can't just be down to Jury. So hopefully they'll have 2 that they could put together. Thinking of the strong suits on these teams, I would actually maybe like to see Duck Season get put in as like a toss-up, one of those players that can either support, or we haven't really seen him in Halo, so maybe he's just good at the game. You never know. It'd be nice to see him come in here and support one of his teammates on that role, since there's no shooter specialist really sitting out right now. We saw Taygeta crush it in the finals. We know Jury is good at all standard games and strange games alike, so Halo is one that would be right up his wheelhouse. Speaking of Jury, I did just want to run back to that last game for a moment. Just for everyone who's wondering why there was 2 cops crashed out and none of the racers, Jury not being most wanted doesn't mean you don't still have your strongest racer in the action. Jury was most likely pivoting those cops into the walls nonstop, just building up damage on them over and over again. Having those support players in the back, just 3 players that can cover the cops, make sure they can't even get close to Scarlet on the most wanted. It's a huge help, and it slows down the cops' progress. So that's probably what we saw a lot of back there. Not to take away from the other teammates. I'm sure they had a big impact. Just not as big as Jury.
Yeah, I think this is going to be an interesting game. Now, yes, Jury's not there. The rest of them have to be to do something. And a thought crossed my head. And I'm just going to throw this at you, Speedy. There's the Justice League, and then there's the Justice League with Superman. Those are 2 very different things. When you don't have to deal with Superman, it feels a little bit better, right? At the end of the day, regardless of how things are going on, I think Jury does take that role. But, yeah, I agree with you. I think Duck Season Board could be a strong lineup here going in. I know Duck Season has really shown out as a rookie. I think he is one of my contenders for Rookie of the Season right now.
Absolutely.
He's consistently always doing well. Yes, he has bad games. He's a rookie at the end of the day. Sometimes when his team looks bad, he looks bad. But when his team looks good, I can always I can never point out him doing something wrong or being outrageously out of position. On the other side here, I think that I probably want to see Psycho Baba Yaggins, but with the way he was playing in Valorant, I might have to throw Pizza Man in there as well if he has the same type of chops in Halo.
Yeah.
So it all comes down to what shooters people feel comfortable for. But with a minute 21 left on the setup timer, these players have to get the game set up, get into lobby, make sure everybody's added and ready to go, and make sure these rules are right. You have to do that before that timer runs out. Because if it's anything like the beginning part of this game, the FFs will flow just like the timeouts will.
Yeah, and there's only 2 remaining for the Bandits as well. The Cyclones still have all 5 forfeits, and they're going to be able to use them as we go on through the matchup.
Cyclones have 1 timeout left.
Yeah,
which means they would have used a timeout
after the
half. You lose 3 of your timeouts, whether you use them or not, at the halftime. The general idea is that before half, no matter what's going on, burn your timeouts. If your teams need to use the bathroom, talk, breathe, do their taxes, whatever. Do it before the half. Use those timeouts. That's what they're there for.
It's September.
Technically, you can get them extended until October.
Okay.
Some people are late. We're gamers,
that's
all right?
an entire half a year late.
They're working on being in gamers, all right? The master of all games. All right, the IRS can wait.
All right, he said that, not me. I'm glad that they're on our point of view right now. IRS, nope, you don't have to wait on me. You can keep waiting on him.
I didn't say nothing about my
He's going to be
taxes.
late on his taxes this year. He just admitted to it. He's going to be extremely late. Make sure you send him one of those certified letters that everyone's so excited to get.
They're the best. They're the best.
They are the best. Yeah, it's cool. You see that little emblem on the top, and you're like, oh, I'm glad. They reached out to me personally. They know my name. That's good. This isn't automated. They sent this to me knowing
they intentionally
my
were
name.
like, hey, we want you to see this specifically. Maybe that.
Bandits timeout. So we're chilling. It looks like they do want to play Halo Infinite, interestingly enough, despite not having Jury, despite not having Take Geta. They have Boar
and Duck
and they have Duck Season. So we're about to find out what happened on the floor from AV.
Timeout from the Bandits. They set it up wrong.
All right.
It's
so
been,
that is the 3rd incorrect setup of the day?
That is correct. Yes, Strix, how can I help you?
How did the Cyclones lose their timeout?
Oh, they called that.
For Halo or?
No, they called it for Need for Speed.
Okay.
They called it for Need for Speed. They just didn't have enough time setting up. But right now, it looks like the Bandits are at a point where they've got another penalty timeout because they set the game up wrong. This has been, like you said, the 3rd time that this has happened, so it's not looking really too good. But we'll see, because the Bandits still believe that they are still in this game. But as we all know, for the second half, you only have the 2 timeouts. And as you guys can already see, they're both down to 1. And once that happens, it's forfeit season, baby.
So, to the Bandits at home, rewatching this game, I'm going to give you one piece of advice, really quick and really easy. Get somebody, get some management, get a coach, somebody in place to just do lineups or to help you set up. I just need you to do one. You'd be surprised how much taking that little bit. Scarlett mentioned it in halftime. I know Jerry's talked about it as well. Stepping into a managerial role and realizing sometimes, like, oh, I had people that were juggling lineups and making sure games were setting up and playing the games and making sure people were talking. You wear all these different hats. It's easy to let one drop. And so that's one thing that has nothing to do with gameplay that I think bringing just someone in to help with lineups or to help with setups, either way, will be immensely beneficial. Even if it's just an extra player on the team not playing on the day, having someone there that's sole job is to make sure you can get into game as cleanly as possible. But now we have 40 seconds left before that last time.
That's actually a really good point, is not only to have those players to help you set up when they're not playing, but having those players help you set up, because we have roster palooza going on with the Bandits right now with that tier 7 position. All of these guys need to be ready when they get into the game. All of the players that keep getting swapped in and out need to be warmed up on the UEL, on the in-betweens of the game. They need to be ready to go, so why not, when they aren't playing, still have them be useful for the team, helping them out, helping you achieve a win, not losing timeouts, not having to give up one of your forfeits. It's a really good point, not only to get your team moving, but to make sure that it future-proof your team so that you're not making these mistakes again.
I'll give you a perfect example that has happened this season. In his first game, Karkazik went 0-9. Talking with him on Sunday, this past Sunday when the Shoguns were playing, He's a tier 3, but when talking with him, he was like, yeah, I've taken on some more coaching duties. I've been helping with the setups and making sure that stuff was important to players out there in the league looking to be helpful, looking to grow, looking maybe to move up that tier list, being willing to step into some of those more heavy responsibility roles. That doesn't mean you can take the role and not do it. No, you need to be on top of setups. You need to make sure things are good. I want to see that happen for the Bandits because the Bandits have shown us in their wins, the Bandits win.
Yeah, big time.
CTR, Jury ran away with it.
Lovejoy was no slouch.
Yeah. Street Fighter 6, similarly, Jury did well. Lovejoy did well. By the time it got to Scarlet, Scarlet was cleaning up what was already the pieces that were left over. Then you get to the finals. Taygeta, all of them, they pushed for the finish. It wasn't even close. No. It was almost always moving towards their win. And then we just saw Need for Speed as their 4th game, where beyond the first part of the race, Scarlet was dodging random civilian cars more than he was dodging officers.
Yeah, truly he was. I mean, I don't know that we saw any officers. He made contact with officers twice. At the very beginning, when he was dogpiled by 2 of them, and then about a minute after that when he spike stripped one back home to Kansas. So, yeah, there really was no contact. They worked so efficiently as a team. There was no contesting them, and that's how all of their wins go, just like you mentioned. So they have to pick up dominance in everything. What that shows me is that they are putting a hard practice into their strong suits and not putting enough on the things that they just feel like they're not good at. They're not willing to put time into it because they feel like they're not good enough, or they're just not going to reach the same level as other teams. I don't know, but whatever it is, it's not working, because if you can have the wheel get away from you by this much to where you're down by, you've got the other team up double your amount of points past the half, that's not where you want to be. So it's not working out for you.
It's hard for me I still don't know which one is the correct way. I think that for most rookies, trying to learn 33 games is a fool's errand.
Yeah.
Trying to make sure you are up to snuff in 33 games is a fool's errand. It's better to shore up your wins. A lot of people on this in this game, though, beyond Duck Season and Ambushman, are not rookies.
Yeah.
As Silver said, the wheel should feel a little bit smaller to you because you're only really thinking about learning 5, 10, maybe 15 games. That's saying half the wheel you're trying to learn.
Yeah, you should feel like a pro in most of these by now if you've been playing for as long as a lot of these guys have been. So it is a different playing field for the rookie, and there is a reason that we analyze them differently. We don't expect Duck Season to be the greatest strategy and fighting game player because he came in here knowing sports at the best. That's where his strong suit was, and it was a hole that the Bandits needed to fill. And they did, and it's been really working for them because he's a good enough end gamer to round out the rest of his skills and use them in games that he may not practice as much or may not specialize in, the team may not focus his attention toward. He's just that good that he really can cover these things and assist his team. We've seen him be very helpful, more than a detriment, honestly. He's never been a risk for them, and that's why he's not even in that number 7 spot. That's why he hasn't been benched for a single game, and 2 of his longtime professional teammates have.
It's coming into the UEL, the skills season over season. I see tons of players come in here, and the baseline skill needed to be a UEL pro go up. Not because people are not practicing, but because the people that are coming in understand what is expected of them more. So I see Ambushman and Baba Yagans going in here against Boar and Duck Season. We're watching Duck Season, so we'll get a chance to see his impact in real time.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see Duck Season's impact in Halo here. Holding real tight with his teammate, and it looks like that's going to be an overshield is going to be our power item here in doubles, and you can see he's already on the offensive. He knows that those 2 players are up mid, so right now just putting the damage on those Cyclones, nading out as well. They have great control of this area. He even knows where to watch the flank, so really good attention to both sides of this. Doesn't pick up that Sentinel beam, which truthfully can pack a ton of damage out if it's used correctly. You see a lot of damage over there on dummies, and I don't mean dummies as in the Cyclones, I mean the area of the map. You can see those little dummies over there, but the Cyclones right now stuck. Duck Season collects that overshield, and he's going to run all the way onto the side of the Cyclones, who are going to try to rotate him. They're standing on that commando right now in that corner. Going to throw out those nades, but he can get closer if his teammate supports him. He's got his teammate behind him. That's 1 kill. They're going to chase this one down. He's all by himself. They're putting out the damage slowly but surely. Just a little tickle will do it. All they have to do is catch him, and they do Duck Season with an assist and a kill. Now they catch the other one on the spawn. Duck Season more than comfortable. Lets his teammate finish up the kill. So that's 3 really quickly for the Bandits and an early lead off of an overshield pickup.
Early in the game, both teams had their ideas of how to play. The Cyclones decided to play for the middle power weapon, which is usually a long-range weapon, which you saw them fall back on, where the overshield is now ended up providing a ton more value just because of the range of these engagements. At this middling range, it allows Duck Season to utilize this assault rifle far more than any other weapon, where we normally see a lot more pistol play in the league.
Yeah, and we see Boar picking up the heat wave now as well. They're going to watch this overshield spawn because it will be coming up again fairly soon. That means 2 minutes of this match have already passed by, unless that is on a 1-minute respawn timer. But you see that overshield inbound here, and you can see that on the A side there's going to be a high ground enemy and one hiding more in the backside toward the garage. They both are able to take out Duck Season. That's going to be a drop. Boar picks up the overshield and is able to pop it. Let's see if he can get the kills. He has one behind him. The melee doesn't come in from behind him. Boar's able to take them both out.
He goes down.
Oh, he does go down.
He
Duck
buys enough
Season.
time for Duck Season to respawn and to come in and threaten. And now we are looking at Baba Yagins here. They do have 2 kills, which means it's possible to get back into this game. Each one of these plays is going to matter. He pushes up towards middle, looking now to capitalize on this middle spawn once again. Looks like the option is to skewer this game as opposed to the sniper rifle. And they know that he's cracked. And Bobby Yagins immediately, you notice, using the pistol, wanting to take a better time, but his shots just aren't landing, opting now to switch back over to the AR and try to take a fight. Playing towards the low ground, but he's leaving his teammate alone, but manages to find the flank. If he can get big damage, he should be able to help his team to keep close in this, and he does. Now bringing them within 2, so one more engagement or 2 more, and his team is tied up. We can see why he's in the game. Baba being very proud of his shooting skills.
Yeah, definitely proving it right now. So far, he's having a really big impact on their comeback. It was a big heads-up play to let them push up mid and then drop down behind his teammate. Baba took the flank route and was able to get the kills out of that. They're controlling this high ground mid now, but it really hasn't been their spot. I don't know if it's where they should be fighting. It seems like they've had success on the low ground, on even playing field. Even when they do have the high ground, it seems like they don't really know how to manage it too well.
I don't like this. They're now on the opposite side of the overshield, which has decided so many fights. I need them to continue to step up. They're doing a good job. They're finding the fights that win, but this overshield spawned up, and I think they're slightly out of position, but we see them moving quickly to fix that.
Yeah, it's going to be a deep rotate. You can see that right now the Cyclones are on the the Bandits are on the dummy side at the moment. That nade goes out, but Baba Yaga's teammate is down. Baba's not able to pick up the kill with that nade, so now at low health, he's going to peek his way back out. Boar or Duck Season there finally picking up the kill on him, so they're going to have control of the overshield and get that kill, and we can see that here in tower, right behind dummies, is going to be Baba's teammate. So the Cyclones right now down a little bit. His teammate goes down. Baba's going to fall back. He doesn't want to give any more away. He knows he still has a 1.5 left, but they have to come back these 5 kills. He's being chased down. You could see on his mini-map that he is being chased, and it looks like the chase has ceased. They know that if they run too far, they're going to run into the full power of the Cyclones. So the Bandits decide not to. They fall back, keep their 5-kill advantage. They only have to hold for another 1:20 with this lead. And they're holding tower now.
I think they don't have to ever really leave this position. You have to win cleanly 2 fights and a third to win this game, or you have to trade 2 for 1 5 times, 6 times to get in the lead, and you need to make sure it happens every time, which you haven't been able to prove up till this point. So now we're trying to see, we're on ambush, but now ambushman in looking for a kill. He seems to be split off for Baba Yagins. Baba Yagins has found a kill. He jumps up. Baba has to be in combat somewhere. If at all possible, it's now 5-9, so they managed to trade that 1 kill, and it looks like they're now starting to work off the spawn, and they're trying to split attention. They're able to do a great opportunity now of taking separate flights. They get a kill. They're rotating around. They're looking for that fight, but they pick up a double. They're fighting their way back. The kill lead is now 3, 7-10 in favor of the Bandits. but there's only 20 seconds remain. All the Bandits have to do is survive. If they get wiped even one more time, they're okay. They just have to avoid it happening. 10 seconds left on the clock, and then they're hiding underneath tower. Can they find the opportunity? They're pushing. They got one kill, but I don't think the time is left on the clock, especially with that trade. Both of them are not going to be on there. I hear the calls. I'm running, and the cheers.
Yep, that is a win from the Bandits, and I even hear them yelling, "We don't need jury." And it's very much true. Duck Season and Boar, a great team effort from the two of them. That was an awesome 2v2 game of Halo from them. Controlled that overshield extremely well. Didn't really need to use that skewer. It never ended up being like a pivotal weapon in that matchup. So the control over the power item, which I think most players who know Halo would have guessed that overshield would be more impactful than the skewer. If you can land your shots, it can be helpful, but the overshield goes a longer way of winning a team fight. So really good control from the Bandits there. They did not lose a point, don't worry. We will get that corrected. They actually gained a point, so they will be going up to 5. They were at 4 and dropped down to 3, so we're kind of clowning on them a little bit, but they will be going back up to 5 now. So they are closing the distance here, going to be 5-8. This is definitely a game.
This is one of those hard things for me to say to most people. I'm happy we heard Boar screaming, "We don't need jury," and I think that's a fair comment. At the end of the day, that we need more and as many of those performances from every player as possible. Yeah. That is how you prove and argue to get higher and higher tiers. You have to come out and you have to swing and you have to perform. At the end of the day, the two of y'all managed to take a win there, and y'all managed to find a lead and then hold your lead, which to me is even more impressive.
Yeah, Duck Season, I mean, we already mentioned before, he is a shining rookie this season, and he's not letting up. He wants to hold that spot continuously. He wants us to remember who he is amongst all of the veterans in this league. So we'll see him plenty more. I'm sure he's going to have a solid spot on this roster, and now we are headed into Lethal League Blaze.
We are in Lethal League Blaze, and it looks like both teams have lost 1 life on a player. So it'll be really close to see Red Team now picking up the speed, doing everything they can to speed this ball up more and more. But a nice hit here. Caught again by Yellow. Caught again by Red. And a wheel spin coming in as the first set of deaths happen here.
Oh, that's the second set. There's actually only 1 more life remaining for that team.
And that, it does not bode well. You have to be able to figure out how exactly you want to play this game.
Oh, and blue team is going to take the loss on that one. It is going to be not an elimination. It looks like there is 1 life left for one of these players, but I think that might have been it. Yeah, that was the end of it. So we will let you know who that is. The Bandits will either be going up to 6 or the Cyclones will be going up to 9.
Silver and Psycho. So I wanted to bring this up in game. I do not think the Bandits joined the same team.
I see. So
that's
the
why you
Cyclones
saw blue and
did
yellow
end up
and
winning
then
that one
on the red side. So you wondered how could 2 people be losing lives, but one team winning because they weren't on the same team. They can hurt each other. They can stun each other. They have to interact with each other, and that goes back to setups.
Yeah.
You have to set up the game correctly so that you and your team can get in there. It was I saw Lovejoy sitting there, but once again, they need to bring somebody in there. I don't want to – that's not just on Lovejoy. Lovejoy is coming in here. It's his second game. He's their tier, 5 player this game?
Yeah, sometimes 7, sometimes 5.
It's not his job to make sure that's set up. It's somebody else's job to make that game, sure that game was set up. Yes, everyone should be accountable for everything. But the idea is that you lost there because it was literally a 2v1v1.
Yep.
I don't care how good you are unless you play flawlessly. And the reason I can tell you that is a bigger issue, that's because of slight rule changes. So there was some confusion between playing duos. Oh, wait, duos don't have friendly fire, so let's play singles. That doesn't work the way that we want. So we're playing duos. We're accepting the fact there's no friendly fire. But that requires you to be paying attention and be aware of what's happening, what's changing, and to be able to make those adjustments. Again, all the criticism I have of the Bandits are out of game.
Yeah. Yeah. And now it is a 4-game lead for the Cyclones. We'll get that point on the board for the Bandits eventually, but they are at 5 right now. They have taken CTR, they have taken Street Fighter, they have taken the Finals, they have taken Need for Speed, and they have taken Halo. So that was 2 racers, 1 fighter, and 2 shooters that they've taken. They have not taken any strategy, and they have not taken any sports games. But to be fair, there was only 1 sports game, and they kind of threw that one.
Oh, Lethal League.
Lethal Leagues, actually. We just played our second one, and they kind of threw it again.
So this is the whole thing. All right. So people at home, we have hit that point. One of our teams have finally run out of timeouts, and it is the Bandits. Mishap after mishap today has now put them in a position where I can no longer ask you next game to make a change, next game to improve, next game to be better. If you want to win this game, you need to be flawless out of and in game for the next hour and 24 minutes.
Yeah, it's a lot to ask for. Usually, this amount of time still left in the game is not when you want to have all of your timeouts run down, all of your forfeits either, because it can force you to play games and run down the timer. So with the Bandits only having 2 forfeits left and no timeouts, they don't have a lot of room to make any mistakes. And judging by how this game has gone so far, an hour, and I'm doing what you were doing before.
It's so easy to look at it, like, oh yeah, a minute. And you're like, oh no, an hour and 24 minutes.
Yeah, it is an hour, almost an hour and a half, somewhere around hour 23 minutes left in this game. That's a lot to ask for. 0 mistakes after all the ones that we've seen them make so far.
And I briefly spoke about rule changes. There was another major rule change that came out actually starting last week, which was the removal of buses as eligible vehicles in Wreckfest. That means that we saw a lot more cars, a lot more racing, but not a lot less wrecking, funnily enough.
Yeah.
People are still willing to play a very combative style and aren't just kind of all agreeing to race where possible. I think it's opened up some of the map pool, and players are starting to show a little bit more creativity. When the expression, when you don't got to dodge a bus, I guess it helps. A little bit.
You don't have to dodge a bus anymore, but sometimes you do have to dodge a bullet. Unfortunately, these cars can pick up some pretty high top speeds, and we've seen some of these players come in hot to get the wrecks that they need. We saw just in the last game that we commentated, in fact, we saw some seriously crucial wrecking coming out from some of the players. So it does sometimes end just reliant on whoever ends up crashing the other team out first.
Now, I'm going to ask you, Speedy, I'm going to ask you the hard question. Who are you sending in? So for the people at home, he has to send in these 2 players that are lit up. They have to go in for this next game. Pizza Man on the side of the Cyclones, Scarlet Rift on the sides of the Bandits. Otherwise, you have to pick 4 more players that will be uneligible to play the next game. Who are you taking?
I can say on the side of the Cyclones, I think one of the players you want to send in is Silver, because in these team games, I think you need to have that X factor. And for the team right now, I'm really not even looking at Posey for Psycho. They've been playing well, really well, both of them. They've been playing fantastic. Silver has been the X factor. The reason that they're doing so well, it's because when you go that far down the lineup, we talked about in the first half, you go down to your tier 3 in the lineup, and that player is performing on the level of the other team's tier 1 and 2, you know that you've got a real hot streak going. You have a really strong top of the team. I think Silver is one of those players. He's really, really on fire today, and you should throw him into these team games to be a leader if he really can be. Call some of these shots, because we've been putting a lot of focus on him in production, and I think it really translates to the team. They're now looking at him the same way, knowing that he has a matchup against his brother. He has information that the rest of the team might not have, and he's been playing fantastic. So that's one of those players that has to go in. I think Arcade being the tier 7, it kind of also subjects him to playing some of these out-of-the-pocket games, some of these ones that can be considered either party games or group games, anything of that like. And here we'll see that Arcade will be going in. We don't see who that 5th player is yet that they're going to be sending in, but hopefully Silver gets a chance. If not, I can understand why. You did put in your tier 1 and tier 2. At this point, I might not put in Silver, because then you don't have a ton of strength to rely on if something crucial spins next. So I would say at this point, if you have your tier 1 and 2 in, keep Silver out. The Bandits, on the other hand, we can see that they just went with the top of the lineup, tier 1 through 5, and they're going to rely on their 6 and 7, which honestly, they're a strong bottom-tier duo to hold down the fort.
And they do have silver available, so my guess is going to be, or scarlet, excuse me.
Yeah, they have scarlet available still.
I do apologize for that. As someone that has a older brother, I'm sorry for doing what literally everyone does to us all the time, which is call us by our siblings.
Including your parents.
Yes, everybody's just like, look, whichever one you are. All right, come on over here, do whatever needs to be done. But we do need a 5th player from the Cyclones. If they make a mistake here.
There'll be a timeout, Cyclones. They put Bosif in the lineup twice. You get to choose who goes in.
All right. Very interesting call from the floor. We are hearing now that Bosif was put twice on the lineup for the Cyclones. So the Bandits are going to get to choose who goes in place of his second appearance on the lineup. It's not going to be up to them. And I think that's why we saw what we saw there. We do see that one of the players wasn't put in. Production was on top of it, but they didn't whisper a peep to the players. They did not let them know. They said, "Listen, 4 are in. That's how it's going to be. It's their mistake. We're not going to fix it."
Down for a very specific reason, just on the off chance that someone is paying attention. It is not on us to save them from themselves. So, let me bring you back, Speedy. I mentioned this before. To the Cyclones, you now need to play flawless to protect your lead and to win this game. And after this, you have the coaching staff. So now it becomes designating someone as the lineup person, designating someone as the setup person, doing and making whatever tools and do-bobs and billy-bobs that you might need to find this win. Both of these teams, regardless of how well you played, I cannot call this a clean game anymore.
Yeah, no, definitely not a clean game for either of these two teams. They have a lot to clean up. I think there's a reason that the Cyclones are 0-2. I mean, it really is like a twister just blowing through the UEL right now, throwing around the rule books, throwing around the roster lineups. We don't know what we're going to get at this point. So
I know what we're going to get, though, and that is going to be AVRI in the sky giving us an update. All right, what's the mood on the floor after that last debacle?
Well, the Cyclones are a little upset, but let me tell you what I love. I am the type of person who loves seeing the fear on everyone's eyes when they see me walk up on that stage when somebody messes something up. When I go and talk to that game master, they know somebody done messed up. And as soon as Lucci heard me say Bosif, he said, "It's not us, it's not us, it's not us, it's not us." He's so happy. He's so happy it's not them.
I think after tonight, I would be too, with everything that is happening. That is the real power of being in production. If you're looking to join, come on down to the UEL. You too can carry the power of fear amongst the players, knowing that my fate or our fate or any fate is in your hands. So let's go ahead and we'll see how all this is going to be resolved. Final Stand Ragnarok being the next game that is coming up as well, one of our featured games for this season. But now neither team will have timeouts.
Yeah, that's going to be it. Cyclones still have plenty of forfeits to use up if they run into something that they don't really like to see. I would assume they think they win the wheel at this point, which, of course, winning the wheel meaning you have a majority of the games that you're confident you will take from the other team. At this point, it's reasonable to say that you win the wheel against the Bandits. It's kind of been proven statistically. It's not perfect because it is a 5-9 game right now, so it's definitely not guaranteed for the Cyclones. They still do have to play clean, like we were just talking about. There's a lot of reasons they'll need to. Wreckfest will eat up a bit of time. Final Stand Ragnarok will eat up a little bit of time. The Bandits are going to want to hope that they roll a lot of these quicker games, something like FC, just among those faster games that they can run through quickly and start to catch up here.
Lumina Rush being another one of those games. Now, I do want to highlight why this timeout might be more devastating than a normal timeout. Because when you send in a messed up lineup, your opposing team picks who goes in to correct the lineup. So you were saying silver is the X factor for the lineup. That could mean that you could opt to disconnect Silver and Scarlet matching each other.
Yeah.
So if some of those situations come up, they're not clashing against one another anymore. They're clashing against somebody else. Yes, that could be detrimental for you, but if you believe Silver is the X factor in this game right now, I think you're trying to put him in situations where he can have less impact rather than greater impact.
Yeah, and now the Bandits in control of what this lineup is going to be like. That's why you see the roster reset there at the bottom. We're back to only Pizza Man being available, and that's because that's how it was before they put in their original lineup. So we'll see Pizza Man go in here. It's like they were reading my mind. And we'll see who the other 4 players are in just a moment.
I will let y'all know who has changed. Now, if anything is correct, it does look like they have actually decided to keep the same lineups. And we will go here, everybody racing here on Dust Bowl Valley. And we are rushing around. So in first place is Arcade Finney. He is one of the players. One of the players that hasn't been on here. Did you leave the map? How did you even do that? Boar, how in the world did you manage to leave the map? You find magical ways to play these games, and we see Lovejoy confident, cool, and calm. They're at the very top of the lineup there. I'm looking at Lovejoy. He's lit up. He's comfortable. He is watching.
Yo, I'm hurt. I'm not gonna lie. I'm at 50 health.
You're good. Just play it safe.
And here we go. So Lovejoy is still riding around with no problems. Doing his best here to just stay in position. PC1 is now taking the lead. That would be Lovejoy. He's sitting up there with no problem. Making sure that he's continuously pushing the pace a little bit.
Yeah, but it's still a very close game right now. 28 points on the side of the Bandits at the moment, 30 for the Cyclones.
They are leading, and they're on the 3rd lap, so that will put them in a position to continuously get better and better. Point advantage, because every time Lovejoy is finishing a lap, he's going to get more and more points for his team. He's holding those top 2 spots. Both of him and Tegeta are sitting out so far in front. They can continue to push this lead, but their teammates will have to catch up some, because unless somebody wrecks out, I think that they should still manage to win, but you don't want to maybe, because you see already Arcade Finney has now taken that 2nd place spot, which is going to make these points even closer. A big hit. I think this is, funnily enough to me, the Cyclones having a very different game plan. People thought buses were gone. They just have to race. And that taking Lovejoy down to half health means that he is in danger of getting knocked out of the race from another big hit like that.
Yeah, it's 73 to 73. It's not often that we see this close a game of Wreckfest. And Lovejoy trying to pick up his times now as well. He's taking those inside corners better, not hitting the wall as much, not taking unnecessary damage, and increasing his time, trying to get these laps finished so that he can put points on the board. We see that there's been a little bit of wreckage. There is some critical damage there on the side of Scarlet, but he is staying in this one, just managing to survive as his team takes a lead now. Very nice. As soon as we switch over to Scarlet, it seems that all things are going pretty well. You can see Tegeta is practically, he's on a ventilator right now. That car is barely hanging in there. Now 99 points for the Bandits, but there are still 2 laps to go for most of these players on that team.
And now what's going to be important is they need to start removing some of these players from the race. We see 2 at least that are on half health, and I see Silver also on critical damage, but is laughing and having a ton of fun. He still seems to understand, like, he's looking for his opportunity, I think, to take out another player, especially if it's a critical player. Hilariously enough, I think he's following Scarlet.
It is. They are identical, both on critical damage, both at 10 health, and both with damage on the same side of the car.
They are, I can tell you as a younger sibling, I would absolutely look to ruin your game. Like, you lost too. Nope, you lost. I won. I got to pick when I went out of the race.
Yeah, they can really end each other's races right now. Oh my goodness, you can see how close the score line is too. Actually, a lead going the way of Scarlet's team there. Wow, did he even take any damage there, or was he lucky enough to just bounce off for free?
And Arcade here looking comfortable. He's drifting around these corners. If you didn't see that front part of his car, you would have never guessed that he'd taken any damage to begin with. Everyone else is slowing to take this turn. Him slowing because he's like, okay, I guess I don't want to hit this car on the other side.
Yeah, getting taken out by a player who's not playing the game anymore would be a little bit embarrassing, so he's going to avoid that. But just a slight lead the way of the Cyclones now. It's a back and forth. We see a 1-point lead go to the Bandits. This is the first place position here, so every lap finished from Arcade is extremely important for their team to keep the lead. And even before he gets to the finish line, his team putting 10 points up that put them in the lead. 14 now. They're up by 11.
Okay, here we go. This is going to finish his race. So what is the jump that we're going to see? He slows down and finally eases across. 163 is what he's able to finish his team out on. And first place, his best lap was 40 seconds. And now it's going to come down to, in the DNF category, I see 2 blue players. So critically, this will come down to a score of 4 versus 3. Scarlet coming in, this would probably have taken him out. He gets third, and now it's just going to come down to these points. 2 of them are there, and each one of these races is going to be critical. Everyone that crosses the finish line, that's another finish. That's another finish. That's another finish. 171 to 161 is our final score.
Man.
And that's not just a clean win. That is an absolute win, which off of that forfeited timeout is required. And for those of y'all popping back in, maybe seeing this for the first time, my name is Strix, and sitting here with me is Speedy. We are your casters for today on this game of the Ultimate In-Gamers League between the New York Bandits and the Texas Cyclones.
Yeah, that is another win for the Cyclones there, putting them up now 10-5, once again doubling the score of the Bandits. It's like every inch that the Bandits are able to take, the Cyclones just get, honestly, 2 more feet. They are just stepping out in front right now, just jumping ahead at this point, heading into Final Stand Ragnarok. I am curious which of this team has the leg up in that game because it's a lot different from the other ones we have in the league. It's one of our sponsored games of the league, one of our highlight games. So I am really excited to see who's been working on it, and I'm really excited to see 7 of the same character and 1 person who wants to have fun.
I think we might see something a little bit different. Being one
I
of our
hope
featured
so.
Games, I know people are playing this and actively labbing. And, you know, I know chat, y'all have been very much agreeing with me, not at all disagreeing, telling me that I don't know what I'm talking about, which I'm perfectly fine with. Funnily enough, like, I like people that don't agree. I don't want metas to be super static, and the same. If you found something that works, all I ask is you come into the UEL and you show it so that when I go back and review these games, I can see it and we can have a discussion at the end of the day. Also, I'll do the normal spiel. We play different than you might play at home, which is why some of these ideas might seem a little bit more insane. But with an hour and 17 minutes left, we have to get into this game. I want to also check, shouldn't they be down to 1 timeout? Because they use the timeout for Need for Speed and then the penalty timeout.
I believe they should be down to 0 timeouts. Yeah, both of our teams should have no timeouts remaining at this point, so it's only the forfeits. It is 2 forfeits for the Bandits and 5 forfeits for the Cyclones remaining, and that is all of the utility that they have left right now. A 5-game gap is a lot to make up in an hour and 17 minutes because it requires you to play with a level of cleanliness that we just haven't seen from either of these teams yet. So it's time for the Bandits to step up, put their best foot forward, and take the win for themselves. Stop letting the Cyclones eke wins out from them and start forcing these wins, because we see that all the ones that they get are dominant. They dominate and grab wins. They don't play just by a little bit. The Cyclones, on the other hand, are able to get just that little bit of a lead like we just saw. 161 to 171 was the end of that game, and that's all that separated them.
And
so
you mentioned X factors and just that little bit more. That is maybe what the Bandits have. Maybe they have been practicing their strengths, like you
Yeah.
mentioned, the things they know they're good in to ensure they get as many wins. But when the wheel doesn't roll in your favor, it becomes hard to take an entire game.
Yeah, and we will get that timeout removed from the side of the Cyclones as well, because that was the last one that they just used in that previous game. And then it'll be all evened up. After we get these rosters set, we're actually going to be seeing soon, I think, who we get in Final Stand Ragnarok. Speaking of which, there's a player on the side of the Bandits. They would have to actively select him, but he is probably the first player to have a UEL viral clip of himself in Final Stand Ragnarok. And it was not for the best reasons, and he's going right back in. He wants to redeem himself in this one, and I really hope he gets to, because his absolute worst enemy, Bench, was in that last game. No, that's not a gamer tag. That's just a bench. Unfortunately, there was a bench in which one of our players, Boar, was stuck behind in the last time playing Final Stand Ragnarok. Now, that map that they played in game type was not the typical map in game type played. I'm curious if that was the Bandits' choice and if we might see that again if they have that selection.
So that's the fun part about the game. The fun part about the game is that is not up to your control. What is in their control, though, are these timeouts. So, AV, let us know what's going on the floor and out there. Let the people at home know.
Boar said he never getting stuck behind the bench again. You will never catch him slipping. But outside of that, Lovejoy is not looking too good, man. He started this game with a bunch of hype. I think that this deficit is really starting to get to him. As of right now, he can't even sit in the room. So it's been tough. It's been really tough. A lot of mistakes made from the leadership side and lack thereof. So I think this is a good wake up call for them. But we will see.
Yeah, that is really unfortunate to see. I think that in this conversation between Lovejoy and Lucci, this is going to come down to stuff like this, being able to keep your head in the game. You have to be able to hold tight. I mean, especially when Lovejoy has been in a further deficit before. He was in the game that the Bandits actually ended up losing, so he's already tasted a little bit of defeat. He should be a little bit more confident in this one, that they're really taking the fight to the Cyclones. They have a way back into this one, and hopefully he'll be able to gather himself. That maybe what he's doing right now, hopefully he's able to gather all of his emotions that are going through him right now. He needs to lock it down. He's taking a break for this one. He's got a couple of minutes to breathe. But he needs to come back out here, help his team set up, because they've had trouble with it already. Get into the next game and try to push for a win with your team.
And this is to any player out there that's maybe never been in this position or doesn't know how to deal with it. You focus on the problem ahead of you, and we do see some difference. We see Scarlet on the Yuki. I'm seeing a lot of Bjorn. I'm seeing a couple of Gwendolyn's. It looks like both sides want to be able to play, and then only a couple of Ayelas along with it. MK1 being the next game. And now that we get into game, I'm interested to see how these comps work and how people end up playing together. So it looks like we are probably doing defend the tower based on the spawn here. This is usually where there's just going to be enemies spawning all around, and you have to fight waves of tons and tons of enemy. I mentioned it beforehand. There's a randomness to this. You don't get to pick what map you go into.
Yeah.
You have to be prepared for any of the possible options, and you need to play from there. So this is the final stand arena. You need to be prepared. And you have to be aware of how to handle each one of these. They are slightly different for each and every single one. But play the game in front of you. You win one game. Let other people worry about time. If you're management, you are playing a game of, do we win this guaranteed? If the answer is yes, you play it. If it starts to take even look questionable and you can't guarantee it, then sometimes it's better to opt to just save the time. You don't have that many forfeits left, so you have to be very selective in how you're going to play those games, but at the same time, you need to be willing to play. Scarlet there using his damage boost. It reduces and weakens enemies. The little symbol you say there pop up. But now just using AoE to deal as much damage as he possibly can across the board, pulling in a lot of these groups of enemies, playing a little bit further out to try to catch them before maybe some other players happen to notice. I love the movement here. He's not moving too much because he's not being required to. He's trying to get everything to kind of move into this circular around him so that he can then pop his ability. Not having enough energy, he puts himself in a dangerous spot, maybe not realizing that he didn't have the ability to do it, but is still okay. Only loses some of his green life, doesn't lose too much shielding.
Yeah, able to regenerate a little bit now as well. That was an unfortunate situation that he put himself in. He did lose a little bit of health from it, but we've seen that this character here can put out a surprising amount of damage and collect a lot of points, and you can see why right there. The kill streaks are sometimes a little bit higher to build up because you don't get to use those strong abilities every second. However, you do see that Archer character that we have is able to put out damage like that pretty consistently and keep that streak up by putting down damage, kill-worthy damage with just her regular basic attack. So this character here, Yuki, I believe is the name, is the character that kind of a mixed bag. You do have to be a lot more skilled at this game to be able to function this character.
Yes, and being really aware here, I like to see what I see there. I'm just going to get some health before this next wave begins. So we're on the wave 2, which is going to be Skeletons. And here we see Bosif playing Gwendolyn. You can see she makes all of these ghostly projections, ghosts of herself. Some of them are stationary, some of them defend her. You have to know how to play around them and create as many as possible. She is a very strong character, but usually tends to take a decent amount of ramp in the game. But Bosif doing a good job of finding these kills and continuing putting pressure out. Competing, it looks like, I'm assuming, with Boar. I think both the Gwendolyn's are just standing next to each other, doing as much damage as possible. So let's see. Boom. Get your hits in.
I didn't even notice because the green ones will be the one of the player that we are watching, and then the blue ones are the other players. But those colors were so close that I actually, for a second, I was like, that is impressive how many of them he was able to get up.
Trust me, I only noticed when they were literally standing next to each other. If they were anywhere separated or apart from one another, it was kind of crazy. All right, and we're moving in here. Let's see, throwing the spears best I can. I do think that Boar is happy about this map. There are far less benches, boxes, and or various rectangular-shaped objects for him to get trapped behind. Lots of open room for him to roam free. Make sure at home that you do your best to have your boars roaming free.
Yeah, you can tell, though, that he holds a grudge because you can tell by the expression on his face that he's not too thrilled about having to say hello to this game again. Like a little bit upset up there, but I'm sure he's having fun. He's doing fine, and this is that character who played, so he is getting that redemption. And then, of course, you see Bosif down there on the Ring doorbell cam. Don't worry, he's just outside your house. He can't come in.
Don't worry, yeah, he's chilling. He's okay.
Oh, yeah. Look how relaxed he looks. I mean, he really does look calm playing this one. Boar is definitely in the zone. Bosif seems pretty chill. And, I mean, when you're playing a character that has summons that's kind of, you're supposed to be directing them to do the damage, it may almost feel more like you're playing StarCraft, a different game in our strategy category, but just directing your troops and powering them up when you do need to get those kills on those stronger enemies.
It is beautiful. So now we're into the third one. This is where the sneaky, stabby wraiths, you just saw one slither on by right there, can appear. And if players aren't aware, nice job stunning on top of the fire. This is a great way to burn them down quickly. And this is why every player has an ability that's an AoE that can affect teammates and help in some way. Otherwise, they have damaging abilities, shielding abilities, and they vary. Their roles are very nebulous here. But now working together to get a ton of kills. I want to see this perform well. I don't think that this character is bad, but I want to see more and more players. Right now, if he's able to ramp this up high enough, good job by the AL at the stun here, getting assist credit on all of these kills by having all of them stunned while damage is being done. But now needing to rotate around to get as much damage as possible between different players. Now we see we're moving, gets another kill. Not a kill streak here, but now we're moving out, hoping to get some damage, some And now running around, this last wave is going to finish. So after this, we'll get one more wave. It's going to be the portal wave, and that will be our 8-minute timer that we do have for the game. All these guys that you see here are trying to sacrifice themselves to the tower to deal damage. If you run up to them, they kind of forget what they were doing and say, food, let me go take a bite.
Yeah, they get in through that barrier, and it's like when you walk into a room and forget what you were doing there. You see that your TV was still on, and you get locked in on it. That's kind of what happens when one of our players runs into that circle there. They get locked on, and they completely forget about the tower for a moment. So heading into this last round, it seems everybody, I want to say, is still alive. Yes, we do. We see that the player we're watching currently, Bo Seif, you can see his health bar on the bottom left, and then he does have 7 in the top left, 7 teammates still alive. So that is our entire lobby of our 4v4.
Throwing down some healing, looks like using some abilities as well, trying to make sure that he is able to have his troops powered up as much as possible, these Spectres. And now we wait. There's not a whole lot of time left. It'll be about 7:15, 7:10-ish when the wave will start. There we go. It pops, 7:05. My correction there. My fault. But now they're going to have portals that spawn that they have to kill. Within the next 45 seconds, the game should be getting called, and we have to find just here. So in 45 seconds, everything will be said and done.
Yeah, and one of these portals being taken out, you had mentioned it last week, how important it is in this game mode to get those portals down toward the end, because it can be your last huge points objective point building. It's your last chance, basically, to put large objective points on the board, just a big collective that you can add to your team.
And I am not kidding to you that, funnily enough, a lot of people, the modes feel very different in terms of their pacing. Because some modes just have a lot more talking and some more dialogue.
Yeah, right. And that'll be our game.
We see the hands up. We see the hands up. We see the hands up. Behind the head, interlocked fingers, hands up completely. Now we have to wait for people to die. Luckily on this wave, it'll be relatively quickly. The funniest part here is they'd have no control. This Gwendolyn character is a little bit cheeky because she can set her ghost to protect herself. So they will get a few more kills and a little bit more damage without the player doing anything. And there is not anything the player can do anything. Yes.
Wow, yeah, that is a lot of kills after the timer. Gwendolyn, new meta incoming. I mean, look how much damage is going out. They're actually having a hard time killing Gwendolyn's minions here. They're putting out so much damage continuing this game.
As they die, also, they spawn more. So this can legitimately be a situation where if they don't die fast enough, you could continually make more minions. Luckily, died, ended. So this is the reality of it. I do think that she's strong in this specific mode. That is like a 1 in 3, 1 in 4 chance of getting the mode. You don't know what mode you're going to get if you coin flip correctly.
Right.
Great.
Yeah, it is a risk, maybe not as reliable.
And we will get you the scores here shortly as the match summary comes up.
Boar coming out with the highest score this time. Look what he can do when he doesn't get stuck behind a box.
And we'll
Bo Seif is in second.
Followed by Ambushman in third.
And then it looks like we have Scarlet in fourth, Lucci in fifth.
Baba Yagins in sixth, Duck in seventh, and Pizza Man in eighth.
Oh,
so there's
man. That is so back and forth.
I don't have an easy way to, because no one has like an outrageous lead. 18,000 for the Bandits.
All right.
600.
18,000 for the Bandits. That may be a Bandits win.
I think it's just enough because
that's
two of
like
the bottom performers.
Exactly half the lobby. Just 18,000 is exactly half the lobby, I believe.
This can come down to like legitimately the smallest number possible.
Yeah, 11,000, 14,000. 18,000 might be the majority. I believe there's only 14,000 points left after that, so I think the Bandits did win. At 18,000 is a little bit more than the majority, so likely going to be a Bandits win here, but we'll let you know just in case that math is wrong. It is a Bandits win. Bandits are going to go up their 6th point on the board, keeping it at only 4 games apart. We'll go into Mortal Kombat 2v2 fighter pretty quick, honestly. If the Bandits can take a win in this one too, that's huge momentum leading into having definitely enough time to come back by 3.
This will be interesting to see who wants to bookend Mortal Kombat. One, I say bookend, there is a huge, so it was a little bit closer than we thought, 195 points being the difference for a win to keep their story alive. But I mentioned Mortal Kombat 1 and a bookend. That is because a new expansion is coming out for the game next week, which you will see if Mortal Kombat rolls in next week's UEL. But these players, Scarlet Rift, I know Psycho also plays this game. I would guess Psycho Silver, Scarlet Lovejoy makes sense. This should be what I expected. And both these players now showing who can bring on the most help. Actually choosing to send in Pizza Man, maybe this not being one of Silver's fighters.
Yeah, there definitely are fighters that he's better at, more traditional fighters that people would call them. Even though Mortal Kombat is a big one for sure, very popular, it is definitely outside of the FGC favor, so sometimes there's not as much overlap.
And we have Scarlet Sindel going up against Pizza Man Liu Kang, F124 being the next game on the list. Doing a good job of just blocking it out. I love the patience from Pizza Man. Just like, look, if I'm blocking my face, you can't hurt me. And Scarlet says, let me introduce you to throws and fighting games. It's a lot of fun. And I think Scarlet's starting to realize that, like, Pizza doesn't know a whole lot of what he's doing here, but looking for his chance to maybe get a few buttons in, is going to lose his cameo meter here, or his EX meter there. Not being able to do more EX moves and now just using normals to get as many jabs and hits in to get a little bit of damage. A nice throw escape. Ultimately, though, Scarlet looks like he wants to get some damage in, starting to run this combo. That's almost up to 3K, but there we go. We get a special move out. And Pizza fighting for his life, trying to get some damage in. I don't want to see the final blow used here just because the round wasn't specifically close. I love that, again, you see Psycho there trying to sit in. We see other coaching staff. They're just trying to give him ideas on how to play. That dive kick is really causing some damage. It requires you to be ready to block as he comes down towards the ground. And we're going to see a big combo here. 30%. Is he going to be able to get more? 37% of his life. Doesn't end up getting caught. A nice throw escape. And once again is going to continue the damage going forward. I think Scarlet realizes that as long as he doesn't do anything too dangerous, he can kind of beat up on the Pizza Man. Again, Pizza, greater with the gun, greater in these shooters. But in fighting games, you're in Scarlet's territory. That was almost hilarious. I like the attempt by him to try.
Yeah, he did make an
we
attempt.
Have the fatality, all of this yelling. Please check in on the Mortal Kombat devs. Every time I see a fatality, I get reminded that y'all need to check in on them. Because they are forced to make some interesting visual choices at the very least.
Listen, I just want to say the fact that video game development exists is probably a huge savior, because if those people were just left to the rest of the world with the inability to express what we see in these fatalities, that would be scary. Oh.
Psycho's playing Kenshi?
All right then, Psycho.
Psycho's playing Kenshi. Okay. This is one of the most difficult characters in the game to play, which is also unfortunate because not currently an active player, but the third Thompson brother, Scarlet and Silver's brother, Scance, plays this character.
Well, hopefully Scarlet has enough experience than playing against this character to understand this matchup.
Catches the jump in, throws him back towards the corners, not letting him get out. But here we go, get some damage started, and is looking for an opportunity. Doesn't manage to catch him, gets hit there by the hit into full combo. Nice breaker to stop tons and tons of damage from coming his way. And trying to now use this button, and here we go. Let's see what the combo looks like. I need to see damage. Each one of these hits, you get to play 2 characters right here. He isn't able to do it. Nice job jumping over. The Ghost gets hit, but that should give him an opportunity to take an early lead. He just needs to find his opportunity, and Scarlet has to be looking. You got to blow. Is it high, low, both sides? It doesn't matter if I get up with a get-up move that keeps me safe and uses the super to take the first round, which is going to be important.
Man.
Psycho making sure that he takes this early lead. He has to beat Scarlet and then Lovejoy for him to be able to win this. You can see who's where at the top of your screen.
Yeah, that was a good first-round comeback there from Psycho because he was down a lot in that early half. You can see that the Sindel does not put out as much damage as some of these other characters. It takes a lot of work and a lot of comboing to really get that damage ticked down. You can see how slowly that health bar moves down. Psycho does have the advantage on this Kenship being able to put out quicker damage, but right now, for the second round in a row, he is taking all the early damage, and it's going to have to be a comeback situation from him again. He keeps playing these safe options, but when you're going to continue to get hit by the Serena from the back like that, unfortunately, you're not going to have many opportunities to approach.
Nice job catching him, using some of these strings so that he's not necessarily being easy to predict, but gets caught. Nice breaker. He doesn't have a fatal blow for this round. Remember, it comes back, good job, and catches him and is getting a little bit more damage, gets knocked down, throws himself here. Don't know how you survive that. But 110, blocks the cameo, is now going to get thrown, and here's the opportunity. You have to find the opportunity, and the low projectile takes him out. So now, even if he is able to go up against Lovejoy, he is going to only have 1 life. Now we see Psycho stepping forward for the first time all set, looking for his opportunity to take a fight. The combo almost drops. Scarlet not ready for the awkward hit to continue putting out more damage. Jumps in, checks him with a down 1, and is immediately going to hit him with a couple of overheads. Catching him with hit after hit, taking this early lead. I think he started to figure out Psycho's game plan. This is the worry about not having fatal blow. There's so much damage you can lose and have to take. Like right here in this combo, you don't have another breaker, and you might just be dead. He drops the combo, but the throw will be enough to close out the game. That is Scarlet for you, a force of nature. Nice try by Psycho, managing to take 1 life, but ultimately wasn't ready for the game plan. And now this is a 3-win game.
Yeah, Scarlet putting in really heavy work there for his team. It's clear that not having anime fighters on his side isn't going to be a total detriment, because whereas some players who say that only cover the likes of Tekken and Street Fighter, Scarlet has gone the extra mile, and he covers that Mortal Kombat option as well, a game that not all FGC players are willing to get into because of how different it is, how sometimes it can be a little more stringy and you don't get as many opportunities to push back and get your own turn. It has a weird back and forth. It's definitely just different in a way that some people enjoy and some people do not. And Scarlet, whether he does or not, he's been putting in the work, and it's getting him against these other fighting game players like Psycho pretty solid wins. He did lose the first round, but the read was instant. As soon as that first round ended, he didn't take a single other connection. Just a jab or two was all he really took.
The mark of really good fighters to make those quick adaptations when they are presented with consistent or enough information. You operate and are able to move on, and similar skills are needed when we head into things with these racing games. This F1, yes, you need to know the lines, but sometimes lines get messed up. Sometimes random opportunities appear for you to maybe deviate from the line to take an advantage, and having to use those same skills will be important. Jury is available, and on the flip side, I don't know who the racer. No, actually, I'm going to take that back. Arcade. Finney has been showing up today in every one of his racers.
Yeah.
In Need for Speed, like, oh, well, his team lost. He was chasing and felt very consistently the person up close with the most wanted. So I think he might be our player to go in here against what has to be Jury. I don't know if there's another opportunity.
It's a 1v1 to close this gap and make it a 2-game match. There's no way you don't send in Jury here unless the Bandits had money on the Cyclones. I mean, that could be the case, but I don't think it's going to happen. I want to point out that even in Wreckfest, Arcade actually showed up big. He finished in first for his team, so he's been a little bit quiet tonight, but in a 5v5 game, when your tier 7 finishes first, builds your team the most points toward a win where you only win by 10, that's a significant contribution from a tier 7, no less an experienced teammate for the Cyclones.
Now, what has me worried is that this is a Cyclone setup, and this is probably the most complex setup on the entire wheel. So before we even have the timer run out, I want to hear from AV. What is the feeling out there on the floor?
100% they're putting Jury in for this. The Bandits are putting in Jury. We all know Jury is one of the strongest racers in this league. And I think that the person that they're going to pit against him is Arcade Finney. And the reason I say that is because of how fast Arcade was going in Need for Speed. So Arcade said that he wants to take that spot, and he is coming for Jury.
That is good to hear. So give the man the shot that he wants. But with 50 seconds left on the clock, they have to get into this game. You do not want a loss coming up.
No
here.
way. Not forced out of them. So we got to be done soon because both of these teams are down. We actually haven't seen forfeits used in a while, which I think tells you that forfeits are not something that have been choice in this matchup. It's something that has been misfortune, and it's all come out of the Bandits so far. The Cyclones haven't even had to use a single one.
Now, the scary thing, more than anything else, I think, for players is did you set the laps to 3 instead of 5?
Right.
We've seen that happen one too many times. And the next roll of the day is Fortnite Bosif's available. Sure, you're good, but Bosif is Bosif. Has Goat Seif ready to go and ready to play. So people at home that are looking and hoping for a perspective, your bottom perspective is Jury, your top perspective is Arcade. So put your channel points in, put your opportunities in, what you want and what you are looking for. Arcade's starting a little bit farther back in the pack, whereas Jury is sitting in that 3rd position, maybe looking to jump out to an early lead and separate himself from the pack.
Yeah, it's going to be a 7th place start or maybe higher coming out from Arcade here, and it looks like he is going to sneak his way in there. He does take a little bit of bumping, but nothing too serious, so he's going to settle into that 7th place position. Jury's starting in 2nd. That is, I mean, if he can get a 1st place position, that is extremely dangerous. He can have this whole game on lock. I don't know if he's going to make a push for it because of how aggressive these forward AI racers can be. The ones that end up front can get really pushy and start to force damage out of you. We do still see in 7th place we've got Arcade, but that is 1st place coming out from Jury. Now let's see if he can keep it. He does pick up the speed to keep 1st place, so now it is Jury's game, and Arcade has to play absolutely perfectly for 3 laps to catch up.
And this is what's huge. Having to get past all of these AI is going to be a fight. Each and every single one of these turns, it matters. Jury is taking them a little bit wide there, but still comfortably able to continue his speed and continue his line as safe as possible.
It's actually working out for him quite well. So it looks like Jury's actually extending his lead. If you look there on the bottom, I'm not sure if this is F1 or CTR, but he's just cruising along the course right now. Came in pretty hot on that turn, but he knows exactly how wide to take it, to take those fast, wide turns. And keeping that speed is what's getting him this lead over and over. He's now heading into his 2nd lap here. You can see that Max Verstappen finish. And he can't see anybody on his mini-map. He knows the exact amount of speed he has to take these wide turns like that. He's got so much experience in these games. Jury really is one of the best racers that we have in the league. It's so rare. Oh, no, the spin out that we get from Arcade. He's going to have to settle himself back into the race much further back, and right now it's a 13th place that he settles himself into. Jury just has to play his own game, and there's very little Arcade can do. I mean, I said perfect for 3 laps. Now it's perfect for 2, but even more perfect than perfect because you're not just going from 7th to 1st. You have to make your way up from 13th.
Part of me almost wanted Arcade to slow down and fall back to that back of the pack and to either force Jury to slow down and interact with the pack more or to possibly run up on him and put him in a position where he's able to take more damage.
Oh,
Going the
man.
wrong way will do that to you. Now in the back of the pack, you just need to take your time You don't have to fly anymore. You're just racing that one person, and you want Jury to catch up to you. This is no longer about beating him in the race because ultimately you're so far behind, you're not catching him. If he catches you, though, you are in a position to take a win. But I don't think so because I'm pretty sure how far they're separated because Jury's crossing the starting line now. If Arcade continues at his pace, he will hit the starting line before Jury is able to catch up to him. I don't think he has – I think it's 2 more turns here before he's able to – at the end of this long stretch, we'll be turning towards the starting line, and Jury should be out of sight now that Jury's on lap 3.
Yeah, Jury is way far out ahead. There is nobody catching up to him right now. 20th place, honestly, if I'm Arcade – I might save myself some time to go the distance on the wheel because even if you wait for this one to go to the very end, you're not really helping yourself. You do have 48 minutes left on the clock right now. There's plenty of time to play enough games for the Bandits to come back, so you need more and more games to roll if you think you're going to win this wheel. There's really no way to win if you don't think you win the wheel because the Bandits have plenty of time still. So this is a really tight race now, maybe not so much in our game of F1 where we see Jury going a little off course, but it doesn't cost him much because he's got such a huge lead. But just in our matchup here between the Bandits and the Cyclones, I think it's about to get real close.
Yeah, and I think this is more about pride for Arcade, showing that, hey, yeah, I spun out. I was trying to catch up with Jury.
Oh.
Nope, choosing to DNF himself to get out of the race and to just walk away. Clapping there, showing respect where respect is due. And this might be the funniest thing and the reason why this makes sense. It's going from a console to a PC. That'll be a 2-minute setup. Neither team has timeouts.
Yeah.
They've had errors all day. Are they able to get everybody in Fortnite fast?
Let's hope so because the momentum of the Bandits right now, 3 games won in a row, starting to bring you back into this one. If you lose and have to forfeit to your Fortnite game because you can't get the game set up in time, that's a huge momentum killer. It feels like incompetence. It feels like weakness. It doesn't serve your team to move forward and win this match.
You're not losing because you played bad.
Yeah.
People don't understand. Being worse is the better option. It's an easier pill to swallow to say they were better on the day. They played better than I did. And now we have to see with Fortnite getting set up how many of these PCs. This is why I mentioned coaching staff. What a lot of coaching staff will do is the moment one player is in the game, I leave my coach with them. I go tell people, cool, I need these PCs set up.
Yep.
Go ahead, get us in the game. Make sure we're ready to go. Make sure everybody's logged in. If we have set up, get accounts, get names. We're going to bring everybody in there. Now it looks like we are getting lineup, so it looks like people are going in. Now the next question is going to be on the side of both teams. Did you send everybody in? Did you do everything you need to do? Please make sure you have checked everything. Double check it, triple check it. If you don't know what is going on, then that's a bad thing. You should have somebody double checking. You don't have the room anymore to be able to mess up. Just being honest here. You don't have that luxury, and so we have to see. So Pizza Man should be good at this game. We know Boseef's dominant in this game. We have to see who else is able to bring a lot of power and a lot of strength. On the other side, we have good shooters. I think even Boar is a good Fortnite player. But good, just like I said about Jury and CTR, is not good enough. And it looks like the Bandits say we will be playing. You're not going to be able to get away with it. Fortnite there is connecting. Pizza chilling, Pizza looking ready to go for the game to load up. We get another wheel spin. I want, and it's Apex. The shooters are starting to roll.
Oh, man, this could really be in the Bandits' favor. If they can win these 2 shooters back-to-back, it's a tie game. So we have to hope that they can keep the momentum if we want this one to be tied up. Any Bandits fans out there, you really are hoping that shooters fall in their hands right now. We do have Duck Season, Boar, and Tegeta, who were all instrumental parts of shooter wins already for their team. But on the other side, I feel like the Cyclones are better set up for a shooter right now. Having Boseef, Pizza Man, a pretty well-rounded player like Silver. Yes, he's more focused on the fighters, but we saw that the dude even even plays chess. So at this point, what can't he do? There's a lot of opportunity here for the Cyclones to finally take a shooter, but it will not be guaranteed to them because the Bandits have a lot of strength in this category. You can see that there's a rotation right now going into that other base. There are enemy footsteps being detected, so they're actually building on an enemy base. They're not going here for collection. Pizza Man is looking down over the top. He can't find anything yet, trying to do some edits to open this up, but he's not going to do it. He's actually just going to keep them boxed in for the moment. Maybe he wants to wait for their rotate. He does get jumped on, but he puts down the damage for it down. He's going to build himself up, and he's got one right under him. Puts down some more damage, nails some beautiful shots. Able to take out the pump and put down another. Pizza Man with these nice shots. Now he's going to take some long shots as well. Wow, the Bandits just don't seem to have a shot on him right now. Some guys out in the open weren't able to land anything. Pizza Man, were you even born yet when the last Metal Gear Solid game came out? This is amazing to see. He is sliding all the way across this open map. We usually see players build up in front of them if they want to move across the map like that. He's not afraid of anything. He's moving out in the open. It's, in fact, a little bit disrespectful toward the Bandits to say, I'm not really worried about getting hit here. He is getting run up on from multiple directions, and he makes his way out. Somehow he's still surviving. You can see all of these players running around him. He does get over to the side of his teammate. One of his teammates ends up finding a kill. The Bandits are going to go ahead and forfeit that one. I think they knew that they were outmatched once they saw just how strong Pizza Man came out with Bosif.
That's ignoring Bosif. Yeah, that's ignoring Bosif.
Yeah.
Who absolutely clutched out a game last week and is a terror in and of his own self.
Oh, yeah.
We kind of, I watched Ducks look over and kind of say something to somebody, and they like talked for a second. He was like, and I think that was the moment where they were like, this ain't worth it. This ain't worth. This is going to be too close of a game, especially not something that we can guarantee. We get out, especially knowing that Apex is next.
Yeah.
Get your 25 kills. Win your gun game. Don't play control.
Absolutely,
it's the Cyclone setup, though. They have control of mode.
Yep. Yeah, control, no pun intended.
Just start delay. You want to play for a win, but if you can keep that circle of capturing, losing, and ensure that this game goes the full 8 minutes, which with setup would be 12 minutes.
I do think that it's a guaranteed 8 minutes. If they go with control, we never see that one go the distance. You would have to capture all 3 objectives and hold them the entire time if you wanted it to not go the full 8. But 8 minutes is not the craziest length of a game that we have in the league, so you know, I wouldn't be too worried if I were the Bandits about going the distance. I would just be focused on getting the win, because if you can get the win, you're still only 2 games back. There's plenty of, you know, probability that you can still come back in this. So there's a lot of shooters still left on the wheel, a lot of sports games, which if you can keep Bosif out of the rotation, which he won't be available for a 2v2 sports game after Apex. So if a 2v2 sports games like 2K or FC, if one of those 2 spin, he's not going to be available. And that would be nice.
If they would want 2K, because Duck is available. Duck Season Lucci should be able to go in and should be able to win that pretty handily. I know Baba plays some as well. Again, there are these other options. But by that same token, if Tekken rolls, Tekken just takes you 15, 20 minutes. As long as everybody's able to put up a fight and to make it decently close, it's going to take you 10 or 15 minutes to get through that game.
Yeah.
And that's ignoring some of the other fighters as well that are still left on the wheel, like Blaze Blue. That's a 1v1, but that can still take some time. From a shooting perspective, I think we've actually gotten a pretty strong shooting day today. Looking at everything, Finals, Skullgirls, Halo, Valorant.
Skullgirls, huh?
Finals. I was looking at 2 different. Skullgirls has guns in it, all right? We shoot in Skullgirls, all right? Look,
in that case, Street Fighter was a shooter today.
That was the way Lovejoy was playing? The way Lovejoy was playing? I'm just letting you know, yes, it was. So, correction, Valorant, Finals, Halo, Fortnite, and now Apex.
Yeah.
That leaves us only a couple of shooters, Overwatch and something.
Rainbow Six.
Both of which can take some time.
Yeah, they really can.
Honestly, both these teams really like Rainbow. I think I would love to see Rainbow or Tekken for the game-deciding game would be a lot of Rainbow into Tekken, Tekken into Rainbow.
Yeah.
Either one would
Those to be the last 2 would be really exciting. I would worry for our players. That would really wear them out if they had to go Tekken into Rainbow Six. First, the stress of a fighter and having to go against all your opponents, and then immediately having to power on the utmost maximum power of your brain to be able to win a game of Rainbow Six, I would really worry for our players. They would be fried. I think we'd have a collective group nap sleep over here at the arena. So, yeah, hopefully it's not back-to-back like that.
Hopefully 15 seconds. I hear the calls for we're good. We got 10 seconds. Looks like these teams just needed a little bit of fire to find the strength
Interesting.
here.
Their shooting lineup is going to be Psycho, Baba Yagins, and
Ambush Man.
Yeah, there you go. Ambush Man. You know how I remember that? Because he looks like, what do they call it? The Bushman or whatever? Like the guy that's got the big beard. And he looks like a Bushman.
And they'll be going in against Jury Tegeta and Duck Season. What are we playing? We're playing gun game. I'm going to look at operators. Overwatch 2. I know Speedy's excited.
Yeah, man, the shooters in this last half really rolled. You had a strong first half with your fighters, and we actually, a lot of racers in between as well, which was nice. I know a lot of us both have fun with those. Racers are just so fun to watch in this league, honestly. We have such great racing games. It'd be nice to see some Lumina Rush, actually.
Jury on the Octane, we schmoozing.
So Jury on the Octane, that tells me that this is not going to be one of those games that caps out at 5 kills after 8 minutes.
It's interesting. It's interesting for me to agree with open rosters if you're not going to use it.
Yeah, that is a bit strange.
This sounds very weird, and like normally people will ask me and be like, "But like normally you're like open rosters for everything." This is me talking from a strategic. I want to win the game perspective.
Right.
I will absolutely put you on an inconvenient pick, purely for the sake of winning the game. Jumping up here, Bobby Yoggins looking to get a hit, ends up having to drop back down into his bubble. Are they going to pursue and chase? It doesn't look like it. We are playing on estates, and normally we see teams contest this high ground, but it looks both teams have selected a floor and are willing to play on it, now rotating to get another position. We are playing team deathmatch, so it's going to come down to who can find this first kill more than anything. Bobby Yoggins is incredibly hurt, and it looks like one of the Cyclones has gone down. Make that 2.
Yeah, it's going to be the Bandits coming out to a lead first. No, Bobby, don't give up just yet, buddy. You still got plenty of game to play.
So when you die, we get an error.
All right, so it looks like we're going to get a quick restart. Luckily, that one was just at the very beginning. All right, relax. It's all right. Hey, whoa. Hey, it was only in the game. He didn't crash in real life. He's fine. All right, so it looks like we are. We're going to get a match, and that was I've never seen a game crash and then be entered right back
immediately.
Into.
The fact that it went
strange.
That's what caught me off guard.
Yeah. Apex
amazing.
Buggy program sometimes, but that's all right.
I'm saying if I was at home and wanted to do that, I think I would do it with a SurfThing PC from SurfThingPC.com. Actually, SurfThing.com specifically, you can grab yourself a SurfThing PC, the PC of the UEL. All of our players love them. They're quick. They're zippy. 33 games, 5 categories, whatever you might be looking for, genre after genre after genre. You can do it with a SurfThing PC. They are the best hardware for what we do. Check it out. Grab one for yourself. They are second to none.
Yeah, even if your software is unreliable, at least you'll be able to jump back into it before the productions can even change the cameras.
We literally went. Y'all can't see it at home, but when I tell you that the game crashed and we were like, oh, and in the time I went to turn to Speedy, they were back in game. I was like, wait. Now I'm like double stun locked because I don't know what's going. Just the amazingness of SurfThing PCs. Overwatch 2 being the next game, this could very easily be a 10 to 11 game with 15 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, Bandits need perfection here. I think if you lose another game at any point in the next half hour, plus a little more, they'll probably reset our timer by a couple minutes like they did the last time. If we get a couple minutes back, I still think that you only have the opportunity to win 3 more. If you want the win, you have to win 4. So you have to do that all within one game between every 10 minutes, and this has been kind of a slow one so far.
You have to remember 4 minutes. So regardless of what's going to happen, and every game has been going down to that last second setup. So if we say Apex is going to go to time, Bandits hope it doesn't, but let's say it goes to time. That's 8 minutes. Another 4 minutes. That'll bring us down to roughly 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Roughly 20. I just heard a clock stop there, so they are going to pause the clock.
Also, a little bit of math for you here. Just I can't wait to be fact-checked on this by somebody, but we are averaging 1 game per 10 minutes right now. We have 19 games, 190 minutes. That's just over 3 hours, and we're just past our 3-hour mark of the game. So we are averaging a game per 10 minutes.
3 games, basically.
That's pretty much, if it continues to go as our average would suggest, then they have just enough time to get in this one with the Cyclones. I really hope that everybody in the chat's going crazy for my quick mental maths right now, because you should all be impressed.
Yes.
But you know what? We need a little bit of a break. I need to cool down for a moment. There is a lot going on screen, so we're going to go ahead and throw it over to an ad real quick from our sponsor, Sly. Shout out to Sly.
And
right.
we are back into game. They're getting this technical timeout handled. And I know it will be handled next week, but it was already handled this week. Technical timeout Wednesday nights on the UEL Esports YouTube channel with Logan Summit. Check out how he thought this game was going to go. I think he put his money on the Bandits and expected them to win. Maybe not going to be the happiest guy. So next week, I expect a Bandit segment. It might be fun.
Yeah, you never want to be Logan's letdown team of the week. That's never the thing you want to do. We already know that as his 2 letdown children, we know very well that you never want to be in that position. So, unfortunately, the Bandits might get a little bit of a roasting here if they're not able to bring this one back. But they do have enough time, just barely, to bring this one.
I'm asking $1 million question.
Mm-hmm.
Does this go the same way as Checkmate after the restart?
Oh, man. Yeah, that's a good question. The Bandits, I wouldn't say the Bandits really had a lead in Checkmate Showdown when we went to the reset. The Bandits did have a lead in this one. They did start out a lot hotter. They found 2 kills right off the bat, almost got a full team wipe before Baba Yaga had that strategic crash to reset the game.
Strategic crash.
We'll see if this time things go the same way. We do have, obviously, the same champions here. The same.
Ooh, and the loadouts will be different this time. So
yes.
We'll see if anything majorly changes.
That's true. That is very interesting. The flatline RE45 is close to what Baba Yaga was already running, though. This is, I think,
I can tell you something changed immediately. I can tell you.
I've never seen a team strike this much fear into another. The Bandits, the Cyclones, immediately deciding that they will not play Apex Legends until the Cyclones force them to. So they're going to hold. They're going to keep pinging these enemies. Let them get easy high ground and just...
They were, in fact, detected. I can promise you that.
Yeah, just barely scanned sonar detected. Sitting on top of the cabinets like me as a 3-year-old. It's not going to work out from. They will get pushed at some point. And the position that they're holding right now, it's not terrible. But I don't know if I'd want to take a fight here. There are a lot of angles to be pushed in from. And since nobody is holding the roof right now, a smoke goes down. This is going to be an approach from the Cyclones. Sorry, from the Bandits. They want to start moving in. Jury going to shield himself all the way back up. I think they're starting to ask their questions of what in the world is going on. Why are they playing like this? And this is going to be Jury not going for the rooftops. Tries to open that door. It is not able to be opened. Thinks about throwing the grenade at the door there, but decides not to. The grenade goes in. We'll see if this gets any damage. He did throw it at the door, blows himself away. That was a great door open from whoever that was on the Cyclones. Now Jury's going to get control. Does not choose to pick up one of those weapons, so he's just going to put down huge damage on the inside. He finds an elimination. Another one goes down due to his teammates, and all 3 get wiped. So it's another early lead for the Bandits. I see a stand-up on the side of the Cyclones. Baba Yagan's just standing, moving his controller around, doesn't know what's going on. Hopefully we're not having more issues with him. With his PC, sorry, maybe not fair to say with him, but just with his
after a
program.
reset, a lot of these games are finicky with some of the connections. Immediately able to jump back to the middle and retain control of this point of interest here on a stage. You constantly want to have this center point to be able to rotate around. And going down 4 kills means you need a team wipe +1. You're putting yourself in a pretty difficult spot. You have to find all of the kills, all of the opportunities, all of the moments now. But Jury, man, watching Jury play shooters is something to behold sometimes. Watching a good shooter play a shooter is, like, people think that, like, you know, all of us in the UEL, we just have our genres, we have what we love.
Mm-hmm.
But really, once you get down to it, a lot of us just like good gameplay.
Yeah, right now, Jury, I think, is, in my eyes, I don't know what his record looks like, but in terms of performance, he's winning the battle of the Tier 1s, if you ask me. He's going to throw this nade in. That should hopefully get some big damage. He does. He gets a shield crack as well. That's huge damage. Tegeta goes in to clean up one of those kills with the wingman, and now they have the man advantage. This Gibraltar is going to get pinned down and put down, and it's going to be a 6 lead now, 5-kill lead, extended to 6. And you can see that over there now. Duck Season, it looks like, was disconnected just for a moment, but he's back.
It looks like there was, again, might have had a small problem, but since the entire game didn't seem like out, they were able to get him back in, no problem.
Mm-hmm.
Everything is good now. Not going to look for another restart. The Cyclones have managed to get on the board there with a kill, but are now just kind of getting overwhelmed and overrun. This Octane pick is doing so much work. Being able to cover so much ground so quickly and to constantly put threat in multiple angles by itself before you even account for the fact that Duck Season smokes on Bangalore, followed by Tegeta's scans, are always finding the point to create these chaotic engagements that all of the Bandits seem comfortable playing with each other.
Yeah, and here we see it happening again as well. Jury's going to take out the Arc Star. He's going to go around that backside. We see that there's an open window there. Only one side of these buildings have the doors. The Gibraltar ultimate going to go down. He decided not to play. Whoa, open the door for himself. That ultimate is going to rain down on that Bangalore. Did he not get the kill? He didn't. That Bangalore is going to survive and get out. So Baba Yagan's unable to get that kill. There was a 1 HP target that escaped him. Now this Arc Star, it's going to do a little bit of damage, just a little bit. Another one comes in, and that one's going to hurt even more if Baba Yagan doesn't get away. So he does get around. He's going to play the outside of the house. The combat begins. We see Jury now bouncing into this fight, crossing the entire map, going to shield himself up, not taking any more shots, not dropping, losing his life. Somehow, some way, the Cyclone's able to pick up no kills in that fight.
It's crazy how well he's able to register and be like, I can leave now. I'm not going to die. This is perfectly safe. They see an ult. They're not super worried about it. Opponents take some damage, cracked shields, looking to put pressure and looking to move back in. Immediately as they move to a different house, they reposition to keep them locked down to that one spot. They always know exactly where they are and are accounting for exactly where they might move, where we need to be. And now Jury looking to, I think, move to oppose that position or catch Ambushman unaware in the back. And now the push-up happens. Looking here, kicks the door, threatens it, now moves around. They wonder where he is. He's on the roof. There's no one down there. You see somebody chase him. Unfortunately, you found your own death by continuing to push there. And once again, Baba Yagan's going down. And they're trying their best. But in these chaotic fights, at most they're finding 1 kill here or there. But the moment they turn around, the other 2 swarm down and end.
Jury was barely able to stay alive in that one. I'm not really sure how it even ended up happening, but this Octane, one of his passives, his major passive is that he does regain health, and in this game mode, insanely quickly. So his shield break is really the only thing that matters to him. You can see that when he stims, he does lose a little bit of health, but it does recover if he's not hurt for long enough. Right now, just holding the high ground in the middle of the map because no longer do they have to push into the enemy team. In fact, for a long time, truthfully, the Bandits have not needed to push, but they've been continuing to extend their lead. That double play was beautiful. One over top of Jury, and Jury shooting from below. They were able to melt that target down. 14-2, they can play as comfortably as they like. At this point, it is just target practice, and it looks like that is going to be our game. So that'll be the Bandits catching back up. It is now 9-11. The Cyclones are still in the lead, but we have half an hour to play 2 more games. We're going to go into Overwatch. Going to take up a little bit of time, but not half an hour.
Yeah, and I can tell you right now, the Bandits are going to send in Jury. They're going to send in Tegeta. Their last player, the way Doug Season's been playing these shooters,
I'd put him in.
I would go ahead and throw him in, but Boar is another option as well. And on the flip side here, I'm looking at Silver and Pizza Man that have to go in. Pizza Man's Reaper and Pizza Man's DPS. He has a tendency to find these angles and constantly look to them and put pressure out. Beyond that, Psycho's shown some adeptness at it, and then you still have Baba, you still have Bo Steve, you have Ambushman, you have Arcade. You have a ton of people that want to, I think, get their chance to show up. I know the team is starting to feel a little bit of stress here. You got 20 minutes left. This is going to take you down to roughly 22, 23. This game is going to take you 8-ish minutes, and then it's going to be one game for all the marbles, more than likely. Depending on the game. It could be Lumina Rush.
Oh, wouldn't that be wonderful? I would love to see it hang in the balance of Lumina Rush. That would be fantastic.
I'm going to make it even funner. 10 new levels just came out for the game.
Yeah, they did.
And I want to know who's been practicing.
I already know those levels like the back of my hand because I watched you play them this morning.
Oh, really?
So I already know those levels quite well. They look like a ton of fun, honestly.
New mechanics.
You're not good at them, but they are really good. No, I'm just kidding.
No,
it was actually
fair.
It was so funny to watch you navigate those new levels because you would make it past the first obstacle and die on the second, and then immediately learn the second obstacle and make it to the third, and then die, and then you'd be like, I know what to do. And then you make it to the third obstacle and then get to the fourth and die.
It's the best part of Lumina Rush. Like, I tell people, it's about these small incremental advantages. It's like being an in-gamer ultimately.
Yeah,
everybody
really.
thinks you're going to walk in and learn 30 games. No, like, you walk in knowing, like, 10, 5, 10, 15. Then you'll learn one more. Then you'll learn 2 more. Then you'll learn 5 more. And then all of a sudden, like, okay, cool, I know most of these games. Right now, Overwatch, though, I'm looking at how many people play multiple roles because I know where some of these players are going to be. Tegeta is a tank. We're going to see him in the front line. Jury is usually on damage of some type, but they may have to rotate around because it depends. What does Lucci play? What does Scarlet play? I think Scarlet usually runs Mercy pretty consistently. His teams, at least in the past, have had him on Mercy.
Yeah.
Maybe he's expanded now that he's on the Bandits. Lucci, we have to see what these players bring to the table. And this is why, to me, the conversation has to come around not just the Tier 1, but the tiers below there. Who is able to step up and help and outperform their tier or even perform to their tier to be able to give the support where the UEL is not a game anymore where your Tier 1 is the only person that matters. What matters more than that Tier 1 is everyone else around you.
Yeah,
so let's see. It looks like we're going to be going into this game shortly.
Yeah, so we do. We have Ambushman, we have Baba Yagins, and we have Arcade, Silver, and Psycho. That is going to be their lineup. So going to leave Bosif out of this one. And Rainbow Six Siege is going to be our next game. Strix, go ahead and take a nap, buddy. I got the rest of this game covered. Don't worry about it. All right, so what we're starting out with here at the beginning, we already see that 2 supports are getting locked in. It is going to be that Mercy, like we talked about, as well as the Moira, who is a mix. She's got a damage and healing capability, kind of back and forth. And then we've got Orisa for the tank. Now, while this guy we're looking at here that Jury is playing may look like a tank, literally, he is not a tank within the game. His role is not to be a tank. He does only have 350 health. As I say that, of course, he turns into a giant moving tank. But this character here is more about damage. He has a very easy to hit head box when he's not in his turret mode. But when he is in his turret mode, he outputs huge damage, just like that guy you see in front of you getting damage boosted by that blue beam. That is Mauga. He has 2 machine guns on his arms. He does a ton of damage. He can charge in like you see there. And if he connects his shots with you long enough, he will set you on fire and all your teammates around you, and you'll all take a little bit of damage over time. So what we see right now is a really solid 2-1-2 lineup. This is open queue, so we do see that there are 2 tanks instead of 1 being played right now, and on the other side there may even be a different kind of lineup. It may not be 2 tanks, it may be 3. So the Mercy right now is just damage boosting Jury on this Bastion. They're relying on him to put out a lot of the early damage. You see a lot of Malga being relied on when it comes to... Does that? Oh, I thought that said his ultimate was ready. His ultimate is charging. It's still in the single digits. Thank goodness. A lot of shots not connecting there from the side of Jury. We saw Bosif on the Zenyatta. Sorry, not Bosif. He's not in the game, but we did see one of the Cyclones go down on the Zenyatta. Now we see that Mercy go down, and it's going to be the Malga as well. That's a lot of the damage capability down. We see that Zenyatta die again. The Zarya will finally go down following the Soldier, so that'll be a full team wipe, team kill there, and we don't see any kills go out from the Cyclones onto the Bandits, so the Bandits are going to push this. This is going to be very similar to what we saw in the finals, that game mode where you're pushing an objective toward an end goal zone. That's where they're going to be pushing to. They're going to have 1 checkpoint in the middle, so unlike the finals, it will not be able to be pushed all the way past that. The robot will be, but this wall will stay where it is, wherever it lands.
Now I'm just looking at these players, because I'm wondering how many people, this is a pretty common, they're jumping down here, maybe trying to attack the back line, but they're forgetting about the payload. If there's one player, no, it looks like they sent their Malga to stop it from pushing forward. A really smart play, and now we see Jury down, but it looks like the Bandits have managed to stay alive, or at least their Malga has with 2 of their healers. If you don't stop that healing, we saw it on the first push. Funnily enough, the Bandits were able to do it.
Oh my!
Doesn't look like it matters. It looks like Psycho as well as Ambushman go down, and so that bot continues its slow push towards victory.
Yeah, that was either Tegeta or Boris. That's Tegeta on the Malga. So Tegeta wiping up pretty much the entire team there toward the end. All right, now we see the Zarya being targeted. When you see her put up that bubble, any shots that go down on her will pick up charge. But Jury here with some nice shots, going to be able to take out the Mercy and the Soldier. That's a lot of the damage potential down, both the damage-boosting healer and the damage-dealing shooter. Baba Yagins goes down on that Zarya. That's a huge threat taken out. Now we see trying to fall back on that Zenyatta is actually Arcade, who isn't able to come back. I think they're saying 1 more push, and there may be more than that because of the respawn advantage that the Cyclones are going to have here. Being pushed this far back means that their respawns are going to be a lot easier. They're going to come through much quicker. They're going to be able to funnel out of this spawn, but the Malga putting down his ult gets all of the enemies trapped inside. Now the ult's coming out from Orisa, and Bastion together are going to help them finish this map. There will be no respawns. They weren't kidding when they said 1 more push. It'll be a clean, quick win. It barely took them 10 minutes, no less the 20 we were talking about. The Bandits go up. It is a 10-11 game, and we are headed into Rainbow Six Siege.
That hurt to watch. I'm going to be honest with you. That hurt me. I'm looking at you were. I appreciate the analysis, the on-point conversation. Just being like, I don't know if it's going to be 1. Oh,
it was 1. Yeah, it might have. I'm going to be honest. That might have been less than half a push.
Because legitimately, they walked out of base. Malga ran forward. And the game was done.
Yeah, that's the great thing about saving ults. You have your ultimate economy. You talk about economy in Valorant, which has to do with your abilities that you buy up, the ultimates you can use, and the money that you earn. The most useful economy in Overwatch is just your ultimates. Being able to save up 3 huge damage-dealing ults like that, it was a closer for the game. The supports weren't there in time to heal through the damage. They didn't have their ultimates ready and online. We saw that the Cyclone's Mercy had already used her ultimate in the last fight, so she didn't have that online. The Bandits saved up all their ults, won all their team fights, never gave the Cyclones a chance to get back in that one. It was flawless final push from them, almost a flawless game in general, besides that one team fight that somehow they didn't lose, but it looked like they were about to. Now we're heading right into another 5v5 shooter, and they're going to be able to select either Jury or Tegeta to go into this one.
Jury. At the end of the day, you're making your tier 1 or your tier 1 for a reason. When it comes down to it, when all the chips are on the table, when you have to bet your entire who are you betting $1 million on?
Right. That's,
The the way he's been performing, Jury, there's a reason they went out and got him. There's a reason that everybody, I think, was looking at him in the offseason. Even amongst New Moon, that has a ton of talent, there was a lot of eyes on Jury specifically as just being different.
Yeah. Jury right now being, it looks like, no, I'm sorry. This is still our lineups from last time. So, yeah, we're just going to get those 4. It's going to be Scarlet, it's going to be Lovejoy, it's going to be Duck Season, and it's going to be Lucci. All 4 of them do have to go in for this one, and then we do predict that Jury will be the final piece of the puzzle for them. On the other side, it's going to be Bosif, Silver, Pizza, and Arcade all going in. Silver and Arcade did just play, and unfortunately, it wasn't a great showing for them. So hopefully, Bosif and Pizza being in for this one, we've already seen them perform well on shooters. This will hopefully be a way back for the Cyclones to retake the lead. But it's going to take a lot. This is going to be more of a clash, I think, than Overwatch. I still think the Bandits have the momentum and the talent to bring it around. But before we get into that game, let's figure out why we're able to run all of these 33 games across 5 categories so well, and that's because of our sponsor that we are so thankful for, SurfThing.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail.
Right now, hunting down that kill from the Bandits.
Oh, and there it is.
And that one goes in. They're taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely. Yes, this could be a runaway, like you're saying.
All right, welcome back from that little break. We have about 15 minutes remaining in this matchup. We're going to see if we're going to make it to an overtime already on day 1 of week 4, if we're going to throw this one into an overtime, or if this one is going to end with the Cyclones being able to jump up another. It's very possible that even if the Bandits do win this one, I'm going to eat my words there for a second, or rather eat my numbers. It's going to be about 18 minutes left, so we'll likely get another game after this. Even if the Bandits do win, it might come down to a decider.
I do wonder, because if we're assuming we're staying at 8 minutes,
yep.
let's go there. If we are just at 18 minutes, this game starts with 14. If it goes 3 rounds with every kill going down, it'll be really close.
Yeah.
And the issue here is that if the Cyclones go up 2, the timer is under 4 minutes. You can let yourself have that forfeit.
Yeah.
Because you will still win the game. And it is, whether that's what you want to do or emotionally, I think if it's not a game like Tekken or something people want to play, I think they are fully willing for that to happen. But again, both these teams have a lot to look at, and they have to start by getting into Siege. My worry for the Cyclones here, because you mentioned them winning, is they would ideally, I think, want Baba Yagans, Ambushman, and Psycho Flame for this game. Yeah. All 3 of the people that they cannot put in, they would want. I know that Arcade plays some. I know Bosif loves this game as well. Pizza Man's been good at shooters, so I would trust him to be in there.
Oh, yeah.
And Silver has been working on a lot of games. I don't know how much Siege he specifically worked on. On the flip side there, we've seen this opportunity. They can only put in Jury. In their last win and in the last few times they've played this game, they were relying on Bor and Tegeta along with Jury and Duck Season or Lucci or Lovejoy. They had this core. Neither side is going to have their full core. What they're going to need to do is to find a win. And I'm going to stand corrected because I do not believe that lineups on screen are exactly right. So there was not enough time, I don't believe. Man. And so we're going to end up see a forfeit out of the Cyclones.
The first forfeit they're going to use is going to be the forfeit that ties this game up. The Bandits they've clawed their way back into this one somehow. They're still in it, and we're going to go into Blaze Blue, a 1v1 fighter.
Okay, this is going to be – we've been talking about it all day, and there might not be a better moment to bring it up. Both brothers should be available. Both brothers have been practicing with each other this week. They mentioned it during the interview, but again, our job is to know the players. Our job is to know the games. We watch a lot. You mentioned watching me. I was watching them. But we're going to find out a little bit more about what happened with Rainbow Six Siege from AV. AV, what's going on?
It is week 4 of the season 9, and the Cyclones don't know the usernames or the passwords for the PCs, guys. That's why there was a forfeit. Let me tell you, Scarlet didn't even have the game on his PC. He had enough time to download it and everything. And the Cyclones don't know.
Shout out to SurfThing. Shout out to SurfThing. That's all I'm going to say off that.
Huge shout out to SurfThing.
No shout out to the Cyclones right now. I'm going to talk to you after the game. I might not. One of us is going to talk to you after the game. But there will be talk.
It sounds like you want to.
I know
give you that one.
I think you're more than happy.
I'm excited is what I am.
No, this is.
I'm going to be playing that on repeat all week long.
I'm gonna have to. Hopefully this Blaze Blue calms me down a little bit, but yeah.
Yeah, that's what a 1v1 fighting game will do. Calm you down.
That's crazy. That's crazy. I live in the strife. I live in the fight.
Oh yeah.
Blaze Blue CF. But if rosters have to go in, which they should still have to, because it was a forfeit, I'm gonna let you know right now. We should be seeing Scarlet versus Silver. We talked it up the entire night, and now which brother literally determines which one of their teams possibly. Well, no, not necessarily wins this game. Because
it'll be a lead, but it can be tied up.
Yes, and there's a lot of games on that wheel because, to your point, going down, Valorant's been played, Finals has been played, Halo's been played, Fortnite's been played, Overwatch has been played, Rainbow Six Siege has been played.
Yeah, that's all of them.
Why am I feeling like the Apex? I forgot.
Yeah, Apex as well.
Apex has also been played. So that's every one of the shooters off the wheel. In this moment, if I am a Cyclones player, I want this to happen. I want this game to be played. I want everything to roll, and then I want to sit down and see 2K or F1 or FC.
Yeah.
Probably FC. You don't want to necessarily give Duck Season. We've seen him play. He can play some 2K. We don't want that to happen. So it's going to be Silver versus Scarlet. I don't have to think about this. They are coming off a reset. Both these players are available, and you have to be sending them in to play each other.
So it is Scarlet going in on the Bandits, and I imagine, like you said. All right, so taking that back, it is going to be Ambushman going in up against Scarlet. So not sending in his brother, the Tier 3 Silver, instead sending in Ambushman to go up against Scarlet in this 1v1 fighter, Blaze Blue.
I'm going to guess that Silver hasn't played much of the game. I'm trying to remember if we've seen him play it. I feel like we have seen him play it. That's what's getting me, is that if... And again, I don't know whether, again, it's a logistics thing of were they not aware, are they not aware, are they not tracking lineups close enough? But I get Psycho's not available. I know Psycho has played the game for them, I believe, before as well. So I'm just now wondering in what world is Ambushman going in. Ambushman seems to have some buttons, so, or at least restoring the default type buttons. So we'll see here.
Oh, man. This is a throwback, huh?
Now, Scarlet, I do believe, lost his last game to Global Figure in this game. He was playing the 9 the Phantom, the elemental avatar witch of this game.
Yes.
You can see her there actually in the middle column there. She's the one closest to the dead center of your screen in the purple with the pink hair. 84% of players are on the Bandits. And it's going to be a mirror match.
Oh, man.
My. This is about to be a game and a half, I can tell you that.
Yeah, mirror matchup there. I will say 16% of people do believe in the rookie to be able to take this one. in a mirror matchup. So we're going to have Scarlet on the player 1, starting on the left side of your screen.
Oh, I could tell you when I saw the stylish that he was not on player 2. I could have promised you that this game seems to have been starting, and it's going to be who can get their hits and who can get their combos. You see both just reaching out, looking for an opportunity. So if you're trying to follow who's going on, purple is Scarlet, red is Ambush Man. He's trying to hit his combos, but it looks like Scarlet's at least done some work. He has a lot better control of neutral than I previously saw him. Ends up getting a hit there, pushing him into corner. Some of these abilities are coming out, and if you don't know what they do, which clearly both of these players are, he's catching him dashing in, but is still finding damage there. Ambushman is, and the clock is on. Ambushman has to find a hit before this clock fills up. Scarlet might know that, but Ambushman finds the hit, luckily avoiding a huge attack, but Scarlet's now just getting his hits in and hitting him on wake up and realizing that he kind of doesn't know exactly what to do. These teleport jumps and dashes end up being huge, but into a big super is going to be a ton of damage, reduced because of Stylish. Pops the OD, and if Scarlet can confirm into a combo here, isn't able to. Ambushman throws out the buttons. Is he able to find a kill here? Scarlet blocks everything and finds the kill.
Scarlet with the last final blow. Ambushman was so close.
But the game is not over. We run it
Yeah,
again.
we run it again. Ambushman so close to finishing that. That one's going to haunt him a little bit. He really, really, really wants to come back in this. Hopefully he's learned, because the second half of that battle was starting to go his way. It was an early game lead for Scarlet that helped him get there. So hopefully Ambushman this time has a little bit of, he's learned a bit. He can read a bit better this time.
And here we go, Scarlet putting on a lot of damage now. And Scarlet seems to be comfortable and finds a bunch of damage, tries to get off the ability, but ends up getting hit out of it. A lot of damage can come out of 9, but Scarlet showing off a combo, gets a blue combo into a throw, and ends up finishing up the game. This is a tied up game for people at home. Since halftime, 4 games have gone the way of the Cyclone.
That's a lead for the Bandits now. They were down by 6 at one point, and it's going to be die by the blade. This one's probably going to take us to the end, unless the Cyclones win, in which case we're going to have an overtime.
I'm stressed.
I'm
running
stressed
out
too.
of room on my page.
My bones hurt. My bones are aching. I feel old. I am getting stressed out just from having to spectate this. And in our 5v5, we know our entire lineup. We know what we're going to have. We're going to have Jury. We're going to have Tegeta, Lovejoy, Duck Season, and Lucci. We're also going to have on the side of the Cyclones, Bosif, Silver, Baba Yagans, Pizza Man, and Arcade.
I have to... That question of BBCF is going to be the question that I feel like I'm going to have all night now. Why not use Silver in this situation?
Yeah, the first game almost had me convinced, honestly. That first matchup made me think it could have been anybody's game, but Scarlet, once he figured out everything that Ambushman was going for, he locked in. Maybe, I mean, it would be a really silly foresight, but maybe the prospect of Tekken spinning with Silver being available and Scarlet no longer being available.
That is the only thing. You gave me the one
right?
thing of you are betting on either finding your win
right,
or in the world where that last game spin is Tekken.
Then you have the advantage by having Silver without Scarlet being available.
I mean, to be honest, with those 5, you need... I know his team has been practicing, but Jury is still a hill that people have to get over and climb.
Yeah.
Lucy has shown that he can put out some damage. And Lovejoy, we saw what he did in Street Fighter, so it's not like that's going to be free either. But 2 minutes... Cyclones just need to find their way into this game. Now, I want to speak a little bit about that. The Cyclones will feel bad for losing this game.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the Cyclones need to remember that the lead they got was also plenty of unforced errors.
Yeah.
Yes, you might believe you win NHL. Yes, you might believe you win StarCraft. Yes, you came out, you showed out in Valorant. You've played a ton of these games. College football, you won off of an FF. Ultimately, with 6 wins, or a lead of it was 5-0. Yeah, 5-0 before Jury won CTR 1-6. You have to be frustrated. You have to be mad. This is a game that you very clearly had in your hands. But I think you go back and reevaluate where you sit on the wheel. Now, Silver going in first, maybe to get as much information and deal as much damage as possible.
Yeah, and he's going to be up against Duck Season to kick us off, and it looks like the Cyclones are going to be over on the player 1 side. So left side of your screen is going to be the Cyclones, and it's going to be the Bandits on the right. Very interesting. It looked like we were moving around a little bit in that one before anybody paused, so...
There was a call about whether or not there was, button check was called, but I think Silver is legitimately saying, hey, I called button check. I made sure to call button check. They've been calling it all game.
Yeah.
So I'm in a position to believe them. Everybody is making sure, just giving himself that second before the game fully starts. Ends up getting the red parry there. Nice job clashing. Perfectly on time.
Oh,
and ends up
Silver.
getting dropped. He will have a second life here, but is able to pick up some information, which is going to be big. He will only be able to lose 1 more life throughout going through this entire fight. It's interesting to send him first. We no longer have a best-of-3 format, so these are your 2 lives. You have to live the best you can, and gets taken out by the same set of attacks.
Yeah, Silver starting off hot, grabbing a win. He doesn't lose a single life, so he's still going to be fresh. It's a full 5v4 now.
I had that backwards. In my brain, for whatever reason, I had it backwards.
I was wondering why you looked a little bit shocked there for a second.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate you. This is why Speedy is the best. Able to really quickly, he's at home. If you didn't realize what I didn't realize, players at home, the left side of your screen will be the Cyclones. The right side of your screen will be the Bandits. I was pretty confused. I was like, Silver, you look like you haven't touched this. And yet you seem to be sitting here like you very clearly have touched this. So
I'm glad that with 4 minutes remaining in the match, I could finally be of use.
No, you're always of use, Speedy. Just like the swing here, and ends up losing a life to Lucci. Lucci coming up big in the Paladins game that he played as well. So it's going to be huge to see here what he's able to do. Are they going to go to the same exact situation? This time Silver showing his patience and just waiting to find his opportunity to strike. But having lost a life means that he's going to be in a position.
Oh, man.
And goes into the cutscene, using the extra step to ensure he only has 1 life. He can't lose another game, so I expect him to be a little bit more aggressive. Sitting down now is Lovejoy. Lovejoy in his second game, and this is the moment. We saw Lucci get 1 life. Now let's see if Lovejoy can do the same. They managed to take out Silver, and I think that would make them feel pretty comfortable in this game.
Ooh.
We just need to see. All that's left is Jury and Tegeta and Lovejoy. Jury, Tegeta, Lovejoy. Again, if you're wondering who was there, look on the top left next to that Bandit's name. You can see Lovejoy's in. Jury and Tegeta are on deck. They are the remaining players. See, all of the Cyclones' remaining players are still there. Matching his stance here just in case he needs to pull off a parry and a pretty quick moments of notice. Stepping here, walking up, and manages to cut it in the cutscene. So I want to talk why this has happened twice now. A lot of players do not realize that finishers are not blockable.
Yeah.
You have to just be prepared for it to happen. Silver not choosing to commit here. Backing up, but immediately taking out the leg. That is now 3 players out. Silver is getting his team a lot of pressure here. If I can see Silver take out 1 more player, especially with this clock winding down, I think that he's going to put his team in a position. I said it. I asked for it.
Yeah, I can't imagine them not tying this one up if Silver's able to get another one. Honestly, where they are right now, it's hard to believe that they wouldn't be able to tie it up, but there's still a possibility.
He whiffed, and there was no punishment.
But
luckily,
there was.
The reaction from Jury to realize, and I think the spacing was just off. So now we're swapping characters.
Yeah, it was Tegeta.
Oh, Tegeta managed to make it.
Yeah,
okay.
Tegeta finished it off. So now going to be a 2v4, Tegeta and Jury, the number 1, and that is the number 3. It's going to be the number 3 first, and then your tier 1 will be anchoring for this team. That'll be Jury. It's a lot of brain power that goes into this game, a lot of constant thinking and reaction timing. So Jury being the anchor, if he has to go against 3 or 4 players, it's going to be tough. Tegeta needs to help him out here, and that's not how you want to start. Actually, I'm sorry, that is how you want to start if you're Tegeta. Yeah, I got the side switch just like you did before.
Rolling in here is really dangerous because a lot of players are used to people being scared to press any buttons. Nice parry. Now, you could have stepped up and taken a little bit more space. That's fine. You didn't get hit. Just make sure that you're getting these blocks off and you're ready to react to what your opponent is able to do. And that roll in again.
Yeah.
If your opponent isn't committing to something, you can't just roll in. You leave yourself completely open to any strike, especially if they're just calmly sitting here. But Baba Yagan's sitting down. We saw Baba come clutch in Checkmate Showdown, being the one that ended up taking out Scarlet. So if he, in this moment, can find his win.
Yeah, he can really set the Bandits back here and bring it down to just Jury versus 3. But if Tegeta can clean up even just Baba Yagins, which does Tegeta have 1 or 2 lives remaining? Does he still have both of his lives? I don't think he's taken a death yet, so I think Tegeta has both of his lives. If he can take out Baba Yagins here, even if he only has 1 life remaining, I think that Jury versus 2 isn't too much to ask from your tier 1 on the side of the Bandits, especially somebody as quick-witted, quick reactionary as Jury is.
He does have both of his lives because he took out Silver, and then Finny set down.
Oh, man.
And manage to clip the toes there. You got to watch your ankles. You got to watch your feet.
Yeah, it was a strong start from Baba Yagins, but it didn't come through to anything now. Baba looking to go from the top. We do see a lot of players using this weapon going for high attacks. And now we're going to see a little bit.
And he stepped back as she ran out of stamina and wasn't in a position to punish the whiff there. You have to keep an eye just as much on your opponent's stamina as your own because of the idea of, like, if they do a sequence that puts them out of stamina completely, you will ultimately have an opening because the attack will come out quicker. And the whiff punish looks clean there. So now we're left with Bosif and Pizza Man. It looks like Pizza Man is going down. With this, if Tegeta is able to do it, he will secure the game for his team. Because we have reached the end of our Glame timer. There is no more time on the clock. So for this game to continue, we have to see and we have to hit a very specific.
What are we looking at here right now?
I think they're picking their character, and I think they're trying to decide.
Pizza Man.
Pizza Man selecting his character.
The Ronin, really? Interesting.
We haven't
Not
seen anybody
a popular
play
pick.
the Ronin yet, I don't believe. Ever.
Yeah.
Not a single player has played it in a game.
Wow. All right.
Big stamina bar, much similar to Nakamura.
Right.
One of the characters with a huge stamina bar. So we have to see. I believe he has the biggest in the game.
That's absolutely the largest in the game, yeah. And a quick block coming out from him. It's going to be 2. He's just a forward strikes. He could have taken advantage of that stamina loss, but he didn't, and he's going to get his leg taken out for it.
If anybody has told Pizza how to play.
Yeah, he does
didn't
not
look like
look
he didn't swing. Okay, now he changed his stance before, but he didn't swing. And once again, being a step too close. I can tell you this is very different than the Bandits last time I saw them play this. They were playing the Paladins, and they were like, I just want to leave.
Yeah.
Please let us out of this game. And they are very now happy, ecstatic. I think coming back here puts them in a big spot.
So
and
this is it.
Bosif,
Yeah.
tier 1.
Bosif, the tier 1. If he can take out Tegeta, we will get a tier 1 versus tier 1. But Tegeta's on a roll right now. He's an absolute wall to get through. I wouldn't even be thinking about Jury at this point. We're going to see these two clash, and being very weary of each other. Bosif wants to come out with aggression, but it is blocked from Tegeta. Tegeta trying to push back, and it works. He's able to refill a bit of stamina. As they get into this one, they're going to be looking for a finish, and he goes high and gets a kill. Tegeta needs one more to close this one out, take out his 4th player.
He missed the parry here, but we have to see as we step in. And manages to come back immediately. Man. He needs 3 more rounds with no death. That was his last
That was his last round, so it will be Jury sitting down. It is Tier 1 versus Tier 1. Only Bosif has 1 life. Jury still has both. So Bosif has to play perfect against Jury here. It's got to be 2 clean rounds, and that's not too much to ask from a Tier 1. So let's...
At the end of the game, it comes down to this. We see the sword. I wouldn't be surprised if Jury looks for some of the finishers. Phoenix needs to be in range. Just going to come out here. No, he doesn't end up using it. He ends up instead waiting, both willing to play patient. Oh, and the range! He ties it up. He brings it down to final game, final life.
It's 1 life per player. This is going to be the last play of the game, and the engagement from Tegeta secures the win. The Bandits will take the win, 13-11. There will be no overtime. Jury clutches it up from his team. I gave the credit to Tegeta. I mean, he earns it, but Jury killed it. He's going to take the samurai sword, hold it high in the air.
It was a great showing by both teams, but I said to you, you asked me, if I had to put $1 million on a Tier 1 player in the UEL, I would put it on Jury.
Absolutely.
And I think you showed it right there in that moment exactly why that is the case. That wraps up this game. The Bandits with an impressive come-behind victory, both creating the deficit and finding the victory. It was done by their hands. It was done by a lot of play, a lot of mistakes. A lot of these teams have stuff to learn from here, but I think both of them can walk away. You know, some are happy to get the win, but both know that there's a long road from here going forward. 3 games for both teams. The Cyclones will still be looking for their first win. This one has to hurt a little bit more. We are not done for the day. We will be having post-game interviews afterwards. Once again, my name has been Strix.
And I am Speedy.
And we will catch y'all very shortly. Remember, this is the UEL where gamers go pro.
So now we're watching Mr. OG on the flank. Herb's down. Ooh, him's down too.
So that is, you can get to level 30.
Welcome back to the post-game interview powered by SurfThing PC. I'm joined here by the Tier 1 and Tier 3 of the Cyclones. Welcome. I'm not going to hold y'all too long. I'm going to just jump right into it. The second half, they came out strong. What do y'all think happened with y'all's side of the game?
So, yeah, it was a lot of stuff with setup and, like, different decisions. I feel like Siege really kind of messed us up, you know. Moving forward, I think we had a good, like, chemistry overall, but I feel like moving forward, we kind of got in our own heads at certain points. And, you know, just moving on with different decisions and stuff, we got to just keep on trucking and get to the next game. And I was happy. We were doing really well in the games we played. The games we lost weren't terrible, and everything else was like either a forfeit or some kind of technical.
Okay, that's great to hear. Y'all looked, and I want to give compliments to teams because y'all have, and y'all showed up very different from how we previously saw y'all. Y'all came out strong, y'all were winning. Y'all show that y'all are a force in this league. What changed between game 1, 2 to today's game?
I think it's a lot of, I'm not going to lie, it's probably a lot of setup stuff. I have taken it into my account that we need to start doing a bunch of technical stuff, tighten things down. In my opinion, we played really good today. I'm not going to say that we didn't do bad because at this point, I'm not even upset. It's just that first half to that second half, we need to be able to translate the first to the second.
That makes a ton of sense. I'm going to ask y'all just this final question. To anybody at home, to anybody watching, fans, friends, whoever, do you, either one of y'all both get opportunity, have anything to say? And to the rest of the league, what do the Texas Cyclones have to say to the league as well?
Thanks for tuning in, for one. Yeah, don't give up. We've had a lot of great moments from this game. Yeah, really close games, and we're a pretty freshly made team, so we're still getting in the swing of things. It's understandable we have our ups and downs, but we're not gonna let this stop us from performing better and doing better every game.
And we do appreciate all the people that see that we actually are trying. Some people think that we're not a good team, but in reality, it's been close for all 3 games, and realistically, it's the first half of the season. I understand we're down 0-3 in record, but we're at the turning point. We're right around that hill where we're going to get it and start the ball rolling and get everything tightened down and be able to compete with all of these teams and win and pull it through.
Great words, great words. I do appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for your time. Have a great night, and I can't wait to see y'all play again. Thank you once again.
Yes, sir.
Oh my God.
Plant.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail.
Right now, hunting down from the Bandits.
Oh, and there.
And that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely is. This could be a runaway, like you're saying.
Let him get up. Oh my God.
Plant.
So now we're watching Mr. OG on the flank. Herb's down. Ooh, him's down too.
So that is, you can get to level 30 and have both of your guns maxed out already. So
yeah,
I think it depends on what kind of loadout you're gonna be.
Who is this Baraka?
This is Herb. Herb plays Baraka.
Herb plays Baraka. Wow.
Yeah, he definitely knows his combos.
The frames are crazy. He's got. Let him get up. Oh my God.
Plant.
So now we're watching Mr. OG on the flank. Herb's down. Ooh, him's down too.
So that is, you can get to level 30 and have both of your guns maxed out already. So
yeah,
I think.
All right, and I'm joined here by Jury and Scarlet, our Tier 1 and Tier 2 for our winning Bandits in this matchup. This was a really close game, but, I mean, we can all be honest here. It did not start that way. You guys definitely had a slow roll coming out of the gates. How did you guys hold it together and make the comeback so clean?
I think just kind of like relying on the team, just trying to keep everybody together. We knew it was a rough start, but we knew that we still had plenty of games on the wheel. Just trying to not get in our own heads and just kind of like focus and make sure that all the games that we did have, that we clutched up, basically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, speaking of clutch, we'll give a little bit of focus to you guys, honestly. You guys dominated in your particular categories. In the late game, you guys had a huge impact on your team, and we'll be talking about those stats, I'm sure, for the rest of the week when those do come out. What games in particular did you guys feel really confident about and maybe had your fingers crossed that they would spin and ended up coming out?
I'll take this one. Definitely a lot of the games that we felt really confident in did come up today. One of the ones being CTR with me available. That was definitely one that I wanted personally. Scarlet with MK available. I was about to say, like, we definitely had our games to show out. I definitely say the game where I'd say the dynamic of the whole team switched up was probably after that Apex game. That was a game that we knew we held down. It was a game that we were trying to come back with. So once we got that, we were really getting that momentum.
Yeah, you guys did get a lot of those shooters in a row, which I think definitely helped out. It might have been part of the reason why that first half looked a little bit lower for you. That's a category you kind of had unlocked. But I want to talk now. We just talked about the two of you and the categories that you had unlocked, but your 3 players there in the 5, 6, and 7 position, you do have one of the only rookies this season who didn't start the game in a 7th place position with Duck Season. And then Lovejoy and Lucci seem to be players that you kind of rotate in and out. What is the idea, if you can give us any insight of the role that those players fit and why they're kind of getting switched around in their positions?
Sure. So a lot of them are like niche, and they have like different areas that they cover. So it kind of depends on the game. I know Duck Season, we've been really impressed with him as a rookie. He's really good covering sports categories, but he's also a very strong shooter. So he's been a rookie that's really surprised us, and honestly, we'd love to see in the running for Rookie of the Year.
Most definitely.
Yeah, definitely thought you guys would say that. Strix and I have been talking about that as well, a real standout rookie here in the league. Now, just to cap this one off, you guys are now back at a positive record of 2-1. You guys are vying for those top positions, but I want to know, what teams are you looking forward to playing? Who do you think will be your biggest obstacles going forward?
Sure, I can definitely take this one.
Yeah, you got it.
Click, we're definitely looking forward to playing again. We weren't too excited with how the game went last time. We've learned a lot since then. They were a really fun team to play as well, so we're really excited about playing them. The Ghost as well should be a pretty fun game, I think. Honestly, we're just excited to move forward in the season and just like play all the teams that have like kind of shifted around and changed.
Well, we're very excited to see you guys later on in the season as well. So thank you very much for joining us here, and congratulations on your win.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
Oh wait, last spin. all right.
It better not be Tekken, bro. I swear.
Bro, if it was all right.
Okay, it's not.
Oh, I actually can't read that from here. Wait, Midnight Ghost Hunt. Okay, would that have been our setup? Was that our setup?
I don't think so. Yeah, actually.
Okay. Our setup on that, I'm feeling good.
Yeah.
And not our setup.
Can I say the most stressful thing about that Blaze Blue match was not the actual match; it was setting up the match.
Yeah, we could tell. We could tell.
We were sweating bullets.
You guys gonna patch that up for next week?
Most definitely.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Well, we look forward to it.
It's setup training for the weekend.
All right. Well, good luck in your guys' training and in your future games. We can't wait to see you again.
Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate it. Good night, everybody.
See you later.
Well, super insightful interviews from both of those teams there, but it was the Bandits today that ended up taking the win 13-11. These teams have bright futures ahead of them. We're going to see a lot of wins out of them both, I think. Just depends what teams they go up against and how much they improve in the rest of this season. But until then, I have been Speedy. This is Strix. Thank you guys so much for joining us on this first night of Week 4 of Season 9 of the UEL. We will see you again tomorrow at 6 p.m.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail.
Right now, hunting down from the Bandits.
Oh, and there.
And that one goes in. They're taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
And thank you for checking out our certified Gracie Jiu-Jitsu Training Center in Fredericksburg, Virginia.
Whether you're training here at headquarters or at any other certified training center around the world, there are 3 things you can expect when learning Jiu-Jitsu the Gracie way.
Number 1, structure. Gracie Jiu-Jitsu is for everyone, but only if taught correctly.
Way too many schools have this one-size-fits-all approach. The problem with this is you have people with all different needs being taught Jiu-Jitsu the same way.
So what we've done is spent a ridiculous amount of time creating specific programs for each and every demographic. And the benefit of this is that each person is going to get from Jiu-Jitsu what they need from Jiu-Jitsu. Gracie bully-proof, non-violent self-defense, confidence, and character development for kids ages 5 to 12.
Women empowered. 20 essential self-defense techniques for ladies of all ages.
Gracie Combatives, 36 techniques, no knowledge to street ready in the least amount of time possible.
The Master Cycle, from blue belt to black belt and beyond.
And in a structured fashion, you guys, to minimize frustration, maximize retention is what it's all about.
Now, every single student will get an attendance card. With this card, we will track their progress. They know what they've learned. They know what they need to learn to move to the next phase.
Students love this.
Number 2, safety.
Number 1 priority. Even though it's number 2, it's the number 1 priority. Why? If you come to class and you get injured and you can't go to work tomorrow, we're not doing our job.
Often what happens is somebody who has very little experience is in a class with people who have a lot of experience. You end up becoming somewhat of a grappling dummy.
So what have we done? Taken the opposite approach. So the way it works is in our beginner programs, the basics. You're gonna learn fundamentals. You're gonna know how to protect your body, protect your partner, and protect your face, and defend yourself. Ultimately, beginner programs, entry level, are for the basic techniques, no competitive sparring, because you're not ready to do that without injuring yourself or someone else.
And we will get you ready. And once you're ready, then you will transition to the Master Cycle, and the cooperative, work together, help each other environment will also follow you for the rest of your journey.
So even in the Master Cycle, when it's sparring amongst, training partners who are trying to defeat one another, the collaboration energy is very strong. You're working with each other, not against each other.
Of course.
Number 3, street readiness. Now, Jiu-Jitsu exists as both a self-defense system in the highest regard and a recreational sport. And unfortunately, most schools dedicate all their training time to the sportive aspect of the art.
What does that mean? That means that somebody could be training for 2, 3, 4 years.
More, 10.
Forever, and never talk about what might happen in a real fight.
And this is very unfortunate, you guys, because Jiu-Jitsu is an amazing self-defense system. So what we've realized is the first thing you learn is the hardest to forget. So all of our entry-level programs are 100% committed to the techniques you're gonna need out in the parking lot tonight, tomorrow morning. Whatever goes down, you're gonna be ready, but that's because the emphasis is 100% self-defense.
And once you own this self-defense mindset and this way of survival, then you can take that mindset with you and apply it to the Master Cycle.
Where you might be rolling more sportively,
Jiu-Jitsu versus Jiu-Jitsu.
but it's still a self-defense mindset being applied in a sportive practice of Jiu-Jitsu.
Or to any other area of your life.
Too deep, you guys. Now, there are 2 other benefits that only exist at certified training centers. Number 1, online access to your curriculum of study for free with your membership. And number 2, free satellite training privileges at any CTC around the world.
Why would you want online training? It's so you can watch a lesson. When you go home, you forgot a detail, you can't fall asleep at night, you can go on, you can watch the lesson and then sleep easy. Or you want to come to class the next day, but you don't know the lesson, you haven't learned it yet.
Or you want to prepare, right?
You show up already speaking the language because you watched the lesson.
And we found that students who watch their online lessons during the week, in addition to coming to class, grow at twice the rate of progress than students who just come to class.
It's all about time and energy.
There you go. So online access and satellite training privileges, which means you can schedule the rest of your life's vacations
or business trips
around certified training centers, because nothing worse than going on a vacation and not being able to keep up on your jiu-jitsu. Nothing worse than that.
And when you do a class, wherever you're vacationing, when you do a class there, what do? You do class number 7, you remember, you take note, and you bring that back and you put it on your card, your attendance card at your school.
Home. So any classes done remotely count on your attendance card back home, because the curriculum is identical for all the beginner programs at CTCs around the world. The bottom line is this. You guys need to go to a CTC, tell them we sent you. They're gonna do 10-day free trial. What's the benefit of that?
Well, if it's not everything that you've ever wanted when it comes to jiu-jitsu, then you say, you know what, it's not for me.
But if it is everything you've ever dreamt of and more,
enjoy.
We'll see you on the mat.
both of your guns maxed out already, so.
Yeah.